fought the fight, breaking down the walls in the dead of night. I don't come for peace, I come for the storm. Fanboys melt quick when the truth gets warm. Solve content's high, I'm collecting those tears. Just got started, but I'm cutting through fears. I'm not here for brand deals, I'm not for sale. I expose your lies, rip off the veil. You can cry in the comments, but you won't survive. Like and subscribe if you feel that vibe. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilantes calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. Promise lost in Nintendo's dream, delusional faith blinded by the gleam. Defends every flaw like it's a sacred cause, but his blind devotion's just breaking laws. Player SS brings no honor or pride, throws family shade when he's running to hide. No integrity, just bitterness and spite, but the vigilante's here to set it right. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilante's calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. Cast guys, fake words can't hold the line. Sony fanboys smoke, but his reviews don't shine. Switch for shields, a corporate game, selling hype and spin while we call out the shame. Dark trays and Nintendo fanboys stuck on repeat, says the same old lines like a broken beat. Recycling words, no fresh inside, but we break through the noise and bring the fight. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilante's calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. If you're tired of fake, if you're done with the spin, join the fight, let the real talk begin. We're here for the truth, no need to hide, so make sure to like and subscribe. I'm the angry vigilante here to fight the fight, breaking down the walls in the dead of night. I don't come for peace, I come for the storm. Fanboys melt quick when the truth gets warm. Solve content's high, I'm collecting those tears. Just got started, but I'm cutting through fears. I'm not here for brand deals, I'm not for sale. I expose your lies, rip off the veil. You can cry in the comments, but you won't survive. Like and subscribe if you feel that vibe. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilante's calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. Promise lost in Nintendo's dream, delusional faith blinded by the gleam. Defends every flaw like it's a sacred cause, but his blind devotion's just breaking laws. Player SS brings no honor or pride, throws family shade when he's running to hide. No integrity, just bitterness and spite, but the vigilante's here to set it right. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilante's calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. Cast guys, fake words can't hold the line. Sony fanboys smoke, but his reviews don't shine. Switch for shields, a corporate game, selling hype and spin while we call out the shame. Dark trays and Nintendo fanboys stuck on repeat, says the same old lines like a broken beat. Recycling words, no fresh inside, but we break through the noise and bring the fight. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilante's calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. If you're tired of fake, if you're done with the spin, join the fight, let the real talk begin. We're here for the truth, no need to hide, so make sure to like and subscribe. start the fight, breaking down the walls in the dead of night. I don't come for peace, I come for the storm. Fanboys melt quick when the truth gets warm. Soft content's high, I'm collecting those tears. Just got started, but I'm cutting through fears. I'm not here for brand deals, I'm not for sale. I expose your lies, rip off the veil. You can cry in the comments, but you won't survive. Like and subscribe if you feel that vibe. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilantes calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. Smith's lost in Nintendo's dream, delusional faith blinded by the gleam. Defends every flaw like it's a sacred cause, but his blind devotion's just breaking laws. Player SS brings no honor or pride, throws family shade when he's running to hide. No integrity, just bitterness and spite, but the vigilante's here to set it right. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilante's calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. Cast guys, fake words can't hold the line. Sony fanboys smoke, but his reviews don't shine. Switch for shields, a corporate game, selling hype and spin while we call out the shame. Dark trays and Nintendo fanboys stuck on repeat, says the same old lines like a broken beat. Recycling words, no fresh insight, but we break through the noise and bring the fight. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilante's calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. If you're tired of fake, if you're done with the spin, join the fight, let the real talk begin. We're here for the truth, no need to hide, so make sure to like and subscribe.
Hello, hello, hello. How is it going, everybody? I had it on the wrong one. So, still the wrong one. Hold on, there we go. How's it going, everyone? Welcome to Salty Monday morning. We got Coffee Dawn. Hey, Angry, how's it going? VTuber Mad421. Greetings, ABS. What buffoons are you going to be talking about this time? Well, of course, it's to no one's surprise, is going to be Player Essence, of course. It wouldn't be a salty morning without Player Essence. He just does not know how to keep his mouth shut. C-Stars Piplup, AVS, thank you so much for being a member, man. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you, C-Stars Piplup. We got Coffee Dawn, Discord. What, do you got a disagreement there, Coffee Dawn? John Marr, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Raymond YouTube 1, hello, hello. And thank you both for being members. C-Stars Piplup, just made breakfast for me and my family. We are having bacon and eggs. You know C-Stars Piplup? Sorry, I'm also eating a little bit of food right now. Every time you say you're making family for you and your family, it's always bacon and eggs. I'm starting to think you might have a bacon fetish. I do enjoy bacon, don't get me wrong, but sausage is far superior. VTuber Mad, you want something else to call you? May devs will suffice. I don't understand. No, I was just wondering if I could join. Yeah, go for it, man. You can join your server. I don't really know how to send my server. We got Shiver Star. You, hello, Vigilante. Hello. So for all you guys don't know, you might have found out on Gara's channel, but we have good old Nuka Nintendo that got all up in his fifis. 2025 has been a year of stupid ass Nintendo hating grifters. Out of these losers, which one by far the most pathetic of them all? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the most pathetic one of all? You got Gara the Rage. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Twink, who always on his period about Nintendo. you know, Gara doesn't really talk about Nintendo that often, if we're being honest, as of late. Unless it has something to do with Harmon Smith, I don't really see him talking much. Omniarch, unintelligent dork, got embarrassed by Player Essence in a recent debate. If anything, it was Player Essence that got embarrassed. Player Essence couldn't even hold his own to even come prepared to his own damn debate. Natendi, most obvious pretendo who, I'm assuming that you messed that up. Coincidentally sounds like Arlo. Then we got good old me, Angry Vigilante Show. Tries to be like Nintendo with far less success. If anything, who I was trying to be like was more like Fratanga. If we're being honest, Fratanga was the reason why I started focusing on more news type videos. I didn't even know about Nintendo until well after I restarted doing those. And then he says, oh wait, oops, sorry, read more. Never stops thinking about me. Well, Newcomb, I got a reputation to uphold. When you come at me, I'll clap back. Okay, you can say whatever you want, but trust me, I will clap back, and not in the way you're used to with Daddy Nintendo. So, but I feel appalled right now. How does Gara get 6% more votes than me? I feel insulted. No, I'm just joking. I don't really care. I actually find it an honor to be amongst these men right here. But when you look at us four, okay, Omniarch, Nintendo, and me, we all do type of, news type videos on Nintendo. So if he views us as grifters, there are other people like us that do that type of content. Gara doesn't really do that type of content, so I just find that one funny. Here we go. So let's get to some of the chats here. Bacon is honestly good, though. That's very true. There's nothing wrong with bacon. I just have to say that when it comes to, when it comes to good old sausage and bacon, sausage is far superior. Alrighty. Let's go here. I gotta make it. Okay, let's do it like this here real quick. Oh, Caesar's Piplup just renewed his membership. Thank you so much, man. Let's go back to here so I can do the screen thing. Sorry, I'm not all ready. I should have been ready for you guys, but I figured out a better way. So if someone does call in, they can actually hear it. At least I think so. All right, let's get to some of them. Basically, I'm giving you something easier to pronounce. So I mentioned Maydev since it's easier. Oh, okay. Oh, I get it now. Maydev. Okay, you're talking about your name. There you go. Coffee Dawn. Mirror, mirror. Who is the pathetic of them all? Player Essence. I'm not a huge fan of Player Essence, but if I'm going to go with the most pathetic, I'm going to have to give it to his prodigy, Nukem Nintendo. Good morning, the Angry Vigilante. Good morning there, DBZ Nation. Player Essence, honestly, the most pathetic person of the year. I can understand why people would think that, but I'm still going to have to give that to Nukem Nintendo. Because at least Player Essence is somewhat original. Nukem Nintendo, this is what Nukem's trying to be. If Harmon Smith and Player Essence could somehow come together and make a baby, that's what they would produce is Nukem Nintendo, if we're just being honest. Does anybody disagree with that one? All right. So before we get into this video, I got to finish off my food real quick. So we're just going to wait for some people to jump on in. Ship. Actually, no, Nukem is worse, actually. Very true. Just like I said, that there is no one worse than him. So did everybody have a great weekend? I hope you guys did. What good games is everybody playing? I just started Captain Toad Tracker. And honestly, that's a really good game. I've actually been pleasantly surprised. Good morning, Vigilante. Good morning there, Sanimar Cloven, I think is how you pronounce it. Mario123. Yeah, thumbnails are getting better, Vigilante. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think they were on point the whole damn time, but thank you. Player Essence refuses to debate someone who would challenge him. That's very true, DBZ Nation. That is very true. He did say he's going to start up a debate thing on Thursday to where people can call in, but of course, I'm not invited. He already made that one clear. Nuki is just desperate and willing to protect his Eddie Nintendo when Nintendo never cared about him. Oh, very true. World Scary Police Chase on PS1. Very true. I've been playing Power World a bit. Pretty good game, to be honest. Very true. Ninja Gaiden Collection. There you go, DBZ Nation. What are you playing on the PS4? Also replaying Kirby 64 for the 4th time. I never even knew there was a Kirby 64. Don't worry, we'll get into it in a minute. We're just waiting for a few people to come on in. I've had a few people tell me like, oh, you started too soon. You got to give us a few minutes. Okay. Here, I'll be like Gara and wait 15 minutes. How about that? Put you guys on hold for 15 minutes. I got Halo Master Chief Collection and TMT Splintered Fate on Steam. There you go. Yeah, I picked up Halo Master Chief Collection also when it was on sale on Black Friday. Player Essence being fed milk and Harmon with a pacifier. There you go. Mario. Yep, exactly, Mario. Yes, PlayStation 4. Of course, man. DBZ, man, when are you going to upgrade? Master Chief, yep. Don't worry, I'm almost done with the food. Then we'll get a few more stragglers. Here, hold on real quick, guys. I got to run to the bathroom real quick. Sorry, I should have had all this done taken care of before I started, but I'm sorry.
The fight, breaking down the walls in the dead of night. I don't come for peace, I come for the storm. Fanboys melt quick when the truth gets warm. Solve content's high, I'm collecting those tears. Just got started, but I'm cutting through fears. I'm not here for brand deals, I'm not for sale. I expose your lies, rip off the veil. You can cry in the comments, but you won't survive. Like and subscribe if you feel that vibe. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the Nintendo's dream. Delusional faith blinded by the gleam. Defends every flaw like it's a sacred cause, but his blind devotion's just breaking laws. Player essence brings no honor or pride. Throws family shade when he's running to hide. No integrity, just bitterness and spite. But the vigilante's here to set it right. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilante's calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. Cast guys, fake words can't hold the line. Sony fanboys smoke, but his reviews don't shine. Switch for shields, a corporate game, selling hype and spin while we call out the shame. Dark trays and Nintendo fanboys stuck on repeat, says the same old lines like a broken beat. Recycling words, no fresh insight, but we break through the noise and bring the fight. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilante's calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just you're done with the spin, join the fight, let the real talk begin. We're here for the truth, no need to hide. So make sure to like and subscribe. I'm the angry vigilante here to fight the fight, breaking down the wall.
Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry again about that. So, what did I miss here? I always recommend, if you want to gather Switch 1 games, find pre-owned games. That way you don't pay full price. I agree. I'm waiting for the PlayStation 6 respectfully. Well, you might be waiting a long time there, DBZ Nation. I mean, if the rumors are correct, they'll be pushing that out till 2030. You better hope it's not over $1,000. Good morning, Movac. Gonna make some coffee while we wait. There you go, man. Nah, it's all Gucci AVS. Do what you gotta do, and we'll be here. Thank you very much. I already know what the VTuber Maydev is gonna sit here and go towards. Alrighty, so let's get into the salt. First off, it will be none other than Player Essence. That is a great thumbnail.
Yeah, it's all good though. Let's see here. It says grifter video equals video I disagree with, such an overused BS term. No, not necessarily. If it's actual legitimate criticism and all that, I'll watch a video that I feel is like legitimate criticism overall. When something's a grifter video, then I'll call it out as a grifter video. So no.
Pretty much when it's a grifter video and he doesn't agree with it and doesn't fit his narrative, that's what he's going to say as a grifter. That's all that is.
Not rule of three, but I remember you, man. You were trying to sit there and tell me that it's the Switch 2's in trouble and all that type of stuff. But you're too scared to bet money on the sales or anything like that. Interesting. But no, that's not what that means. Grifter video means grifter video. People that are essentially being
No, it exactly means what Rule of Three was trying to say.
eccentric and being wild with their takes in order to game the algorithm and make more money. If somebody makes
My guy, you do the exact same thing. You've over-exaggerated your titles. You've over-exaggerated your thumbnails to do the exact same thing. You got called out for it, and you had to apologize to your community.
a legitimate criticism when it comes down to it, then I can acknowledge that. But when someone says stuff like the Switch 2 is not selling at all 3 months ago, and then it becomes the best-selling system of all time, that's a great.
I actually agree there. I cannot pronounce that Japanese name. Bro here gives Xenovans a bad name. I agree. I don't know if you saw my content, but I made that Nuka Nintendo fanboy parody video. I'll check that out, Raymond YouTube 1. Angry, I am running a DDR4. Do you think I should upgrade or wait for the Xbox Magnus? Well, I do not know what the heck a DDR4 is. I do not know when it comes to the specs of PCs. So I would recommend, if you could play modern games just fine, I would recommend to hold off to upgrading from anything, because the prices of everything right now is just ridiculous.
Should aware is that the SW2 will be another Wii U narrative from the grifters died as soon as we got the first sales report.
Yeah.
But as grifters do, what grifters do they move goalpost? Like currently, it is only about SW2 EU sales.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, we have not moved the goalposts whatsoever. We have been open and honest. It's called adding context. If anything, you guys are the ones that keep moving the goalposts.
It's like, remember the videos beforehand? We had videos from people saying that the Switch 2 wasn't selling, right? That it wasn't selling, it wasn't doing good. And then the numbers came out that it sold over 10 million. That the people that were making,
I mean, we weren't really making those videos, especially if you're talking about Nintendo. He always said that the hype was dying down. He acknowledged that it was selling well at first, but he also said that the hype was dying down, just like many of us were. So you're definitely mischaracterizing what we're saying.
Videos on the Switch 2 sales before that, those were grifter videos, were they not? How is that not a grifter video? Please explain to me, and I want you to explain to me in detail how making videos on Switch 2 failing and it's not selling before we even got the sales numbers.
Okay, well, if you're speaking on Nintendo, I do not recall him saying that the system was failing. Probably what you did was you sat there, looked at the title and the thumbnail, and got triggered over it, and you're just trying to project what you think the video was about. The problem is you don't actually watch the content of these people you like to call grifters.
It's not a grifter video. How is that not grifting? If you can explain to me how making that the system's failing before the sales numbers even came out is not grifting, let me know. I'm talking.
He never even really said it was failing. If you're talking about Nintendo, and neither did I. We said that it appeared the hype was dying down. There's a difference.
About that. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about legitimate criticism. I'm talking about people who lie and who have been lying about sales numbers and about the aspects of the system.
I mean, my God, you have been claiming that we have been lying, clickbaiting, and all that since we got the sales numbers in October. You have claimed that I clip you out of context since before the Switch 2 even launch, but you never use any facts. All you do is talk. You make these claims. You refuse to make a video to prove it. If we're lying, or if I'm clipping you out of context, guess what? Lie, especially how you always act like it's so easy to disprove them. If it's so easy to prove that what we're saying are lies, or if we're taking you out of context, it should be so easy for you to make a video and prove it. But for whatever reason, you don't. And we all know why. You're too much of a coward.
Those are who I'm talking about. The problem with guys like you is that you think all of that stuff is true. You push that stuff. You watch that stuff because you have some type of beef or some type of issue. I'm not sure what it is.
I don't know too much of Rule of 3, and I don't exactly know what he said word for word, but you always love to sit here and play victim. We all know this, Player Essence.
But you watched all that and you believed it. And I know that you did, you know? And then when the numbers come out, it's like, oh, well, I'll just move to the next thing. I'll pivot to the next sales. It's going to flop later. I'll pivot.
You do the same thing. You wouldn't even talk about how the Switch 2 didn't do that well on Black Friday. You had no problem pointing that the PS5 did extremely well with an aggressive price cut, even though you didn't have no actual sales data to go off of. But for some reason, you don't want to sit here and talk about the Switch 2 not doing so well.
To the next, it's not doing well. That's all you guys do. You guys just pivot from one, oh my gosh, I'm not right, from one panic to another, or from one thing to another. You guys won't admit that you're wrong. You'll never take bets. You'll never.
Why don't you prove this? Why won't you sit here and actually prove that we're pivoting, that we're moving the goalposts? You never prove nothing.
Do debates, and you'll never actually stand up and be a man, because it's not about that.
My guy, you have no room to talk about trying to pretend like you're being a man. You know, you were the one who challenged someone to a debate and ran and hid like a coward. And it wasn't me that he challenged to the debate. It was somebody else. It was DBZ Nation. DBZ Nation showed up and he literally banned him and ran like a coward.
You're just, something's wrong with you guys. I don't know what it is, but there's something mentally wrong with grifters and people like you. That's all it really comes.
You're the one who had a mental breakdown. Okay. Now, I don't know the specific reason why you had a mental breakdown, but I do know from what I remember you saying, it was during the Wii U failing and while you had a max exodus of people leaving your channel. I'm just throwing that one out there. None of us are on record of having a mental breakdown. You are.
Down to. That's why you guys are too scared to be a man and simply put your money where your mouth is.
My guy, if you're this like big man who's not afraid of nothing, why do you run and hide from debates? Why do you run and hide from criticism?
That's why they're too scared to debate. They don't want to, because they'll mess up their grift. Once again, if you're willing to go online and make videos before you even have sales numbers about how bad.
I mean, you'd love to say like, oh, they don't want to debate because it's going to mess up your grift. You called me a grifter. And according to you, I got cooked by you, but it didn't hurt me none. I've grown since then. No matter how much your protege wants to say that I've fallen off since then.
Bad something is doing or about how terrible it is, and then you have to make damage control videos afterwards explaining away why it has sold, literally making up conspiracy theories saying that Nintendo is forcing retailers to buy units. That's
Okay, I have heard this from so many Nintendo influencers that, you know, I don't know if he's talking about Nintendo, because he's talking about Nintendo. I never once have remember Nintendo saying that Nintendo was forcing them to sit here and take units. Okay, so I still have no idea where all this is coming from these Nintendo influencers. I've never once ever seen them say, oh, well, the reason why is because they're forcing the stores to take the units. I've never heard that one. So even though I keep hearing him saying it, he's never produced any facts to actually back it up.
insane. Nintendo cannot force anybody to buy units. And if
Agreed.
that was the case, why didn't they force them to buy Wii U units or 3DS units when that was flopping? Nobody can force retailers to buy units. You've got people.
I mean, if anybody could, Nintendo could probably find a way, for all being honest here. I don't think they actually did that, but if we're being honest, they could. No, I think what happened was that the stores were willing to take the units. They were padding it out for the launch window. They had this very high, or not launch window, holiday window. They had a very high anticipation that it was going to sell, and it didn't. And the facts show that it did not sell during Black Friday.
Damage controlling and sitting there and acting like, oh my gosh, well, here's the reason why.
I mean, can you produce facts? Can you ever produce a clip from the actual video of what he said showing that he damaged control? So I keep saying, you're like a little chihuahua. All you do is bark and then you don't bite. The moment that you stand up, you run away and hide.
It's ridiculous, man. So that's what I'm talking about. That's the grifting stuff. Legitimate criticism, people that are just criticizing things and they have a good reason to, or they're doing analysis, that's not the same thing. So
I mean, Nintendo was doing analysis. He was doing not grifting. He was doing analysis. He was criticizing.
I mean, we got to make sure that we keep it a bug, you know?
I mean, it's not like you ever keep it a buck. We all know how disingenuous you are. I've exposed you plenty of times.
Anyway, apparently made a recent video about you or something. Not sure if you heard about it. Nah, I don't care about him.
Yes,
I don't know
you do.
why you guys keep bringing him up. His videos do terrible, and nobody cares that he.
My videos are doing fine. My views are fine. Yeah, last week was a little low, but that just goes with it being around the New Year's. When it comes to the holidays, the views do go down around the holidays. That's just normal.
He talks about me like his videos don't do great. And I don't know why you guys keep bringing him up in
My videos do perfectly fine, especially when you look at my sub count. I'm not the one that has a dying channel. That will be you.
my channel. Let him make videos. Who cares? He's obsessed and he's a weirdo. And like I said, I'm not really going to really address any. I don't watch none of his videos, and I'm not going to address it because, like I said, there's something mentally wrong with him.
I'm not the one that had a mental breakdown. You did. So if anything, there's something mentally wrong with you.
I've spoke with him multiple times, and clearly he's not very smart.
Smarter than you.
So, I mean, like, the dude is definitely
At least I understand how economics work. I don't have to leash off of somebody.
mentally stunted or something. I'm not sure what's wrong with him, but he's a weirdo. So I don't really.
I mean, you can keep saying this, but again, I've never had a mental breakdown. You have.
got anything to say to him. We already had our debate. He got cooked. He's still salty over the debate. So
How am I salty over it? I don't bring up that debate. You're the one that always has to bring up the debate as a deflection because you can't handle the criticism. I'm not the one that brings it up. If I was so salty over it, I would actually be constantly talking about it, which I'm not. I benefited from that debate. And I'm actually happy that you bring it up so many times because you do understand the more you bring it up, the more people go looking for it. And even though it is on Nintendo Prime's channel, it's unlisted. So it's hard to find it. On my channel is not. So you do understand that it gives my video a bump in viewership because you keep talking about it, right? So I do appreciate you. Thank you. I'm getting more views because you keep bringing it up. Now, I know that you're not going to thank me or anything because right now I'm currently helping you pay your rent by reacting to your videos. But you're not going to, we all know you're not going to acknowledge that. Your ego can't handle that another man is helping you pay rent.
nothing really much. I'm not going to watch his channel. I mean, his channel's ass. And I'm
I mean, it's better than yours. My channel's doing fine. At least my channel's not growing. Yours is the one that's dying.
Definitely not going to respond to his videos. There ain't nothing to respond to. Like I said, he's a complete moron. So there ain't really.
I mean, you never proved that I'm a moron. I proved that you don't have very high IQ. I proved you wrong many of times. I got plenty of videos exposing you with that.
Nothing else to say. Let him keep making videos. He's got to talk about me for anybody to even pay attention to his crusty ass channel. So,
my guy, you have no room to be talking about anything being crusty with that terrible ass hairline of yours. You got a crusty ass hairline. You severely need to find a barber to line that shit up correctly. And I don't have to talk about you. You're just filler content. The only reason why that they're mentioning you more often is because I usually do this in a live stream. But I just started 2 weeks ago taking my live streams after I'm done, and each video that I'm reacted to, I upload as its own video, which is just free money, which is what you should be doing too. When you're in your live streams and you're dealing with these so-called trolls that you can go back and forth with them, you can clip the footage, you can upload it as its own video, that's free money for you. But the problem is you want to separate your live streams and your long videos. You want to make it seem like you're this proper, well-mannered, person when it comes to your long videos. My guy, you're not. You're trying so hard to be Nintendo Prime, you never will be.
I'd say, hey, keep on doing it. When you're not talented, when you can't actually talk about video games, about your knowledge, you got to do something else for people to actually attract to your channel.
All this is deflection. You're deflecting because you can't handle the criticism. I talk about games. What are you talking about? I don't just make content reacting to other people. I do news type videos, and those tend to do far better than my reactions usually. You go look at my top viewed videos, most of them are news or rant type videos. It's not even the reaction type stuff. This is just easy. Doing reactions, I can literally do a live stream for 4 hours, have like 7 or 8 videos ready to go, and it's not like I had to do a whole lot of editing. Very simple and easy.
And that's what you got to do. You got to talk about people more successful, better looking, better.
My guy, you're not successful. You are filling yourself way too much for being a dying channel. You can't claim that you're successful and your channel has fallen off. You literally have fallen off since July. And that's what happens when you feed the Nintendo community false hope and damage it. You helped along with many other Nintendo influencers, you guys literally damaged the Nintendo community. And because of that, you've fallen off. I get it. But you can't say that my channel is not doing well when it's doing just fine. And you're not better looking. Come on, my guy. Let's not sit here and you have no idea what I look like. You don't even need to know what I look like. And whether or not, if you are better looking than I am, what does that have to do with anything that I have to say? What does that have to do with gaming?
Their shape, better life. You got to talk about people that are.
My life is perfectly fine. Yeah, I don't got kids yet, but me and my wife will have kids one day. But my life is perfectly fine. I'm not the one who has to beg for views because I'm having trouble paying my rent. You do.
Better than you. When you're underneath, when you're at the bottom, you got to talk about other people to get to the top. So that's the reason why he's doing what he's doing. But like I said, I don't watch his channel. I don't pay attention. His channel is, like I said, it's hot ass. But yeah, congrats to him.
My channel is perfectly fine. Better than yours.
Keep on making videos. Keep on having fun. Do whatever you got to do. But yeah, the dude's a complete weirdo.
No, I don't need your permission, and I will continue it. But thank you for, giving me permission, which I don't need. This all falls under fair use. And the reason why you're not freaking out about it is because you benefit. You're getting views. You're getting engagement because of it. So you're welcome.
That's why he hides behind a little robot avatar and all that. He doesn't want to show his face because he's ashamed about what people will see when they see him. He's ashamed and all that.
Not at all. I've already sat here and came out and said I can't show my face. It's because of work related. He knows that. Oh, Caesar's Piplup just did a super chat, $2. Nintendo sues a gaming museum and Player Essence would like it. Exactly. I completely agree. That's what will happen. What song do you want there, Caesar's Piplup?
So yeah, I ain't really worried about that weird robot dude. So yeah.
Oh, you're worried.
Let's see.
You're very threatened by me. That's why you ran away and hid. That's why you won't face the criticism. You won't respond back. See, at least I give Nintendo Prime more credit than you. Nintendo Prime is more of a man than you'll ever be because at least he'll face the criticism. Now, sometimes it's better for him just to stay quiet instead of facing it and he digs himself a deeper hole. But at least he attempts to face the criticism. I'll give Nukem Nintendo a little bit more credit. At least Nukem will sit here and actually face the criticism sometimes. You run away and hide because you know you'll get obliterated.
Here, thank you, Sean X. I'm trying and glad Places stream caught me tonight. Hey, it's all good, brother. Yeah, he got smoked months ago. There ain't nothing to say about that dude. He's a weirdo. Let him keep making videos. Nobody cares. Like,
I mean, obviously your community cares because they keep bringing me up. And I wasn't smoked by you. I was smoked by Nintendo Prime. I'll admit that one, but not by you.
barely gets any views on the vids. So, I mean, he's again.
My views are doing perfectly fine. You're not getting that many views either. Yeah, you're getting more views than me, but also you have 129,000 subscribers. But with that subscriber count, then you should be getting way more views than what you're getting right now.
Gonna make videos like that forever. I mean, dude's a cornball, so I ain't really worried about.
Well, as long as you fanboys keep being disingenuous, you guys keep console warring, being anti-consumer, yes, absolutely, I will.
Him, complete weirdo that hides behind a robot. So, yeah.
That's okay. I'd rather have an avatar than having to beg on my live stream for views. At least I haven't entered my DSP era. That's what you have.
Like, dude's not a man. Never been one either. He's a chump.
More of a man than you'll ever be. At least I don't run away and hide like you do.
Let's see here. You got so yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know why we still talking about him. It was a bum. Dude got nothing better to do.
I notice he never wants to read off the comments what people say, really, because he knows he'll get obliterated if he does.
Let's see here. Thank you. I already read that. Every post you make is trashing one specific company. You might be a grifter. That's true. People want.
I don't just trash companies. I trash them when they do stuff that's anti-consumer. But I praise companies for doing good things. What are you talking about? It's not just trashing them. When they do stuff that's wrong and anti-consumer, I will heavily criticize them. When they want to be greedy and step out of line, absolutely I will criticize them.
School your drama fights player, since it's a testament to how you trounce them, how entertaining you are. Yeah, there's no need for me to listen. I'll do real fights. I'll do real fights for money. People want to do schoolyard back and forth videos. I don't do all that. But I mean,
you'll do it with Nintendo. I guarantee if Nintendo actually says your name in the video, you'll make a video. We all know you will. But my guy, there's no need to be this internet tough guy. There's no need to act like, I'll step up and do a real fight. Number one, this is just video games. It's not that damn serious to where you actually have to step into a fight. And number two, we all know you're not that guy. You're not going to man up and show up anyways. We all know that's who you are.
if he's down to lace up the box, I knock the shit out of him if he wants me to. We can put some money on the line, $5,000. He can clip that.
Oh, I don't need to step in the ring with you. I don't really care for violence when it comes down to it unless I absolutely have to. There's no reason to. My guy, this is like little man energy. Literally, this is like a 5-foot man that gets all up at his fifis because he wants to take on the biggest guy to try to make himself seem like a better man or more of a man or something. You're not that guy, Player S, and stop acting like you're not. We all see through it. We all see through that you're just a scared little boy underneath all this macho exterior.
I'll put $5,000 on line. If you want to fight, we can fight. I don't do back and forth drama, little schoolgirl back and.
I mean, you were trying to do it with Nintendo. We all know you were trying to get his attention. So you can sit here and say like, I don't go back and forth. Yes, you do. Stop the cap.
Forth. I don't do
You only go back and forth when you think it's like lucrative for you.
that in videos. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't worried about that. So I ain't gonna be making a bunch of videos on him. Why would I waste my time? That just seems like why am I gonna waste my time talking about a loser? But if he wants to fight, $5,000.
Oh, but you're willing to sit here and do this macho exterior. You don't think that's a waste of your time? See, all this is when you meet someone who really isn't that intelligent to begin with, when you back them into a corner and they know they can't combat you with logic, they have to resort to this very primitive nature. They have to sit here and act like, let's go, let's fight, let's lace up, because they can't combat you with actual knowledge. If he was, as intelligent and as knowledgeable as he loves to say he is, he wouldn't need a result like this. And again, you're not that guy.
And we put $5,000 on the line. We put $10,000 on the line. I'll do that. I'll do that type of fight. But if it ain't that type of fight, then I ain't worried. If it ain't got money like that, then no, I ain't worried about it. I ain't going back and forth with him. But yeah,
I don't need to do this. I'm not an internet tough guy like you are. I'm not pretending to be one.
you can clip that. $10,000. Let's do it. We'll box. Beat the hell out of him. But that, like I said, that's a fight for money. I'll do that. But I ain't doing no back and forth little schoolgirl
Oh, he would. If he finds it lucrative, he definitely would.
back and forth with some guy. No, I ain't doing all that. That's stupid. Let's see here. At this point, I expect every Nintendo first-party game will have grifters and people trying to over-dramatize them and say that they are terrible. I'm going to do.
If the game is terrible, yes, we're going to sit here and point it out. We're not like Player Essence where he'll glaze over a game. Loves to say, oh, you know, I don't think that Mario Kart World is $80, but the bundle's gone or it's going away. He's hyping up the game in the process, knowing that it's going to go away, that people are going to have to pay $80.
Your suggestions, yeah, there you go, man. Hey, OJ, hope you're well, OJ. Hope you're prepping the ring. Listen, man, I put it out there. I don't mind. I used to do martial arts back in I actually still do.
I mean, you say you used to do a lot of things. Sometimes it's hard to believe that you were able to do all this stuff you claim you have.
That's what happened to my PS5. I was practicing my Cobra Kai kick. I saw Miguel.
I mean, if you were a real martial artist, you probably wouldn't have had to damage your PS5 in the process, just saying.
Do this really cool kick. So I just.
He's probably one of these fair weather martial artist person, probably took a class or two, probably sat here and saw a fight scene in a movie and thought he could replicate or something. That's probably what he is.
Decided that I wanted to emulate that kick, and my PS5 got the brunt and damage of that kick. So I still do martial arts. I still train. I still do my martial arts in my garage and all that. I still go to the gym every now and then, hit the bag. So, I mean, if somebody wants to, like I said, put some money on the line, I'll interact that way, but I'm not going to go back and forth in videos. Like, I'm not going to do all that.
The reason why is because he's just too lazy. I mean, he'll go back and forth on the live streams because it's easier for him to do that. He can just talk. He doesn't actually have to do anything. Why do you think he hasn't? He loves to sit here and say, oh, we're lying, we're grifting, but he never wants to prove it. Never wants to show any facts to back it up.
But if you want to go back and forth in the ring for some money, like 10K, 5 to 10K, we got a promotion. We can do that. I'm down for that type of back and forth. But
I'm pretty certain if someone ever stepped up to him, he would cower out. He would find an excuse why he can't show up. That's just the type of people or the type of person he's coming across as.
But I ain't doing it for free on here. No, I'm good.
Alrighty, well that one is it for the first Player Essence video. Trust me, this one gets a little. I mean, he does a lot worse than some other ones. So let's read off some of the chats before we get into the next one. I'm gonna scroll up. Alrighty, with Jean Mart, the fanboys are losing subs because we, the players, are tired of being lied to. Exactly. Completely agree. That's why I keep telling him that. And let me know what you guys think of his little rant trying to be an internet tough guy and all that as I read through the comments. Why Player S isn't coping? Isn't the Switch 2 selling well? Yeah, supposedly. I mean, I think it is still selling well, but there's times where it didn't sell well. Angry Vigilante Show, Player Essence theme. Exactly. There's C-Stars, Piplup, Coffee Dawn. And even though the Switch 2 sold more copies and is selling at least the Wii U, did not fall even though the Wii U sold less copies. Exactly. When we sit here and say, oh, it sold like Wii U levels and stuff, we're talking about Black Friday. We're talking about the month of November, which is actually factual. He just doesn't want to admit it. Shouldn't Player Essence be happy? He should be. LOL. Yep. Essence of trash. You win it last 10 seconds in a bar fight, and I managed to survive one of those with my brother-in-law. There you go, Caesar Pipple, but don't be doing those bar fights, man. There's no need for it. Violence over a gaming company set. Very true. I think I handled that one very well. I reckon the Switch will end up like a Prime drink, sold a lot of consoles at first, then initially fall and has to sell the bottles for like $2. Exactly. I still don't read that Prime stuff. It's not my thing. I have deadlines to meet because next month is the planned release for my game and I have to finish the game and get a build out by the 19th. And now I have to worry about a possible roach infestation. That sucks, Golden Apple. Sorry to hear that. Behind all that stern bravado, tough guy act and insanity. He's just a little boy wearing a Mario costume crying for Daddy Nintendo to change his soiled Pokemon themed diapers. Exactly. That is exactly what it is. He's just a scared little boy underneath. Player essence would not last in a fight. Nah, probably not. Maybe not. Usually the loud mouths are the ones that generally can't back it up, if we're being honest. He all mouth and no bite. The internet is the safe place to say and do whatever with no consequences. Oh, very true. The thing is, people that actually know martial arts, people that really know how to fight, you don't really see them running their mouths off because there's no need to. Only people that can't fight are people that are like this, trying to project a macho exterior or something, trying to make them seem like a tough guy, have to act like that. It would be so funny if it wasn't pathetic. Exactly. Angry, the Switch 2 is just another prime drink situation. Exactly. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get to him. Essence of trash being all like, why don't you all like the same guys as I do? They are better than the ones you are playing. And you mean games? Sorry, not God. I think you mean games. You should support my daddy Nintendo. Wham, wham. Exactly. Same games as okay. Yep. Yeah, you recorrected. It's okay, man. Does anyone have gaming stores in their area? Because I have a bunch of them. I got a few. Outside of GameStop, I do have a few. Wait, hold up. He has a PS5? LOL, and he's a Nintendo fanboy. Well, yeah, he used to have every system. I think he still does, which we all know the reason why. Like, I don't think he hates a system. I think he enjoys each of the systems, but I think the reason why he bought all the systems at one point was because he was making content on each and every one of those systems. And since Nintendo was the most views he was getting, I think that's why he doubled down on Nintendo. Saw your 10 most hype videos. I hope they don't screw up Fire Emblem. Switch needs more good games desperately. I agree. Even though I have a PS5, I understand. If he did martial arts, then why is he fat? Yeah, I know, right? Says he's in better shape. Essence of trash. All that you will be doing is getting kicked out of Planet Fitness, setting off the lunk alarm like a moron. Honestly, I don't even think he can lift like that to do something like that. Bro would run away at the last second. Exactly. Don, hold on. He's fat. I mean, he don't look like he's really built. I've never seen him stand up before, so I don't know. I don't get why drones are so angry like this. Tons of stuff I like that's the others hate on all the time. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother because they have toxic love with the company. Exactly. Those who know how to fight, people already respect them. Y'all don't need to prove yourselves. You already are GOAT. I'll think, I'm not going to fight him. There's no need for me to show up and fight him. Retrofusion. I'm not going back and forth as I go back and forth. Exactly. He's just trying to Retrofusion. He's just trying to pretend to be an internet tough guy is all he's doing. Those who know how to fight are some of the most calm, cool, and collected folks you've seen out there for the most part. Exactly. I do have gaming stores in my area. Yep. Maintaining calm under pressure allows you to not get baited by words. Exactly. That's all it is. He's trying to pretend like he's calm, but he's not. Alrighty, let's get into the next video. If I remember correctly, it's Nukem Nintendo. Nope, it's Harmon Smith. We got good old Harmon. That's going to be an excellent thumbnail.
It's kind of remarkable how the narrative ever since the Switch 2 has been announced was that the Switch 2 is going to fail. There are no games for it. No one's going to buy this thing. And now that it has come out, now that it has been very successful, now that it has a bunch of games that are selling very, very well,
I don't think all of them are selling that well. Don't think those Switch 2 editions are selling very well, though.
hope has somehow transitioned into being the Switch 2 is failing. Like, it's not doing well. My stock prices, the PS5.
Yes, stocks did drop. That's called news, Harmon. You try to pretend like you talk about the news when you don't.
I've sold it. It's just desperate coping and seething from YouTubers who know that their entire industry hinges on gaslighting Nintendo haters into watching their videos, because nothing any of these people are saying holds any water.
My God, if anything, you're the one that tries to do like rage baiting stuff. And usually I don't like to throw out the rage baiter, but come on, you clearly do rage baiting stuff to get people to react and to watch your content. You know, the majority of the people that watch your content are hate watching. Come on here. Cesar's Piplup did a $2 super chat. Oh, good. the good old man pig that humps Pokemon plushies. Oh, you know it. Oh, Caesar's Pipple. I am pretty positive he puts a fleshlight in that Pikachu, dresses it up like Princess Peach at night. I guarantee you that's what he does.
Whatsoever. It's not going to hold up. Nintendo is not struggling. There is no like massive decline. We're at the point where people are doom posting.
We're saying that the hype is dying down. We're not saying that it's completely fallen off. You guys were the ones that were acting like I'm pretty positive, but I think that you said it was going to hit like 100 million like in a few years of sales, if I remember correctly. I might be over exaggerating what you said, but you said something ridiculous like that before.
About changes in Nintendo of America's leadership. It is downright delusional. And now what you're seeing is this weird mindset that this year.
Oh, he got a shiny Bulbasaur. At least I'm assuming that's a shiny Bulbasaur. Or is that the Bulbasaur from the Mewtwo movie?
Is going to be really bad for Nintendo. There's going to be nothing else coming out that they.
So far, there is nothing really coming out except for Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave. Yeah, you got the new Yoshi game, but I have a feeling it's going to be a kid's game. You got the Mario Tennis, which might do good. There's not like a whole lot of massive coming out for Nintendo there, Harmon. Now, it could change. They could possibly, but we can't go off of a what-if scenario. We can only go off with the facts and logic that's at hand right now.
Can't just say, have a Nintendo Direct next month and release new stuff. They can't just, announce new games like, no, the Switch is had.
It's possible, but it's not a guarantee, Harmon. Most likely, yes. The possibility or the probability is going to happen, but it's possible that it may not happen. We're not going to go off of a what if scenario. We can only go off of what has been shown to us so far. Okay. It's completely possible that they could be doing a big 3D Mario or a new Zelda. It's completely possible. Well, we don't know.
At its moment in the sun, and it's had a terrible holiday season, and there's no reason to think that. It's just a gigantic cope. It's actually completely wrong if you look at the actual numbers. But, the industry is very, very desperate.
I mean, are you going to show the actual numbers, or are you just going to regurgitate what Player Essence likes to say all the damn time?
To keep up the farce that Nintendo is on the way out for as long as possible. And
can you name anybody who's actually saying that Nintendo's on the way out? I do not recall anybody actually saying that, Harmon. No one with any functioning brain is going to say, oh, Nintendo's out. They sold very good. They're probably going to continue to sell. Not at the rate. I don't think they're going to sell another 15 million by the end of year 2. That I don't think is going to happen. It's possible, but probability is not going to happen.
That is what we're seeing a lot of in this year, is that you're going to see everyone just kind of bend over backwards to try and make excuses to downplay Nintendo, to do.
The only one that likes to bend over is you. We just all hope, Harmon, that you at least do a little hawk tua before you sit on it. Or do you take it in dry?
Everything they possibly can to keep up the narrative. And like, it's going to seem like a little bit weaker each time. One of the big things that I think is going to happen this year, Power World is going to get screwed in court. Power World's done. They're finished.
Nope, not going to happen. I am pretty positive that they're going to win it. At least we're all hoping that it most likely it will.
Nobody talks about them outside of the lawsuit. There is no hope for the company.
What are you talking about? People talk about them all the damn time. You know how many times I get comments saying, oh, I'm playing Power World.
Bucky is going to be, begging for spare change on the side of the street before he's deported from Tokyo for, not actually being Japanese.
Is that what you do? Because I heard you don't have a job. I heard you got laid off or something. I want to know how the hell you're affording all this Nintendo stuff when you don't have a job. I really hope we're not flipping the bill for you.
That is the future for Pocket Pair. Nintendo is going to get their injunction against them. Power World is not going to be a viable brand going forward. The deal with Sony about creating an animated series is going to fall through. It already has, but good luck getting people to acknowledge that. We've seen this very quick, very decisive, downfall of this brand that was worshipped by the online.
How is it downfall? The thing has sold extremely well and it's not even at early access. Just wait until it comes out of early access.
And gaming community. And it really does need to be said that this is the end result of internet backlash towards Nintendo. You know, every single time these guys come out and try to hype up something like, say, God of War 2018, or, you know, Horizon Zero Dawn, or like Yakuza 0, Nier Automata, Persona 5.
You know, I was not a huge fan of God of War 18, but I did like God of War Ragnarok. Oh, we got a super chat from Golden Apples for $4.99. Sorry about being kind of down about the bug thing earlier. I'm just mad and very stressed out. I don't understand what you mean by the bug thing. I don't get it there, Golden Apples. You're fine, man. Don't worry about it.
5, Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate 3,
And I'm sorry to hear that you're stressed out, man.
Elden Dingaling.
I actually do like it when he says those kind of words. At least he's funny. I'll give him that. Even though Harmon, come on. You need to have a beer or something, have a drink. We love toxic Harmon. Or not toxic Harmon, intoxicated Harmon. We love intoxicated Harmon. Okay, you are very entertaining. You are hilarious when you're intoxicated, man. Bring that one back.
The Last of Us Part 2, you know, like every time these people come out and do this, they always, you know, fail. Like every time they try and worship some new like god.
Okay, not God of War, but Elden Ring has not failed. Baldur's Gate 3 has not failed. Power World hasn't failed, Harmon. Try again.
You know, the one true God, Nintendo, defeats them.
Hell, you know, one true God. What the hell is wrong with you, one true God? You're so full of shit. Okay, there's only one true God, and you know who it is, man. You better hope that Desire doesn't see this one. I'm gonna tell him too. I'm gonna sit here and send him a thing saying, Desire, did you hear this shit?
And proves themselves superior with the best games and the best gaming hardware, and like everyone else just kind of copes and seethes. You know, that's kind of where we're at now at this point, is that like the industry is desperately trying to keep up the narrative that Nintendo's failing, that they're on the way out, they're not competitive, and in actuality, it's other companies that can't.
I mean, they're kind of competitive with themselves. Have you saw that huge spike with the 3DS, man? People are willing to go out and buy those over the Switch 2 right now.
Can't compete with Nintendo, you know? Like recently we saw like, you know, Pokemon.
No, Coffee Don, no. There's not, PC is not the one true God. You better stop that. We all know what the one true God is. We don't got to get religious up in here, but come on.
You know, the most successful brand in the world is like 3 times the size of number 2, Hello Kitty. You know, like, you know, Mario's getting caught up. It's going to be bigger than Star Wars in the next couple of years.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be bigger than Star Wars. There's so many things bigger than Mario. Okay, even if we stick to video games, Grand Theft Auto's bigger, Minecraft's bigger, Tetris is bigger. I mean, I think there's some more. I can keep going. Probably not.
Like, it is.
My guy, why are you rubbing the Bulbasaur? Okay. Do you have a little fixation with that Bulbasaur too? Now you're petting it like it's a real damn thing. You know, I would say go get a pet, but there's probably a reason why you don't have a pet. You are probably not allowed to have one.
It's remarkable to see like all this incredible growth for Nintendo, you know, to the point where they're pretty easily going to outstrip Disney in the next 20 years, I would say. You know, all this growth for Nintendo, you know, surpassing all.
I mean, they could become bigger than Disney, and if that ever happens, that's Disney's fault, and that wouldn't surprise me. So
these like iconic franchises, you know, they're going to be Zelda's going to be bigger than Lord of the Rings. Pokemon's the biggest thing there is. Mario is getting up there. You know, Mario I could see like being bigger than Hello Kitty at a certain point, actually. But like,
I doubt that. I seriously doubt that. Pokemon, yeah, Pokemon's bigger. They're definitely bigger. They're probably the biggest, if I remember correctly.
Like, you look at what Nintendo is doing. You look at like what's actually happening, and you look at like the damage control from the community, and it's all just a giant.
My guy, we see the damage controlling coming out of your community, if anything. Stop the cap already.
Gigantic cope. You know, the reality is it is just a gigantic cope. How the industry at large desperately tries to downplay this company, like how they endlessly try and manufacture controversy out of nothing, how they endlessly try and like gaslight people into doing this thing like, well, Nintendo did not make this innovation in gaming. It was actually some other company you've never heard of. Like,
that's true. Many of the games that Nintendo's known for, like Mario Kart, they didn't invent kart racers. That was Sega. Then you sit here and look at, what's the other one? Like the Pokemon style game. They didn't invent that. I believe it was Dragon Quest that did that one.
It's just a gigantic cope, you know?
I wouldn't trust Harmon Smith around a plant. Are you kidding me? Anything that's living.
Wherever you hear it, whenever you see people talking about it, whenever you hear people try and do that thing where they're like, Zelda was inspired by Ultima. Like, when you hear things like
It's a possibility. They could have been. I don't know if they actually were. I never played Ultima, so I don't know if they actually were or not.
that, like, no,
Is that a real Nintendo thing on his share, or is that just like a thing he has on his computer?
always and forever, that it's nothing but a gigantic cope. Nobody plays Ultima, nobody plays Crash Bandicoot, nobody plays Uncharted. Okay, those games, which were
What are you talking about? I'm about to play the trilogy because I bought it. And yes, I bought it on the Switch too because it was actually cheaper.
considered like hallmark titles of the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, are completely and utterly forgotten in 2025. And that's just kind of the situation we're in now, is like that serious gamers are playing like everything that comes out, including Nintendo games, and know that Nintendo's been
Yeah, like me. I play Nintendo games. Go check out my most anticipated list. Surprisingly, there is a Nintendo title on there. I am heavily looking forward to Fortune's Weed.
better than the competition in general. And you have the non-gamers, the casuals, the PC players who maybe talk about one game that they know they can grift off of a year, declare it game of the year, and then just collect ad revenue on it. That's just the reality of the online gaming scene at this stage.
My God, that's what you want to do. You want to sit here and collect ad revenue, while also damage controlling for them. If anybody needs a thumbnail, that would be an excellent thumbnail to send to somebody. Oh, Geezer Noob with a $10 super chat, man. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. But you didn't leave a message, so there's nothing for me to read off of. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. But if anybody talks cigar, make sure you send him clip this as a thumbnail or as like a meme or something. Maybe he can use it. He might like it.
Is that like the major gaming YouTubers, the personalities, have no credibility. When you have guys like Max Dude making entire like YouTube videos talking about like, well, I can't actually take the time to play games, guys, even though I'm a career streamer and I'm here like streaming 8 hours a night. I can't play all these games, guys. Like,
You can't. Even if you play 8 hours a day, Harmon, you still can't play all the damn games. Every single new game that comes out, come on. Especially if you want to include all the indie games. I'm having a hard time keeping up with what I can play.
when you have like people like Max Dude doing that, you have a problem. These are the guys who are supposed to be like, who are like hyped up as like, this end all be all when it comes to game criticism. These are the guys declaring Expedition 33 to be the best game ever made. These are the guys who are telling you to like support certain companies, and while like telling you that Nintendo sucks and that they're not.
Well, Expedition 33 is probably the greatest game ever made. It is definitely up there, Harmon.
Not gonna support them, while they go out and support them. Just look at Mutahar.
Oh yeah, and Mutahar got blasted for it. Trust me. I don't think Mutahar regrets it. I don't think he went and returned it. I really don't.
This is like the reoccurring trend we're seeing in the influencer culture.
The one thing I don't understand with Mutahar is if you're gonna blast it and then still plan on buying it day one, why didn't you hit it? Why did you keep it where people can see it? That makes no damn sense.
And like that's the term I want to use here, influencer. Like, what exactly are they influencing you to do?
Oh my God, I'm pretty certain that he's getting that from me because I'm the one that started heavily using influencer now. And I'll admit it, I do it to trigger them because it does. And I find it funny. They'll sit here and label themselves as media influencers. And then the moment I sit here and call them an influencer, they want to freak out about it.
They are influencing you to play bad video games so they can line their own pockets. That's their.
And you're influencing people to try to condition them to accept anti-consumer practices, Harmon, and pay shitty ass prices for games.
Career. If the games were good, you wouldn't need these idiots to sit there and tell you that, like, well, Expedition 33 is the best game released this year. No, it's not. It's not even the best RPG released that year.
It's the best RPG ever. It's better than any JRPG. It's probably the greatest game of all time.
It's just, even in that like very specific hyper like niche category, like, Expedition 33 can't compete. And that is becoming more and more apparent, like with every passing year, that like each and every one of these frauds is just kind of exposing themselves as just being a complete and total tool. All of these people are essentially DSP, like they are all virtually the same. Like they all
if anyone is becoming like DSP, I would probably give that one to Player Essence because he's the one that has to beg on his live streams here.
Just want donations. They all just want money. You know, they don't actually care about.
My guy, you want donations too. You want money also. You're monetized. You put the ads on your videos. Don't even pretend to act like you don't want money either. Come on. There's nothing wrong with wanting some money, but begging for it, I still don't understand how it works for DSP. I really don't understand, but somehow it works for the guy. So, you know, I'm not going to hate the hustle or anything. I find it completely ridiculous that they're willing to do it, but, you know, for somehow it works for DSP. I don't understand why.
Video games, and that comes through a lot in how they treat and talk about Nintendo. You know, like the simple fact of the matter is that so many people are still trying to gaslight you into thinking that the Nintendo Switch 2 has failed, or that like there are no like major.
Nobody of any serious relevance or has a functioning brain is saying that the Switch 2 is failing. We're saying that the hype is dying down. Why don't you actually watch the damn videos, Harmon?
Sellers on this console, or that it's not doing well. Like, these people are lying to you, and it's high time that we really start like acknowledging just how delusional and out of touch this community actually is. For 2026, like, you are going to see the Switch 2 be massively successful, and you are going to see these people coping and seething about it.
They might. It is completely a possibility. It might actually become successful in 2026. It's all going to depend on the software. If they only release what they have shown so far, no, it's not going to be successful. That's just something you're going to have to understand. But yes, we are currently done with Harmon Smith. The next one will be another Player Essence one because, like I said, he could not stop running his mouth. So I'm going to scroll back up, read off a bunch of the super chats here so I can get you guys caught up. We're going to start with Mario123. If he would play Power World, maybe he would realize how better it is than Pokemon. The thing is, Mario, if he did play that game, he would still go on and say that it's not as good as Pokemon. He would still talk trash about it. He played Elden Ring, claimed that he beat it, talk trash on it. I don't think he's played Baldur's Gate 3, but if he did, he would talk trash on it. If Expedition 33 would have actually been a Nintendo IP, we all know he would have damage control for it. Power World has already won. That's the reason why Nintendo tried to sabotage the patent during court. Then they got caught, so they lost. And Nintendo is trying, but they are struggling to find ways to. Exactly, there, Coffee Dawn. Sue Power World, but they are failing. Exactly. We got one about Harmon. It's going up to Mario. No new Smash, no new 3D Mario, no Zelda in 2026. Switch 2 fails hard. I do, if they don't release something big and they only release what we have seen so far, no, it's definitely going to fall off. I don't think it's going to completely fail, but they're not going to sell that well this year. They have to have better software, and it's not even more software. They just have to have better software. Trust me, the third party is not going to carry him through. Bro worships a company. Exactly there, Shiver. There's one true God. No, I already responded to that one. Nope, there is not. Nope. PC is where it's at. I understand. I told you, Vigilante. Yes, you did, Mario. This guy is disturbing me. This guy, Harmon disturbs everybody. Creepy. He is very creepy. Hard on you. Oh, wait. Keep Hello Kitty out of your dirty, filthy, gingivitis-filled mouth, Harmon, and stay away from Sanrio, you creep. We all know you get a hard, but it was very forgot to put the hard on, okay, when you see Pikachu while watching the anime. Oh, you know it. God, I hate the autocorrect. I understand. That's okay, Caesar's Pibble. There's no reason to be sorry. It's okay. I wouldn't trust Harmon Smith around my dogs. Like I said, I wouldn't trust him around a damn plant. It's like when you are working on an assignment or a project and you are at the tail end and then something happens that's out of your control. So infuriating. Very true. And now it's the weetard Harmon Smith himself. Exactly there, B2. The man of the nonsense, speaking and being straight up stupid. Exactly. Harmon glazing. Of course, that's all he ever does is glaze. He'll talk trash about Metroid Prime, and then when it comes out, he damages controls for it. Stop saying the reality. A lot of Pikachu plush humper. Exactly. Harmon doesn't like Crash because it doesn't like games that are challenging. Exactly. Career streamer, what career? Exactly, right? I think you might be talking about DSP or something. I think that's the only career streamer I know, or Reforged Gaming. I keep forgetting a comment with my super chat. In my defense, I was distracted by the nasal whining on my favorite show. It's okay, Geezer Noob. Don't worry, man. Why does he need to have his sex toy on his chair? I know, right? Which I'm surprised is not breaking due to his fat, which I think we all are. Every time he records himself acting like a complete idiot. Very true. You know, if he's going to act like an idiot, at least get intoxicated. So at least it's an entertaining idiot. I've never seen someone being so jealous that another game got game of the year than him. Oh, you know, man, he's definitely like for the rest of this year, he'll talk about, oh, I don't really care to watch it. I don't think I'm going to watch it. And then he's going to watch it. He is definitely going to watch it. Give me one quick second, guys. Give me one quick second. Or one quick minute. I have to look at something. My wife sent me a text. And I got to respond, guys. Give me one quick second. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Harmon, you are not a career streamer. Exactly. You are nothing but a wannabe Nintendo influencer giving Daddy Nintendo the Glock 9000 on a daily basis. Playing baby games like Kirby and bad slot games. Exactly. Oop. I don't care what anyone says. Kirby is a Japanese baby show reject franchise, and I would rather play Mega Man instead of Devil May Cry. I would disagree on the last part. I've never played a Mega Man, so I want to know, but I do love Devil May Cry. Harmon is just too perfect. Yes, he is. He's just jealous that Expedition 33 is not on the Switch. Even if it was on the Switch, he would talk trash about it. Or if it does come to the Switch, he'll talk about how they bent the knee to Nintendo. If that would have been a Nintendo game, he would go crazy for it. Exactly. Well, he would talk trash about it at first, then go crazy. How are you, sir? I hope you had a wonderful New Year's. I did there, King Paco Nintendo lover, including a good Christmas. For my Christmas, they gave me a new microphone, an Apple computer, a Mac Studio M4 Max. There you go, man. Look at you. I got a bunch of games. Oh, we just got a $2 super chat from Betful Zexel. Take a shot every time Player Essence says weirdo in his stream. Oh, you know it. I'm just getting through the rest of the chats here because I got to do a better job of engaging with you guys. Look at Harmon's form. It's perfect. He's transforming into Snorlax. Oh, that is true. The lack of self-awareness from people like this gem is almost depressing to witness. Repeating negative mantras, grifters, losers, gaslighting, coping, seething, etc. doesn't bolster your position. Exactly. More essence of trash vigilante. Yeah, oh, trust me, there's 3 more coming with this one. Facts, Vigilante. The current lineup for Nintendo is ass. Well, I'm excited for the Fire Emblem game, but it's not going to be a system seller. It's not going to sell like 10 million copies. Most likely it's not. Player Essence is back. Yes, he is. Crazy what Harmon's doing to my Venusaur and Pikachu. I think that was a Bulbasaur. Keep his dirty hands off. There you go, man. How many videos do you think Harmon will make over Expedition 33? Like, what are you talking about? In the next year, next 2? I mean, he's still going to be talking about Expedition 33 3 years from now. He still can't stop talking about Baldur's Gate 3. True, Nintendo baby games are trash for real. I got new shoes for Christmas, and I absolutely loved them. There you go, Golden Apples. I got a bunch of games. Belfort Essence content is S tier. Yes, it is. All righty, now that we are caught up, let's watch the next Player Essence.
Yeah, even some of the streamers and content creators who were killing it a few years ago are struggling. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of content creators where you look at the reviews and you think, oh man, that's really good. And then you realize that ad revenue is so flaky. Ad revenue is so flaky. It's so up and
Very
down.
true.
That's why, once again, that's why I thank you guys a million times. Some people think it's fake, but it's for real for me. That's why I thank you guys, because I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing without you guys coming through. Like, me having these streams, even like I said, if it's $1, becoming a tune-in tier, $1 here, $2 there, some of you guys drop 10, whatever. It all kind of adds.
Now for this video, you guys got to wait a little bit because it just adds context to it. I'm not going to criticize them for people giving them super chats or anything. If people want to give their money like that in super chat, that's their choice. I'm not going to make fun of them for it.
And it helps it to where it supplements my videos, right? To where I don't have to worry. Like my videos don't do big numbers.
No, they don't. We all know why. Player Essence, the reason why your videos don't do as good is because we all know it's fake. Your live streams are more real. We can tell it's really you. Your regular videos, they can tell that you're glazing. They can tell you're hyping it up. You're trying to act like you're this positive person. That's why it's like night and day compared to your long videos to your live streams is literally night and day, completely different.
So I don't have to worry about my views 24/7 because I know.
Is that why you were begging for views before? You're sitting there saying, oh, I don't have to worry about my views. My guy, you beg for your views all the damn time. You were literally entering your DSP era. In the last like 3 months or since July, we have heard you complain nonstop about the algorithm. You've had to sit here and beg people to go watch your video. Stop the cap. You worry about your views all the damn time. Now, do your live streams definitely help out? Absolutely. We all know that's where most of your money comes from is your live streams. And we all know the reason why people show up to your live streams. It's not to see you talk about the news. No one comes there to see you talk about the news.
That you guys, like on my streams, like you guys are going to come through and I'm going to get some type of support for that. So I don't have to worry. Now, even if I didn't get the type of support that I did, I'm still going to do this. I'm still going to do it and I'll figure out something else. Like I'll do more videos. I'll take more side work. Like, I'll do something. I'll figure it out. I'm not going to start DSPing it,
My guy, you already have DSP'd it. You can't, just because you don't do it constantly throughout your live streams doesn't mean you don't do. The moment you have to beg people to go watch your video off of your live stream, you are begging. That is being a DSP.
I'm just sitting there begging the whole stream for stuff. So I'm not going to do that. So I'll figure it out, but I appreciate you guys coming through. Like I said, but I think at the same time, you still got to work at it, right? I still got to show up. I still got to make my thumbnails. I still got to make my streams. I still got to sit here and try to be entertaining and make
come on. The thumbnails aren't that damn hard. You recycle a lot of the thumbnails anyways.
Jokes and have fun. I don't have any ideas to bounce off of other people.
Like, no one comes to your live streams to hear you say jokes. The reason why people watch your live streams because they want to see you have a meltdown. They want to see you freak out on a troll. Come on.
I bounce it off of you guys. So I involve you guys. So I think it's fun in that way. But then again, some people hate this. Like I've talked to streamers behind the scene or content creators. They look at me and say, yo, OJ, I don't even know how you do what you do. Like, I'm not going to sit here and talk to people for 2 hours. Like, why the hell would I do that?
See, I don't know if I can sit. I honestly don't think I can do what he's doing where it's just talking. I need something to feed back and forth like that. But also, he generally has a good enough chat to where it's moving to where he can do that. And also, he loves to talk. He is a talk person. Okay? He's probably that person that loves to hear himself talk.
Trolling, people get annoying. There's a reason why guys like Nintendo and these
and this is why I sat here and reacted to it because he had to bring up Nintendo, and I think he's going to bring me up too.
These frauds, you know what I'm saying? Like these grifters. There's a reason why they don't stream like that. They don't stream like that because they're going to get absolutely obliterated on the stream. People are going to be crazy towards them, right?
No, I mean maybe Nintendo might, but I have a lot of people from your community that are constantly down in my damn comment sections. But when I go live every Monday morning, which they know barely anybody shows up. Davis used to show up around the clock. It wouldn't take much to start reacting to you, and Davis would show up. Action Hank would sometimes show up. But none of your community generally would show up, even though they got no problem coming down to my videos and commenting. But most of your community is nothing but keyboard warriors anyways.
Because there's people that say a lot of stuff, and you see how some people treat me too, right? So it's like, a lot of.
Well, you're talking about wanting to do a debate thing on Thursdays and everything. Let's see how many people actually show up.
Content creators, hell no, they don't want to talk to you guys. But I like doing this. I think it's fun. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I got no problem doing that. You know, I do live streams, so I don't know why you're sitting here trying to act like not some of us don't do it. I'm not the only one. Alex does it. Gara does it. Fratanga does it. Many of us sit here and do live streams. Does Nintendo? No, I don't think Nintendo does, or I don't think OmniArc does either. But there are many of us that do live streams also. Are you kidding me?
I think it's great. Now, I don't have as much trolling as maybe some of those other people would have, but you
Oh, we know that. Oh, we know Nintendo would have some major trolling. Same thing with OmniArc. All you do is go down their comment sections, and a lot of it is trolling.
You got to build the environment that you want. If you're a negative person, always talking about negative things, always making negative videos, you're going to attract a toxic, negative, spiteful, nasty, crusty ass audience. Like that's
Okay, you love to claim that you don't talk like that, but why do you have that? Now, not everybody in your audience is nasty, toxic. You got some good ones. Zoo from Flipping the Switch, he's a good one. He is a very good one. Same thing with Action Hank. You know, out of all the trolls, Action Hank is like one of my favorites. I haven't heard from him in a while, but he used to sit here and comment on my videos religiously. You have some good ones, don't get me wrong, but let's not pretend that your community is this excellent, upstanding community when it's not. Your community is full of toxic, hateful, spiteful individuals. For crying out loud, you fostered, not Nintendo, you fostered Nukem Nintendo, okay? You had someone like Nukem Nintendo come out of your community to be a content creator, and he's a known racist. He actually says racial slur in his video. And you don't even do anything about it. You don't ban him. But you'll sit here and ban people who just call you fanboy or criticize you, but you won't ban someone for saying a racial slur in their video. That one I find pretty damn suspicious if I do say so myself. But you claim that in your videos, oh, I don't do negativity. I talk about what I like, what makes me happy, what I'm positive and passionate about. Which is true, you actually do talk like that in most of your videos, but why is it that so many people in your community are toxic or spiteful, hateful people?
basically what you're going to attract. If that's the type of person that you are and you're creating videos like that constantly, that's who your audience is going to be. It's going to be the nastiest, edgiest, crustiest people.
I mean, that's what you have. The reason why Nintendo got so much hate was because of you. And you love to go on like, oh, well, he's too afraid to debate me. The thing is, you didn't do it the right way. Maybe if you would have reached out to him first, maybe he would have been willing to do it. But you sat here, attacked him, called him a liar, called him a grifter, called him a Nintendo hater, and your toxic audience ran over to him and just started bashing him, coming out of nowhere. And then you're like reaching out like, oh yeah, I try to be the bigger man. I try to reach out. That's not how you do things. Okay, you can't sit here and bash people and then expect them to want to debate and then call them cowards afterwards. We all saw what was going on. The only reason why you brought up his name was because you were cloud chasing. You have to talk about Nintendo. You know, and people want to say, oh, his chat gets him going and everything. Look, the reason why I started the video when I did was to add context. You saw no one brought up Nintendo. No one asked him for his opinion. He brought Nintendo all on his own. But people want to say, oh, well, the reason why he talks about Nintendo is because he gets brought up. Player Essence brings him up out of nowhere. There was no reason to bring him up right now.
You know, your content's going to mirror who you attract. You know, so for me,
yeah, that's not necessarily true. I don't think that my community is toxic. Have there been some bad apples? Absolutely. You can't sit here and create a community where you're not going to have a bad apple or two in there. And you're going to have to, you know, I've had to ban a couple of people because they were stepping out of line. They were attacking people, and I don't go for that stuff. When you start sending certain threats and talking about people's kids, no, I'll ban you for it.
I try to be more positive. Obviously, we talk about stuff that's bad if it's relevant or if it's needed, but we talk about stuff that we like a lot, you know, because I want to attract positive people. I don't want
your live streams don't attract positive people, my guy. Your live streams aren't positive. People don't go to your live streams for positivity. People go to your live streams because they want to see you freak out because it's entertaining.
Negative, spiteful, angry, crusty people here, you know?
You got Nukem Nintendo, who's a known racist, who says racial slurs in his video, which you do nothing about. You don't ban him. You keep him around because he strokes your ego. So don't sit here and say, oh, I don't have none of that when you clearly do. Same thing with limitless cards.
A lot of content creators hate their lives. A lot of them do. Honestly, like no cap, a lot of them do. That's why I say it's weird. Like when people say, oh, this person said this about you or this, I'm like, bro, I don't care.
Oh, he cares. He has an ego. He cares. If he does, he wouldn't be talking about it. He would just like, listen, I don't care.
Think about it for a second. If you hate someone or you dislike someone and you constantly having to talk with them for pennies of ad revenue? Or
I promise you it's not pennies. I make way more than pennies. I promise you that one.
just because you're that your demise or something like that, you're that full of hatred for someone to where you're going to sit there and constantly talk about, I wouldn't waste.
I am not hateful. I don't know why you think that I'm hateful, because I'm pretty certain he's talking about me. Because if we're being honest, who else is really reacting to him? I think I'm the only one that's actually reacting to him. So he has to be talking about me. But I promise you, my guy, I'm not hateful, and it's not pennies. I make way more than pennies on the dollar.
I would not waste my time and effort of watching that person's content, looking through it, having to react, having to edit, if I don't like them.
Do you act like do you understand this is not that much work? Reaction videos are actually very easy. Usually I get sent stuff. I don't generally have to go looking for it. I generally get sent stuff now. Now, when I was first reacting to you, yeah, I had to watch this stuff. But then people started watching your stuff. They found out about me, and they'll be like, oh, here. So he said something about you. He said this. Go check out this. And you give me the timestamp. I don't need to watch the whole thing. Sometimes I do to make sure I get the context and everything.
Pennies on ad revenue ain't that great. For pennies on YouTube, that seems like you hate your life or you hate your free time. Or
my guy, I promise you, I do not sit here and just make pennies. But even if I was just making pennies, the thing is, no matter what type of content you do, you're not going to make this top content, or you're not going to be making that top dollar. We just got a super chat from Vetbulls Exo, Player Essence, calling out toxic and negative content creators and says he wants to be positive is the pot calling the kettle black. Exactly. Okay, I will admit, in his regular videos, he is mostly generally positive. That is very true. But in his live streams, absolutely not. We all know why people go to his live streams. I'll even admit it. When he is throwing temper tantrums and freaking out like he did on that one troll, saying that he was related to his sister in a bad way and all that kind of crap, it was hilarious. I was laughing my ass off through it. It was entertaining. I give Player Essence one thing. His live streams are very entertaining if you watch it in 1.5 speed. Okay, if you watch it in normal speed, he's not really that entertaining. But to be honest, I don't really find anybody entertaining in 1 speed because it's just not how my mind works. I got to watch it in a faster speed.
you're wasting your life. I'm gonna spend my life and my time talking about stuff that I enjoy.
No, you don't. You talk about stuff that you have to talk about. Okay, you may enjoy Nintendo, but that's not your passion. Your passion is RPG. The reason why you don't like make dedicated videos to RPG or you have to hide it under a Nintendo type title is because you don't get no ad revenue for it. You're not getting the views off of the RPG stuff. The reason why you have to hyperfixate on Nintendo is because that's where your views are. Come on, there's been many times where you complained on your live streams that your videos were doing dookie and you sat there and said, you know what? I'm just not going to do a regular video on there because I don't get the views for it. I'm just going to keep it to the live stream, which is fine if that's what you want to do. But remember, they don't come to your live stream to hear you talk about gaming news. Come on, they all come to see you freak out. That's what it is.
Because that gives me joy. That's why I'm old, but I don't look like as old as I am. Because I'm not sitting here stressing out about video games, about hating people.
My guy, you had a mental breakdown, so don't act like you don't stress out.
About being angry, about calling people fanboy 24/7.
My guy, you get angry and call people grifters 24/7. What the hell are you talking about?
About blaming them for Switch 2, like just nonsense that you see some of these crusty, weirdo, no-face people do, right? Like it's just weird.
I'm pretty certain he's talking about me. You know, the reason why you want to bring up that I have no face is because you can't combat what I have to say with any type of facts or logic. You have to use these deflection tactics, try to discredit someone. Whether someone shows their face or not is irrelevant. It doesn't take away from what they're saying. If what they say is truthful and factual, it don't take away from it.
To me, I'm not going to waste my time being so spiteful and angry. I'm going to spend a lot of my time talking to you guys, people that I like, talking, you know.
My God, you are so spiteful whenever you talk about Nintendo. And Nintendo doesn't even do anything to bring you to actually attack him or anything. He doesn't fanboy. He's not like going against consumers and shit like that.
I'll talk about stuff that I like because that gives me happiness and joy. Like we don't live long enough to be sitting here being spiteful and angry for years, for months. That just makes no sense to me. You know, every now and then, obviously, if there's an issue, bring it up. That's fine. But most of the time, it's going to be stuff that I like, stuff that I'm not going to waste my time talking about stuff that I don't like. That makes no sense.
My God, they're going to bring up every single live stream. They're going to bring up something. You already know. You can sit here and keep acting like, oh, I want to talk about stuff that I like. My guy, if that was the case, you would be talking about PlayStation stuff. They even asked you before in one of your live stream, hey, how come you don't talk about PlayStation? You said you would love to talk about PlayStation, but the reason why you don't is because you don't get views on it. You've exposed yourself that you can keep saying all day long that I do stuff that on what I like. I do stuff what I want, what I'm passionate about. We all know that's false. We all know that your true passion is RPG. You may enjoy Nintendo, but that's not your true passion. We all know it's RPG stuff.
Why am I going to do that? I mean, sure, you can make a lot of some people can make a lot of ad revenue doing that, but you probably hate your life.
You can make a lot of ad revenue damage controlling. Or does that mean you hate your life because you do it?
Like I said, you're probably going to end up hating everything. You're going to end up being spiteful and angry. Trust me, I've tried it before. It's not good. I've tried to do that before. I did that 10 plus years ago, you know, and I ended up just being an angry person. It was bad. I didn't like.
The thing is, I'm not even angry, but I guarantee you I know why he doesn't like it. It's the same reason why he likes to talk bad about PCs, because he couldn't make no money on PC. He probably couldn't make no money either when it came to doing this type of content. But the thing is, he on Player Essence he can't emotionally handle being a regular content creator. Okay, he can't even take criticism when it comes to doing this positive. Now, when you do the type of content what I'm doing right now, you get a lot of hate from it, but we don't complain about it because we bring it on ourselves. You can't do this type of content and then complain about it. He does not have the mental capability to be able to handle that level of criticism. He can't even handle the criticism he gets right now. Doing this type of content is way worse. You're going to get way worse criticism.
Like myself. So, yeah. Rather watch or hear someone that actually likes what they are they're talking about. Let's see here. Then someone fake hating something for views. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not gonna sit here if somebody hates Pokemon Legends ZA, right? I'm not gonna sit there and watch a 40-minute video of them being angry. That's stupid. Okay.
I'm pretty certain he's talking about Lord Fragmire. That's one he's probably talking about now, because I know that he did a long video on it. It's called being honest. It's called giving a fair review. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be giving a non-biased, fair review. If you're going to be a Nintendo content creator like you want to, you can't just talk about the positive. You also have to talk about the negative.
You don't like it. Like, that's just a waste of my time. Now, some people, once again, like watching stuff like that, but I'm not going to sit here and watch, like, I don't really watch, like, worst video game lists and stuff. Like, I don't watch all that.
I watch worst video game lists so I can know to avoid them. But the reason why that you don't want to make a worst video game list, because you know that a lot of those Nintendo games would have been on there.
I know some people love that. Some people love watching worst video game lists, bad this, everything's terrible. Like, some people like watching that. But for me, in my hobby is video games. That's my hobby. In my hobby, I want to be happy. I want to hear stuff that's good. I don't want to.
Congratulations. But the views, they don't happen for you being happy. That's why you make more money on your live streams. And it's not because you're happy. Okay, trust me, we would all love to be happy all the time. Okay, I enjoy playing video games. I'm happy, but I also love being honest. That's the thing you lack. You lack honesty. You lack integrity.
I mean, I don't mind watching some negative things, but I'm not going to make that my whole mission, to watch that type of stuff. So yeah. There's more, there's starting to be more overlap though. I've seen more conservative grifters make clickbait Nintendo vids. They were anti-Disney crowd. Now the grifters dried up. I mean, yeah, that's where they're going with the money.
I mean, that one actually kind of is true. I'm not meaning to get into the whole political thing, but that is true. I don't know why I should have edited that part out. Sorry, guys.
Money is Wyatt. So the money is in being angry against Nintendo, being like right now, that's where a lot of the money is. So you're going to see people.
He has literally moved the goalpost so many times since I started doing this type of content. He's like, oh, it's popular to be negative. That's how you get your money. Oh, it's popular to be a Nintendo hater. Oh, it's popular to be a grifter so you can lie. He constantly moves the goalpost back and forth. This is nothing but a deflection tactic. The reason why his long videos don't get as much is because they're just not that good. Just like the great Nintendine said, you can't get mad at him because he's getting more views. It probably means your videos just aren't that good.
go towards that. It's like a career, right? You're going to see a lot of people that want to become, you know, an NFL player. Well, why do you want to become an NFL player? Well, because you can make a lot of money. So that's why you want to become. So you see a lot of people playing American football, at least here in the U.S.
Is that why you decided to be an influencer or a content creator or a streamer? So you can make a lot of money?
So a lot of people playing American
So then you're no different than the rest of us.
football. You see a lot of people playing basketball. A lot of people play basketball because you can make a lot of money. So they go where the money is. You're going to go where the money is. The thing about me is that, like I said, when I started doing this, there was no money.
When I started doing this, there was no money. When Nintendo started doing this, there was no money. When OmniArc started doing this, there was no money. Hey, anybody in the chat that makes content, if you're monetized now making money, when you first started, was there any money in it for you to make?
I never felt like I was going to make anything. I do this because I love doing this. It's just a byproduct. Like I said, I tripped, fell, and stumbled into it. I'd be doing this regardless. Whether I make it or not, it don't matter to me. I'm always going to do this. I didn't switch up my style, switch up my flow, switch up my thought process, or switch up anything. Have I been wrong on things? Sure. But I've been doing what I've been doing for 20 years.
Oh, bullshit. You switched up. You were generally doing more RPG stuff, but you had to focus on Nintendo because that's where the views were. Stop the cap.
Before you guys even knew who I was, I've been doing exactly this. Sitting down, talking to my homies, talking about this.
Awesome. Nobody really cares what you were doing before YouTube. And it's not like we can combat that. We don't know if what you're saying is true. This doesn't prove anything.
Video games. I've been doing this for forever. I've been doing this for not 20 years. I've been doing this for 40 years, 30 something. I've been doing this with my brother.
30, 40. Come on, man. How old are you? Are you going to sit here and say, then that means we all have been doing this. Okay. Ever since I can remember, I played video games and I've talked video games with people. That means I've been doing this also for like 30 something years or 36 years. Cause that's how old I am. All of us that have been doing this, we didn't all of a sudden started playing video games recently.
When we were little, sitting down, talking about video games, playing video games, discussing video. I've been doing this my whole life. A lot of these people haven't been grifters the whole life. They became grifters because it got them money. They changed.
That's why you're constantly going on PC. You're trying to get more views. You're trying to get rage bait people into coming at you. That's why he's not freaking out about us making content on him, because he benefits from it. He gets views. You know, like I said before, you're welcome. I'm helping you pay your rent. You're welcome, man.
Not me. I've been doing this for forever. So that's the difference between somebody who's a real one and somebody who's fake.
My guy, we know you're not a real one. You're not that guy, no matter how hard you try to be.
We already know what they're doing. We know why they're doing it. Why? Like, that's just how it is. And that's okay. They're allowed to do that. You're allowed to pursue whatever career you want to pursue. A lot of people pursue certain things because it makes them money. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that.
There's only one person here on YouTube that I know that does not want to make money, and that's Zoo. Everybody here that uploads videos, we all want to get money. We all want to get paid. But guess what? Unlike you, I don't have to sit here and be fake to do it. I am open and honest.
I wanted to be a football player because I love football, and because, yeah, you can make a lot of money being a football player. That didn't happen, so I did something else, plain and simple. But that's what people do. People go where they think there's going to be money. The thing about it that gets me, though, is that when people try to act like they're doing this for good reasons, they're not. They're not doing this because they have some type of, they want to change.
You got no facts to back that up. That's the thing. You keep making these claims, but it's like, prove it.
Nintendo, or they think they're doing this because they're going to make money, and they're grifting and they're getting views.
I was doing this before I was even making money.
That's why they're doing this. Because if that's what you wanted, then you should have been doing this for a long time.
How do you know that we weren't talking about this before? Okay, how do you know what I was talking about with other people before I decided to do YouTube?
Why'd you just start doing this now? It's not like, oh, I've had enough, bro. It's been like this.
No, I started doing YouTube because I decided to start doing YouTube. My wife actually pushed me into doing YouTube.
It's been like this for a hot minute. You should have been doing this then. You should have been doing this for a long time. And not just with Nintendo. You should have been doing it with lots of other stuff. Why you wait till now?
Because it's the most egregious now. It's worse than it's ever been.
Oh, because the money's good. The ad revenue and the views are good now with that. So no.
Again, I didn't make ad revenue when I first started doing this. So try again.
I don't. You can't convince me that people that all of a sudden just started grifting, talking about, oh, I've had it. It's the cut the cap. Cut the cap.
You can make these claims. You got no proof to back it up. Okay. I have always felt this way. But once Nintendo did the most egregious stuff, then yeah, I started fixating on calling Nintendo out. I also called PlayStation out. I started calling Steam out because Steam finally did something that was wrong.
Should have been doing this. You've been an adult for a while. You should have been, unless you were a baby or a kid, you should have been doing this. You should have been like Sammy, classic Sonic fan or whatever, sitting there pouting in your room. So no, I don't.
When you're a kid, you don't know about this kind of stuff. You don't even know what the value of money is.
No, I don't believe this. Oh, well, I just had enough. And no, that's the reason why. Man, stop the cap. We know what you're doing and why you're doing it. You can't fool me. That's why they.
All this is deflection. See, this is a way for him, because what he's trying to do is he's trying to discredit us instead of actually combating what we're saying. If you actually combat with what we say, that actually goes further along. Combat what we actually have to say. Stop doing these like deflections so you can run and hide.
Don't want to debate. You can't fool me. You can fool these other gullible morons that watch your videos. You can fool them, but you can't fool me. I know why you're doing what you're doing. I'm in it. I know. I tried it 10 years ago, 12 years ago.
So what, 10, 12 years ago, did you do it because you were grifting? You're saying that we're grifting, so did you do it back then? But you know what? He's going to move the goalposts like he always does.
No. About 13 years ago, I tried it.
No one cares.
I hated myself. Damn near had a nervous breakdown.
I mean, you did say you had a mental breakdown before. I mean, probably it's because you can't handle the criticism. You're just not mentally strong. You have very weak skin. You're not a tough person. I don't even understand how you've been doing YouTube for this damn long.
Wanted to maybe... Bro, I had thoughts of me going... That's how bad it was.
I mean, just because you're a weak person doesn't mean the rest of us are. Okay, and I'm not sitting here trying to attack this because I'm not taking light of this or anything, but you're the one that's sitting here doing all this, okay? This is pathetic. You're sitting here, there's no reason to even be talking about this.
Bro, I said, this is trash. I got to get out. It's not me. I tried it. Doesn't work.
It does work. What are you talking about? There have been people that have been doing this for years calling this shit out.
If Glaze Nintendo becomes popular, they'll become Nintendo's greatest defenders. That's what I'm saying. I guarantee you.
It already is popular. There are many Nintendo YouTubers that have no problem getting views. The reason why that people like Player Essence and other people that can't get the views is because Player Essence and many others damaged the Nintendo community and then didn't even try to rectify it. Player Essence ran away and hid like a coward instead of facing it.
If the views dried up, if the money went away and the views dried up, they would not be talking about like this. That's what I'm saying.
That's not true. I might talk about other stuff, but everything I have to say is my honest opinion. It doesn't change anything. Just because we sit here and do stuff to get views doesn't take away from what we're saying is what we believe. You do things. The content you do is to try to get views. When you're damage controlling for Nintendo, you do it to get views also because you know that's what works for you.
My challenge to them is unmonetize the vids. You can't even say that with me because I've been like this for a hot minute.
No, you can. Unmonetize your vids. Turn off the super chats. Okay, I was doing this before I got paid. I just recently started making money. Okay, I started this channel like maybe a few days. No, actually, I don't even think it's been a full year yet. Yeah, I haven't even been doing this channel for a full year. Okay, and for the first 6 months, I didn't get paid at all. I did it all for free.
For a long time, I've been doing what I've been doing, whether there's views or not. I was doing this in the Wii U era. There was no views in the Wii U.
That's everybody who starts a YouTube channel. When you first start it, you don't get paid. Okay, well, ever since they implemented that you have to meet certain requirements. Okay, when you first started, I think you got paid right off the bat. It probably wasn't much, but you still got paid.
Wii U era. I was still talking the way I'm talking, doing what I'm. There was no money in the Wii U era. There was more money in being negative in the Wii U era. There was no money saying anything positive about the Wii U back then, for the most part.
There was no reason to. That's the thing. The Wii U was not a good thing. It just is what it is.
So, unless you were at Game Explain, but they were doing analysis. That was the meta back then, is analysis and breakdowns and closer looks, magnifying glasses on thumbnails. That was the meta back then. So they were very good at that, so they blew up. But like, people could have done that back then. They could have become a grifter, hardcore grifter in the Wii U era.
A lot of us didn't have YouTube channels back then. A lot of us weren't YouTubers back then like you were.
Should have been way more of that then. Where were these people then? There
was less people at that time. There were less YouTubers at that time. That's the most biggest false comparison ever.
So, and even some of the issues Switch 2 has. Switch 1 had those issues and then some. Where were you at then? Where were you at then? You want to talk about prices? People were complaining about prices too. People were talking about price too.
I mean, I was working, I think. Yeah, I think I was working. Yeah, I was working during the Wii U time. I didn't even know the Wii U was a new console.
Back then. It's not like this stuff was like freaking GameCube prices. It's not like we had player's choice all over the place.
Didn't you have Nintendo Selects during the Wii U era?
It's not like there was discounts everywhere for Switch 1. So, a lot of these people are fake. They're doing it now because they know they can make money off of it. And it's become a
I mean, trying to sit here and say that we're fake because we didn't have a YouTube channel back during the Wii U era is the dumbest thing ever.
It's become meta. It's become something that they can be profitable off of. And the people that are doing it and still aren't profitable, a lot of those people are just stupid, to be honest. A lot of people are just dumb. You're just killing your mental health and you're just being negative for no reason, for pennies.
I mean, I'm not killing my mental health. I know he's directing this at me. Trust me, I make more than pennies. I promise you I am making well more than pennies. Okay? Every month I get sent a check from YouTube. And you have to get over $100. So trust me, I make more than pennies.
You're just an idiot, but
the only ones I would say I make pennies on is maybe the songs that I produce, and that's it.
But we know why most people are doing what they're doing,
No, you don't know. You just keep using that as a deflection tactic because you don't want to face the criticism. Well, that is it for the Player Essence one. The next one I believe is it's Dreamcast Guy. For some reason I thought it was going to be Nukem. But nope, it is Dreamcast Guy. But let's get into some of the super chat. Let's get into some of the super chats. I did not mean to do that. Okay, or not the super chats, I'm sorry. Let's get into the chats. Alrighty. Dookie Nintendo speaks in a nothing but racial slurs. Exactly. Well, I wouldn't, he doesn't always. I know he did it one time, but Alex does, and those are fun. Can you tell me what he does there, Chaos Rezio? I can't go all the way back because there's just been too many. Player Essence, please stop. You're making me laugh. Exactly. Oh no, it's Alex. Streams are fun. Exactly. I mean, even though the thing is, we're willing to admit it. Player Essence isn't willing to, and he'll just move the goalpost the whole damn time. He keeps saying, stressing out on video games and being angry, yet these people are calling out the problem and being honest while he doesn't do it. Exactly. Like he knows the people are doing the right thing. Oh, exactly. The thing is, he knows that he screwed up. He knew that if he would have grown a spine and actually stood up, he would be doing a lot better right now. That's why the rest of us are doing fine. My channel's doing fine no matter how much. He tries to make it seem like I'm getting pennies. Like I said, I'm getting more than pennies. Rent is due, but he don't play video games. I mean, I've seen him play it a couple of times, but I don't see him play very often. Honestly, Player Essence, if you don't like or don't want the heat, then stay out of what causes it, my guy. Because the more you're around it, the more you're going to be roasted and called out. Exactly. If he would just keep his mouth shut, if he would only do his news videos and stuff, people wouldn't react to him. The biggest problem he did was he did that video talking about selling the Steam Deck. And when I first watched that video, I didn't understand why so many people freaked out. But the more I watched his live streams, the more I understood why. Yeah, Player Essence, it's your hobby, but your hobby has problems that people are calling out the problems that the gaming industry and being honest. Exactly. The thing is, he was first complaining about us, reacting to other content creators. And he kept saying, hey, if you have a problem, with the company, go after the company. Don't come after the content creator. I got nothing to do with it. So then we started doing it. Look at what Nintendo did. Nintendo never went after content creators. He went after, the company. And then he got all triggered because they were going after the company. And he's only like that because he's getting more views. He only brings up Nintendo or Omniarch because of how many views they were getting. He was clout chasing on their good names. If I was monetized, more than likely, I'd look like I'm just doing it for fun and not to make money. Exactly. Sitting on your butt and glazing Nintendo is all you ever did. Exactly. No, this is a solid salt mining. Thank you. Player Essence admit he's around his 50s. He keeps going back and forth. First he said he's in his 50s, then he's like, oh no, I'm actually not. I'm in like my late 30s. He keeps going back and forth. Just give it up, because all that he will remember from your channel is how much glazing and wiener sucking you did for Daddy Nintendo. Just stop. Quit and get a real job like flipping burgers. Enjoy the views that people are giving you and appreciate what you have, Player Essence. Exactly. The reason why he doesn't freak out like he was before about like me, especially reacting to his stuff, because he benefits from it. He knows that I'm helping him pay his rent. He won't thank me for it, which he doesn't have to. Player Essence, guess what? Who the F cares, my guy, especially with the fact that you're sad, sappy owner of a dying channel, my dude. Like, come on, Player Essence. Yeah, he wants to act like, and other people want to act like, oh, well, he has 129,000 subscribers. That subscriber count don't mean shit. When you have 129,000 subscribers and you're begging for people to go watch your videos, that don't mean shit. Morning, be blessed for the new year. Exactly. Morning there, Sean Smith. Angry, you're honest and transparent. Thank you. I always try to be, and I am grateful for that. You are very welcome. Good morning there, Dragon Knight Dragonborn. Here's a little bit of homework for you, Player Essence. Look up what grifter and grifting actually means and stop incorrectly using them like a complete idiot. Oh yeah, don't worry. I'll get into that and either the next video or the video after that with Player Essence, because we got two more. Player Essence talking about himself. Exactly. Good. Exactly. Oh yeah, but then Biffle Sex would have said exactly also. I literally have a character who deflects all the things they call others are basically talking about themselves. Exactly. The level of projection from Player Essence is staggering to behold. Exactly, Geezer Noob. Because they are hypocrites. They are. I know this kind of thing because I'm self-aware of thus deflections, because I'm a hypocrite, but I change my ways. Exactly. I stop projecting myself onto others. Exactly. Retro Fusion, the Wii U era, is when he was being negative if you add the years up to when he said he was being negative. Can you re-elaborate there, Retro Fusion? What do you mean? How long was he actually being negative? Because I know he was being negative towards Nintendo Prime for a while. As a kid, watched one of the best gaming YouTubes on YouTube Wait, what? As a kid, watched one of the best gaming YouTubes on YouTube almost, I'm not going to repeat that, behind the scenes and quit. I really loved their content and only found out about it after I got older. Okay, well, Metal Gaming Dojo, I'm sorry, I can't repeat that stuff. YouTube don't like those words, so I'm sorry, man. I was a YouTube at 2016, so this channel been around since the Wii U era. Wait. Oh, okay, yep. I haven't been around since the Wii U era, like on YouTube. I was in high school when the Wii came out. I was an adult. Oh, we got Blast. Hey there, Blast. Good morning there, Crystal. But I never thought getting a Wii U, to me, I didn't know. I didn't know that it was a new console. When you look at it, I mean, honestly, you easily could confuse it for an accessory. He said he was being negative 10 to 13 years ago, and that was the Wii U days. Yeah, it's like, he does sit here and say that. I'm not going to go all the way back and watch his content from that long ago, but I do know up to like a year or two ago, he was, I've had many people come down and comment saying he was going after Nintendo Prime. So, he was being negative more recently. I'm surprised nobody made a compilation of Dreamcast guys saying Xbox is dead. Oh, maybe that'll come on next. All righty. Let's get into good old Dreamcast guy.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here. Today I want to
No
weigh
one
in
cares.
on a topic that it feels like the internet is really picking apart and debating the idea of the
really?
death of the console wars. Because historically, console wars have been
Console wars have died for a long damn time, my guy. Those things are not around. Nobody really cares. And now it's just the plastic wars.
major motivator to a lot of innovation, to a lot of price drops, to a lot of crazy cool exclusives. I mean, especially if you think back just a couple generations to something like, I don't know, something like the 6th generation, when we first saw that rise of the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, really.
Yeah, that was for a lot of us, that was the peak. For the console war was during the 6th generation. A lot of us were too young to remember the Sega and Nintendo one.
Just that first push into HD graphics, or even before that, Dreamcast versus GameCube versus Xbox versus.
My God, there was no console war between Dreamcast versus the rest of them. Are you kidding me? Dreamcast did not even stand a chance.
PlayStation 2, which debatably had some of the best RPGs ever made, on top of some of the first real.
I do agree with the PS2. The PS2 did have some amazing RPGs. I mean, the PS1 also has some good ones.
Real online shooters and stuff. I don't know. I'm thinking about it today because a lot of people are saying that the console wars are done.
Retrofusion, I would not say that the Nintendo won. If anything, PC's winning.
That PlayStation has completely dominated, or that Nintendo Switch 2 is about to completely take over the market, or that Xbox at this point is now just a brand that even third party is.
If anything, I do not see Switch 2 taking over. Let's say that the PlayStation falls. I do not see a lot of PlayStation people going over to Nintendo. I think they would go to PC if anything.
Surprisingly powerful. But I wanted to talk about it today because upon reflection, I kind of feel like the console wars are over, but I feel like only the gamers are losing. Let me explain. Hi.
They have been over for a long damn time, my guy. It's the plastic war now. It is the platform war.
I hope you're having a great day. And if
Retrofusion, I don't know why you said that. You know, there's a lot of PC people in the chat right now.
you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I wanted to begin with just a lot of these different articles and stuff I've seen popping up saying that the 2025 is the year that the console war ended. And a lot of that comes down to the fact
No, if anything, it ended a long damn time ago. Are you kidding me?
that now that Xbox has gone completely third party. Now, I am one of the first YouTubers that basically called this. A couple of years ago, I very much said that Xbox has no off-ramp. Xbox cannot just continue to hope that consoles start selling. I basically called it years ago.
They don't need to. They went full third party, so it doesn't matter. And now they've raised the prices of the console to the point where they're making a profit. There's no way that they're taking a loss on those consoles now.
Saying that, look, Xbox has to put more and more games on PlayStation specifically. The PS5.
Yes, because they make more money. And PlayStation's probably going to have to do that. Well, they got like 2 or 3 right now that aren't on PC or any other platforms at the moment. Well, maybe not platforms, but they're not on PC at the moment.
Is way more out there. It's way higher selling. It has a way more dedicated fan base that's used to buying games. Xbox really put themselves into a hole. But a lot of people felt like, specifically this year, seeing Gears of War go to PlayStation, that was completely wild. I mean, I bought it and played a bunch of this online, but even the fact that now the
I will eventually get it. I haven't gotten to it yet. Even with the Halo, I mean, I may get into it. I don't know if I really care about getting a Halo remake, but some people are happy about it.
next Halo, the remake of Halo 1, that being on the PlayStation 5, I mean, people are putting cuck memes all over the place. It just shows.
That one's actually kind of funny. I'll give them that one. Sometimes the Sony pony in me from years ago wants to come back. I, unfortunately, was a Sony pony at one time. Not no more.
That Games Pass was not sustainable. And I do think that in a lot of
I mean, no, it was sustainable. That's why they're still doing it. If it wasn't sustainable, they would have done away with it the whole damn time.
ways, the difference in tactics is part of the reason I feel like the console wars has been such a messy circumstance with this generation, right? Whereas PlayStation has really kind of doubled down on just being the best place to play, but not necessarily those big exclusives. I mean, historically,
yes, when you look at the price point right now, the PS5 is the best place to play if you want to get the modern AAA games. That's just a fact.
what's really kind of sold
It used to be PC because the Steam Deck used to be the cheapest option. It ain't no more.
especially stuff like the Nintendo Switch and stuff like the PlayStation 4, was crazy exclusives, right? Here's Horizon Zero Dawn. Here's Breath of the Wild.
I mean, only you guys really care about the exclusive, and that's just because it can fuel your console war in your mind. I will admit, exclusives do sell consoles, but the companies would make far more money if they went full third party. Okay? It doesn't matter. I don't care about a piece of plastic. I don't care where I have to play them. All I do is care if I want to play the game or not.
Those things that instantly you look at it and go, yes, I want to play that. I want to buy a system to play that. Whereas this gen, PlayStation's strategy has very clearly just been sit back and let everybody else put out games. All right, we have the PlayStation.
Yeah, and they had, and at the time, even though $500 is still a lot of money to play the modern AAA games, it is still an actual cheap option. Now it is the actual cheapest option.
5, we got the PlayStation 5 Pro. We're the best place to play. Whether it is first party, third party, you're going to buy our system. It's where everybody is gaming. It's where all the online stuff is at. You got to come to our playhouse. And it's interesting that that strategy has worked surprisingly well, at least to my point of view. Whereas there was this very controversial.
My God, the console war has been over. I don't know why. See, we all know why you keep doing these videos, but I will give Dreamcast Guy one thing. Dreamcast Guy, at least he owns it. You know, he knows that he's a grifter. He knows that he'll sit here and get hate for it, and he don't care. He is unapologetically himself. So I have to give him credit where credit is due.
Put up by GameSpot. Technically, it's getting downvote bombed into a crater, but their conclusion is that Nintendo won the console war. And their thought is that Nintendo is the only company at this point that still has exclusives. I mean, it's pretty much undeniable. Every game.
Yeah, you know, people with Nintendo, they could feel like they won the console war. No one really cares. No one gives two shits about this stupid damn war that you guys want to keep on going. It was fun when I was a kid. Guess what? I've grown up. I'm an adult now. The only time you hear these influencers really caring about a damn console war or plastic war, whatever you want to fucking call it, is because it benefits them. Like Dreamcast Guy knows if PlayStation went down, he would be screwed. Well, he would actually probably survive. But, you know, someone like Player Essence, for instance, he knows that if exclusives went away for Nintendo, he would be screwed. He only makes money when it comes to Nintendo. If Nintendo went away, he wouldn't make the money.
Even if you absolutely love your PlayStation, a lot of those games go to PC. There's already leaks about Ghost of Yotei, which was one of my favorite games of last year. Ghost of Yotei.
Of course, it was one of your favorite games. But we know, you know what? That PlayStation gamer says that it's a good game. But, you know, that PlayStation gamer, if you're watching this, you said you're excited for that new Naughty Dog game. I don't know how much I trust your opinion now.
Looks incredible in the PS5 Pro, and you know what? It's going to look way better on a PC. Obviously, PC graphics scale infinitely higher, right? That's already known to be coming to PC. So a lot of people are saying that really the final console, in a way, is the Nintendo Switch. But that's kind of funny because in a lot of ways, the Nintendo Switch 2 sales, I still feel like have not been as high as Nintendo wanted. In fact, this is the...
I mean, probably not. They pushed it to the projection of 19 million. You know, I could hit 19 million. You know, we'll have to wait and find out. But I don't see it continuing on. I cannot this is for the month of November. So 531,000. Oh, Player Essence. You got Dreamcast guys sitting here talking about the November sales. You were calling us out for it. Why aren't you calling him out for it?
Black Friday sales and a lot of the holiday sales. It's kind of odd. The Nintendo Switch 2 ended up really coming in, well, like, according to this one especially, this is during November. During the Black Friday sale, you can see that Nintendo Switch 2 got outsold by the PS5 almost 2-1 worldwide. Now, that's just
yeah, very true. You know, unfortunately, the Switch 2 did not do that well.
According to public data, it could be off. Obviously, the PlayStation 5 outsold them 16-1. Pretty funny, but my point is the fact that...
Wait, 16-1? PlayStation 5 in year 5 outsold Nintendo Switch 2, brand new console, Nintendo Switch, Switch OLED, and Switch Lite, and Xbox Series X and S by 1.2 million globally. A ratio of 16.1 global. Okay, that's against Xbox. Never mind. I thought he was saying 16.1 against Nintendo. I'm like, really? That don't seem right. But yeah, the Xbox, and don't surprise me, is too damn expensive.
PlayStation.
But the thing is, all those systems that sold for Xbox, they made a profit on. They didn't lose money. Okay, Xbox doesn't need to sell the hardware. Xbox is a lot like PC now, where they don't have to sell the hardware in order to sell their software, since they are full third party. PlayStation, they haven't moved all their games over to full third party yet. So they still have to sell the hardware for the software. Same thing with Nintendo.
Is clearly trying to do a different tactic. They're trying to almost be the normie device. Oh, you want to play Call of Duty, you want to play Minecraft, you want to play anything, right? You have to come to PlayStation. Whereas I almost feel like Nintendo is very much, I almost feel like narrowing their focus a bit. Hey, do you want the best portable device of all time? Do you want to have stuff that, yes, is...
I wouldn't really say it's the best portable device of all time. I haven't played the mini PC handhelds, whatever you want to call them. I haven't played any of those, but I keep hearing good things about them, even though I still think they're too damn expensive.
More expensive. Yes, we have $80 games and $100 controllers, but hey, our $500 system is a tablet that can play crazy third-party, first-party stuff with AAA.
I mean, it still remains to be seen if they can fully play the third-party games here. They haven't gotten too many day and date. Remember, Borderlands 4 got pushed out.
Graphics on the go. And I do think that is going to do good in the long run, but I still feel like trying to just say that Nintendo won immediately is a bit funny. Nintendo always wins, not even close. They have the Wii U and then the Switch 2. A lot of people are basically like, hardcore pony fanboys won't like to hear that.
I mean, that's very true. They definitely cannot handle that. That laughing is you coping.
I love that. But I almost think that, to me, we all have to admit the fact that Xbox obviously is just out. At this point, the console war is purely just PlayStation versus Nintendo.
I mean, you could say that they're out, but the thing is, they sell the systems for a profit. So it's not like they're losing. So with them having low sales, isn't the same for Nintendo and PlayStation having low sales.
Xbox is gone. Comfortably the worst year. Sales down by nearly 40%. Now keep in mind, the year before that, sales...
Wait, I thought that the 40% was for PS5. I think you might have gotten some wrong news there.
Were down 28%. The year before that, the sales were down about 14%. So literally, almost every single year, they're doubling their losses. Xbox is selling worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Multiple Xbox podcasts now, like even this one.
I didn't even know there were still Xbox podcasts. This is news to me. Wow, we got something new to see.
They're talking about the fact that we're on Xbox era. The era of Xbox hardware is truly over. They're just...
I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be debating that.
Not going to go hard on consoles ever again. And to me, it almost signifies what I feel like is about to be the next real war. I think that this is no longer just about having those cool, flashy games. I almost feel like the real war we're about to have is about who can have the cheapest system.
Surprisingly, I actually do agree with them. Like some people think that consoles are going to go away and it's going to be all PC. The thing is, I do think a console, whether it's a, PC console hybrid type thing, whatever you want to call it, I think that there will always be an option over a full blown PC rig, dependent on the price. If they can make one that is significantly cheaper than what it would cost you to build a PC, then I do think that it will stay around.
Now, hear me out on this. I think PlayStation has fantastic games, first party or third party. I feel like PlayStation, especially their couple first party games, have been, in my opinion, damn near perfect. God of War Ragnarok, I could play that for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. I love God of War Ragnarok and God of War 2018 and Spider-Man 2. Love them.
I agree. I like God of War Ragnarok. I actually did like Spider-Man 2. Love Spider-Man 2018.
Those games.
Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, that was another good one. Astrobot.
But let's face it, they didn't sell incredibly great, right? They sold decent. They definitely made their money back, but they weren't like crazy high sellers the way that Nintendo Switch exclusives.
No, but many of them were expensive. They sold Ratchet and Clank at $70 and wasn't even worth it. Didn't have enough content for it.
A lot of Nintendo Switch games sell like 30 to 50 million copies. Some of the sales on Nintendo Switch games, I mean, they boggle the mind. They're literally some of the highest selling games of all time. Stuff like Mario Kart.
Well, what do you expect? They used to be the cheaper options.
Kart 8 Deluxe sold something crazy like 70 million.
You do understand that most of those copies were given away for free, right? You understand that, right, Dreamcast guy? When it came to their holiday bundle, they literally gave the game away for free.
copies. I mean, Nintendo Switch sales, and I do think part of it is that they are exclusives, just truly do not make sense.
No, I think that a lot has to do with that. They do have some very good exclusives. But when you look at a platform, when you see so many people buying into it, when that one was at a very reasonable price for $300, you're going to sit here and see a lot of people are going to go buy those first party games, because then there would have been no point in buying the system. You would have missed out. There wasn't a whole lot of third party AAA support.
But my point of view is that what really is about to hurt everybody is the fact that right now, whoever is going to win the rest of this generation is the person that is able to figure out how to stay ahead of this. There have been
Yeah, I actually agree. I hope that Steam is going to be the one to do it. I really hope when they really release that Steam machine, I hope they do it at a very good, reasonable, competitive price.
insane price jumps like crazy on the PC side of things. Used to, gaming for a long time, I would say for almost a decade now, console gaming for a lot of people has been a gateway drug into PC gaming. You know, you get addicted to playing stuff because on consoles, undeniably, a lot of the reason I like console.
I don't know if it's really a gateway drug, but most people do get into console game before they get into PC gaming, because console's just cheaper. That's how it was for a lot of us growing up.
Is they're just so easy, right? You pick up the controller,
That
it
too.
auto updates, it auto does everything. You put the disc in, it does everything. It installs it, it runs. You don't have to do any back end stuff. It just literally automatically works. And I like that, right? PC, though, is close to that good. I think PC has a little bit more like messing with graphics options and sometimes messing with like DLSS, or sometimes your online isn't working exactly as seamlessly as a console.
From what I've told, when it comes to the PC, you can set it for auto updates also. I'm pretty certain my laptop auto updates itself.
But undeniably, if you get used to PC gaming, it's a lot higher skill ceiling, a lot higher graphics ceiling. So I know a lot of people went from console gaming
So you're talking about a skill issue then. Gotcha.
to PC gaming, and now this just isn't possible. There have been talks about the fact that now a mid-range PC or a decent PC at this point now is $7,000.
$7,000. I can't believe that the very PC I plan on building this year would now cost me around $7,000. Please tell me it does not cost $7,000 to build a PC. Someone please tell me that this is like bullshit. I do not see $7,000. Come on here.
This guy's talking about the fact that, look, I just can't justify ever dropping that much on a computer.
I don't see anybody that could justify $7,000 on a damn thing. Come on here. That's ridiculous.
I'm just going to have to deal with what I have right now for a couple more years. This is a very, very common circumstance.
Hey, I've already sat here and said, if you're set up right now, whether you have a console, PC, whatever, if they could play modern AAA games right now, I would not recommend to upgrade. It's too damn expensive.
A $7,000 PC is unforgivably expensive, right? Even if you don't like the price of like a PlayStation 5 Pro, if you get all the bells and whistles, tax included, shipped to your house, right now PS5 Pro is like $800. And the thing is, a PlayStation 5 Pro looks pretty dang good. It doesn't look as
Still overpriced.
good as a $7,000 PC, but a lot of people used to, if they really
Is this like $7,000 PC? Is this like the top of the line you can get here? I mean, is there gold in it?
really good PC costs you $2,500, it's easier to go, okay, I'm sort of future
From what I heard, you can build a good PC for less than $1,200.
proofing. I'm roughly getting the power of a PlayStation 6 right now for the price of like 2 PlayStation 5 Pros. But this, 8 times the cost, that's way, way, way too much. And my fear is that there's this thought about the fact that premium gamer experiences. My fear is the fact that these companies are going to start jacking up the prices of everything.
And if they do it, I will be blasting them all. I am not afraid to blast anything.
More and more and more to figure out what the actual limit is. I feel like so many of these companies now, Sony especially, Nintendo especially, they're really trying to just figure out, okay, how much can we turn up before you quit? How expensive can we make a video
Oh, and Nintendo has already reached that limit.
game before you stop buying it? Can we get you to pay $100, $110,
Oh, they better not. Stop giving them ideas, Dreamcast guy.
$120? How much can we turn it up to make our profit per player higher before that just starts to dip back down? And I think the first place we're going to experience that is hardware. I do think there's a good chance that this year the PlayStation 5 is going to go up to $1,000.
I promise you. You know what? I would almost be willing to make a bet right now. There is no way that the PS5 is going to go up for $1,000. I'm going to call cap on that. That is bullshit. This is nothing more than fear mongering. What he is doing is essentially what the Nintendo influencers were doing before Black Friday, when they were like, oh, you better buy one now because this is the cheapest it's ever going to be because it's probably going to go up in price next year. They were all doing that fear mongering crap, and now you're doing it too. What you're doing is you're trying to get people to get all afraid that the PS5 is going to go up to 1,000. And then you're going to hope that everybody goes out and panic buys. That's exactly what you're doing. You're no different than those Nintendo people.
I want to be wrong more than anything on the planet, but I do truly think with just the way tech trends are going, a $1,000 PS5 price increase, it isn't impossible. It's an actual.
I think it's very impossible because then you're going to be like, okay, well then the Switch 2 is going to go up to 900. Okay. The Steam Deck's going to go from 550 to 1100. I just don't see that happening. I do not see that happening. Blast says AM4 is still amazing and the GPU market hasn't imploded yet. Yeah, exactly. So I do not see next year that it's going to be 1,000, that the Steam Deck's going to be 1,100, the Switch 2 is going to be 900. What, you're going to say Xbox is going to go up to 1,200? I mean, it's completely possible that Xbox might jack it up to 1,200. It is Xbox after all, because the decisions that they've been making when it comes to their hardware isn't very smart. But I just do not see that happen. I think this is honestly fear mongering.
Bit on the table.
Exactly, Blast. They wouldn't put it at $1,000. That is absolutely idiotic. Exactly. That's like him trying to say that the Steam is going to have their Steam Deck from 550 to 1,100. That's just ridiculous because people can't afford that crap.
So my thought about the console wars is that the person that manages to win it is going to be the person that finds a way to get prices down. And I'm not just talking about subsidizing. I'm not just talking about taking a loss. I think
they're going to have to subsidize. There's no way around it. They're going to have to subsidize. They're going to have to go back to what they were doing before.
The first company that figures out a way to, make their own factories, make back-end deals to get this stuff down, or the AI bubble just finally popping. I've said this again and again and again.
Well, the AI bubble is going to, I don't think it's going to pop relatively soon. I think it will pop eventually. I do think AI is here to stay, whether people like it or not, but it will pop eventually. There's too many people jumping into it. But if you sit here and have a storefront and you have hardware, there's no excuse why you cannot sit here and eat the cost, or at least eat some of the cost.
But at this point, I don't think people care that much about graphics. I don't think people even really care that much about exclusives.
No one really cares about the exclusives except fanboys that benefit financially from them. And then when it comes to the visuals, right now, the visuals are good enough. We don't need to sit here and try to make them even better than what they are.
I think people care.
Dark Rose, the AI bubble will burst in a few months. I don't think it would be. Oh, we got Gaming Rift. How are you doing? Currently recovering from the flu? Doing a Switch 2 vid you might like. Well, I can't wait to look forward to. And Gaming Rift, man, come on. I thought your guys' immune system over there across the pond, man. You know, probably the reason why that you got the flu, man, you don't eat that good American breakfast. You know, Gaming Rift, I've had your guys' big English breakfast, and I got to say, I think our breakfast is better, man.
Care about fun, and I think they care about affordability. The first console, or even the first gadget, we're even talking like the Steam Machine, even like a pre-built PC, the first one that managed to have even halfway decent graphics for under $500, especially if it's like $450, $400, $350, that's going to be.
Exactly, Blast. The AI bubble is like the .com bubble. It will pop eventually, but the AI will stay around like how the internet is still here. Exactly. I don't know if you remember this, Blast, because I know you are younger, but when I was in high school, you didn't just have Google as a search engine. You also had Yahoo. You had many other ones. But we all know Google is what is here now.
What wins the console wars? Right now,
the Gaming Rift. Yeah, I don't know. My immune system was designed to protect me from sneezing blood. This shit ain't pleasant. I'm sorry, man. It's all good. But hey, you know what? Go have yourself an American breakfast. Okay, I promise you, you'll feel a lot better.
Now, in the current era, I'm almost kind of afraid.
I'm joking. Gaming Rift. I think the English breakfast is actually pretty good.
I feel like gamers are losing because at this point, I feel like my fear about gaming in general is that while we are still getting amazing experiences, there has been some amazing indies and stuff, I just am in this scared spot where I keep thinking about the fact that what happens when everything just gets priced out? What if everything gets too dang expensive? I think
If it gets too damn expensive, then they're all going to collapse. There's no way people can afford $1,000 PS5. There's no way people can afford a $900 Switch 2 or an $1,100 Steam Deck or a $1,200 Xbox. It can't happen. It's too damn expensive.
at that point, everybody's going to go back to retro gaming because at this point, at least you can play these games
I mean, have you seen what they've been doing with the 3DS right now?
for cheap. I don't know. Maybe this is too bleak. Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And
Stampede landed home. English breakfast is dope minus the beans. Sir, you need to eat those beans, okay? You need those damn you need that fiber, man. Stop the cap.
who do you think won the console war? Like, we all agree, obviously,
No one really
Xbox
cares.
lost. But on the real
Okay. I'm done with this. He is done. I am currently done. Let's get to the next one. There we go. Next up is going to be Player Essence again. Because we got the third one. But let's read off. Let's get to some of these chats. Alrighty. Let's get to it. Okay, I scrolled up a good amount. Meth Teep Goblin. Caesar's Pipple. That's so mean. There's no need for that. Remember, man, there could be a fanboy watching. We got to show them that we are productive members of gaming society here. We can't be saying that kind of stuff, even though it was funny. Of course, you love PlayStation gaming, glazing Sony like you always do. Have you been drinking liquid? I'm not going to say that. With some Pixie. I'm not repeat that. That's just mean. Caesar's Pipple, calm down. Where is it? LOL, my AMD driver's auto update. Yep, that's what people keep telling me. Dreamcast guy wouldn't be considered a grifter if he stopped talking about Xbox entirely. Exactly. But he has to. He ain't going to talk bad about PlayStation. At least not in no real meaningful way. Yes, you can auto update, Angry. That's what I thought. Recording yourself like the complete trailer trash ghoul you are. Caesar's Pip-Up, calm down. That's a little, even though it's funny, it's a little mean. But they're full, it's more expensive, but they're full of crap. Exactly. 7K if you go all high, and that's what I thought. Otherwise, no. That's exactly what I thought. Because I've seen many of Alex's videos. He says that he can build one for a lot cheaper that's going to play just as good as the PS5. Like, at least his commentary about PC sounds generally reasonable until he brings up numbers. Yeah, exactly. Are you talking about Dreamcast guy? Dreamcast guy, sorry about the time. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's all good. It's bullshit. It's nowhere near 7,000. Exactly. That's what I thought. He's fear mongering is all he's doing. Secondhand parts and desktops or workstations is cheaper. That's very true. A 5090 will be 5K this year. King Dong 69. Well, I'm staying away from that one. 7,000 for maybe the highest of highest PCs. You could buy a Steam machine for like 600-700. Well, I hope it gets down to 500. One big issue console gamers have been participating in PC gaming discourse is their constant failure to understand that PC gamers don't exclusively want the absolute newest and strongest hardware. That's very true. They want the hardware that's sufficient for their needs. Exactly. Afternoon, all from the Gaming Rift. Oh yeah, I reread that. Sorry. Now 7,000 is too steep of a price, but it literally is nothing if you're going high end and completely loaded. In the 7,000 will be nothing. That's ridiculous. Angry, I can get a custom PC for 800. There you go. 7,000. Oh, I already read that one. Oh yeah. Well, $7,000 PC, even with the RAM crisis, you can build a PC for like 1,000. Exactly. You can run an older AM4 PC with DDR4 RAM for a lot cheaper. I don't know, that 4 RAM don't sound too good. Yeah, and I have seen cheap PCs that can run modern games if you put the amount of work and patience into them. Yeah, there you go. Before Ramageddon, I built my PC this year for $1,400 and it's a beast, will last for years. There you go, man. AMD is amazing and the GPU market hasn't, oh yeah. These ponies don't understand that the RAM is in their consoles. Oh, well, no, he understands it because he said he's going to jack it up to 1,000. Exactly. Shut up, Dreamcast guy. I'm currently on a Ryzen 5 5600X and a 32 gig of 3600 MC DDR4 RAM. Just going to update the power supply and GPU. There you go. It's wild how constantly confident console gamers are about insulting that a sufficient gaming PC has always cost multiple thousands of dollars. Yeah. The PS5 may not go up to 1,000, but the PS5 or the PS6 Pro may well be all that. That is very true. That one I can see. If he would have said that they're going to release the PS6 at $1,000, that's more realistic than putting PS5 at that price. With the RAM crisis or the Ramageddon, we still don't know we still don't know for a few more months. Now I can see the latter, but I can see the delay more before the price increase. Honestly, that's what I think they should do. They should just delay the system. To get prices down, you take a loss on your hardware. That's how it works. Exactly. They're going to make it up on the software. Ugh. Angry Vigilante. Consumers come first. Gaming should never be a luxury when it is considered to be an escape and entertainment like music, TV shows, books, comics, enough stuff, mic drop. Exactly. Fanboys do not care about graphics, though. They only care about graphics when it benefits them, if we're being honest. My current PC is AM4 Gen and still kicking strong since 2 years ago. There you go. Remember that JTech TV obsessed over cufflinks from a paused game trailer? Oh, did he? Hey, Vigilante. Hope you're having a good New Year's. I recently finished Nexomon and I haven't felt that I immersed in so long. Thanks for the recommendation. There you go, man. I love Nexomon. I can't wait for the third one to come out. Just the prices for the console go up to 1,000. They're a point for me to grab a gaming system from. They're not going to go up to 1,000. Not the current ones. Angry, you also had MSN. There you go. I knew there was the other ones. I just couldn't remember off the top of my head. The AI market will calm down once their data centers are at capacity. Oh, exactly. It's either the AI bubble is going to pop, or they're just going to, or they're going to start making more RAM. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, the AI bubble will burst, but the AI will stay here. As much as AI been around before, the AI bubble was a thing. Think of Siri, Apple. Yep. Oh yeah, you had AOL also. Oh, I missed. Okay, from Blast. Yeah, you had Yahoo, Ask Jeeves, AOL, Microsoft bullshit. One they had before Bing. Exactly. Now we just have Google and Bing for the weird asses. I may be 21, but I spent too long watching LGR and 8-Bit Guy. Yeah, there you go. Dreamcast guy cares about graphics. Yep, true. Oh no, AOL. I can still hear the loading screen. Oh man, don't bring up memories. Familiar from your Sonic video link. Oh, well, that's the Gaming Rift. There's an AI gold rush, and there's going to be winners and losers. Once the bull market calm down, prices will chill out. Exactly. Oh God, it's this guy again. Exactly, Gaming Rift. NVIDIA did a good nudge of AI. Yes, they did. Now that the cowardly imitation man again, LOL, kidding, but I'm not wrong. True. The AMD Ryzen 5000 CPUs are one generation ahead of the consoles, and the DDR RAM is cheaper. The downside is the platform is end of life. Oh, got you. Even more Essence trash. Of course, man, we still got 2 more videos to get through. Funny story from the Gaming Rift. I helped my friend upgrade her PC. She bought a brand new PC with an RTX 5070 i5, 1 terabyte, 32 gig of RAM, all brand new with monitor, mouse, keyboard for roughly $1,600. There you go. I still think that's a little too much for my blood, but I understand. So I don't know where people are saying you need all this money when you can do what I just did with the secondhand parts for far cheaper. Exactly. That's the current rumor. Both consoles were delayed to 2030 to 1, which honestly I think is good because I don't think we really need any new consoles, but I think they definitely should delay them until the RAM prices cool down. I think that Steam should also delay the Steam machine. I don't think they should come out with it next year. Let the AI bubble pop so RAM is actually affordable too. Let this gen actually have games of its own. And 3, let the PS4 die. Very true. It is me, but I'm worried but excited for Halo campaign Evolved. Worried for the new Sergeant Johnson's mission. Excited for the changes. I understand. Dial-up tone. Really? Why do you got to put the dial tone in our head? Most of us had to live through that pain. We don't need to be living through it again. Friends like a 90s kid when reminder AOL. You guys just stop. Gonna mute the stream while I record some stuff. I understand, man. I appreciate you letting it play. But I'll still be here. Thanks for the kind messages. Stay warm, safe. There you go, man. Gaming Rift. Make sure you rest up, drink plenty of water. Now let's get into good old Dreamcast guy, or not Dreamcast guy player essence.
I see some guys saying the Switch 2 is doing terrible and that PS5 will sell better in 2026. Also, PS5 price hike. You see some guys saying Switch 2 is doing terrible. Yeah, that's a cope on their end because they've been angry and upset for some reason about Switch 2 sales.
I seriously doubt that they said, if I think you just said, I seriously doubt that it just automatically, or the Switch 2 is not going to sell well anymore or something. I'm pretty certain what they're doing is taking that context, or they're getting triggered over the thumbnail or a title. But most of us have sat here and said that the Switch 2 didn't sell well when it came to Black Friday, which they did. That's factual.
Or about the Switch 2 platform. But if you track all the sales numbers, if you look at all the sales tracking sites that you can look at, when it comes to even Circana, when it comes to the UK, when it comes to Spain, when it comes to Amazon, when it comes to Japan, Switch 2 has been selling absolutely incredible. It's been selling very good. Still
very true. Just not in America for the Black Friday. But we all notice you don't want to sit here and say this.
It should still end the system, or end the year as the fastest selling system of all time, at least end 2025 as that. So yeah, it's just people kind of coping and just basically using one report from the Circana of the lowest sales for the month as, oh, it's Switch 2 selling bad. What they don't realize that there's more than 1 month and we didn't even actually get any sales numbers.
No one said it was going to mean that it wasn't going to sell well in December. Many of us have said it. I said it's probably going to sell extremely well in December. It got many price drops
for that month, and it's the worst combined sales numbers. That doesn't mean PS5 and Switch 2 sold bad. It just means that there's not the best for console sales when it comes to all the platforms, which also include Xbox as well, which is selling pretty bad. So from what I understand and from what
keep moving the goalpost, man. How hard is it for you to just admit, no, it did not sell well during Black Friday? It's not that hard to just say it, man.
I've been tracking.
See, that's all you have to do. From the rumors and the information at hand, it doesn't look like the Switch 2 sold well during Black Friday. See how easy that is?
Numbers were good in October. Numbers were good in solid in November. Definitely could have been a little bit better, but weren't.
Oh, see, there you go. They're like solid. Oh, could have been better. That's his nice way of saying it didn't do that well.
And then numbers have been good numbers were really good in December as well, as there was a massive influx of people buying the system in Japan, buying the system in Europe, and buying the system here in the US. So yeah, that's the actual facts, not just me basing it off of one report. That's me giving you a totality of it. And I've been covering
all it is a way for you to deflect. You're just moving the goalposts like you usually do because it doesn't fit your narrative to be honest with your community that it did not sell well during Black Friday. That's where most of the talk about the sales aren't doing the well, or we're sitting here saying that the hype is dying down. Maybe if they actually watch the videos, they will learn that, but they're getting all triggered over a thumbnail and a title, and they're like rage reacting or something.
Sales for a long time. So the reason why I'm more trustworthy than other people is that there's a lot of these other people that are saying this, they don't even cover sales. They don't cover sales regularly. They just started grifting to make money now, but they never.
Oh, God, to bring the grifter in. All this is a deflection tactic again. The reason why he calls us all grifters is because he can't combat us logically. You know, he likes to debate people because I'll give him one thing. He is good about making himself seem intelligent, so he'll catch you off guard. He'll sit here and ask questions to try to look for the smallest thing to where he can just discredit you. That's all he does. He doesn't actually combat or debate the actual talking point with you. He tries to sit here and attack you as a person is what he wants to do.
Covered sales. They never covered this type of stuff. I've been covering sales numbers for a decade plus.
Well, I've only been watching you for like 9 months now. In the last 9 months, you've been heavily disingenuous covering the sales. So I'm going to make an assumption that you didn't just all of a sudden choose to be disingenuous. I'm going to probably say that most of the time you've been covering it, you probably were disingenuous most of the damn time.
Since about 2010, 2011, so we're going on 2 decades, I've been covering sales numbers. So I don't just cover it just for clout. I don't just cover it for clickbait. I don't cover it for hate. I cover it because that's what I've always done. And I'm good at it. So
No, you're not good at it. You could say you're good at it. If you were actually good at it, you would have journalistic integrity. You would be honest. You wouldn't be moving the goalpost depending on what piece of plastic it is, and you would actually keep the same energy.
you can trust me over trusting them. And I was right again, because there was the same people that were saying the same thing before the Switch 2 was announced to have 10 million units sold. They were saying that nobody was buying it. There was videos and people saying that it's not selling.
I still want to see all these videos where people were saying nobody was buying it, where you actually watched the video and it actually said that, where you weren't getting all rage baited over a damn title and a thumbnail, where they actually said in the video, oh, the Switch 2 wasn't selling. I actually want to see that.
Well, and all this and that. And then what happened? We got 10 million plus units in sales. So, yeah.
Yes, it shipped 10 million units. Most of us thought it was going to pad out the holiday window, which was completely possible.
Let's see here.
Get on with it, players.
Tony was saying that, and Angry Vigilante is saying that as well. Once again, you got 2 people that never covered sales numbers beforehand until now, until they wanted to get on their grift.
My guy, I haven't even had this channel for a year. I've been covering this stuff for the last 9 months. So what? All of a sudden, I tried to do something for 3 months. I was doing similar content before this. I wasn't doing really news type stuff. I didn't ever thought about doing it. And then I started doing it. I actually ended up liking it.
They never covered sales. They never talked about sales. And they've also been wrong on almost everything with the Switch 2.
Do you have any proof? I mean, I can only think of one thing that I was actually wrong about. Now he brings it up, which is fine, but I can only recall one thing I've actually been wrong on, and I've already openly admitted to it.
Pretty much everything. They also said Donkey Kong Bonanza wasn't going to sell.
It wasn't we, it was me that said Donkey Kong Bonanza. See, I actually feel bad for Nintendo. I think the reason why Nintendo gets so much heat is actually because of me by accident. Because when people come over here to tell them like, oh, this is what they say, or they try to argue with them, I think they're coming from me, not really from Nintendo. So I do feel bad. Nintendo, if you're watching this, I don't mean for him to come at you. Please don't take it anyway. But yeah, I was wrong about DK Bonanza. That's fine. You know, I sat here and said because they were staying silent about the sales numbers that I took it as a sign of weakness. I was wrong. I owned up to it.
Really good. That ended up selling absolutely incredible so far, over 3.5 million units in
There was 2-point-something million units. It was shipped 3.5. Stop being disingenuous.
sales, and that's even before the holiday season. So I wouldn't really trust people that never covered sales beforehand, have no financial background, and are also too scared to show their face too. I wouldn't trust any.
I mean, the whole thing about the face thing, that's just a deflection tactic again. That's all you want to do because you want to save the criticism and everything. Whether or not we show our face has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You know why I don't show my face? Maybe Nintendo is in the similar boat, but honestly, it is not the smartest thing to do nowadays of showing your face with all the stalkers, with all the bullshit that has come along with it, the doxing. You know, I would not recommend people to show their face. I've been wrong about one thing, so you can keep trying. I was right about pretty much everything in our debate. You were the one that was actually wrong.
Yeah, those people. And also, like I said, don't trust people that are too scared to show their face.
Mm-hmm.
Never covered sales numbers and haven't really been covering.
My guy, you've been disingenuous for the last 9 months when it came to sales numbers. So if you've been covering sales before that, you were most likely disingenuous then. So probably shouldn't cover someone who is heavily disingenuous when it comes to sales numbers. He only wants to sit here and talk about the one side of the sale number. He never adds the actual context into it.
Sales and news and all that, have zero financial background, have never predicted any actual sales.
I mean, you could keep claiming that you have a financial background, but you come across as a very low IQ, intelligent person. You don't know you misuse words all the damn time. So someone that has like this financial background, and on top of it, you were fired from your job. So you couldn't have been that good at your job if you were fired from it.
Sales numbers for games correctly or accurately or anything like that. They're just talking for views. So Me, I'm not right with everything. I can admit when I'm wrong. I was off on Tears of the Kingdom, but as the people here,
Oh, we got Bro Tendo Shillington with a $25 super chat. Thank you so much, man. I know it was a tongue-in-cheek video, but I do hope that Nintendo does a Grifter of the Year video every year for as long as the term grifter is popular online. That would be awesome. I actually enjoyed it. You know, most of the people on there didn't even, get angry over it. They thought it was funny.
and then you can look at my track record when it comes to games. I'm usually right on game sales and sales of systems.
Yeah, but so far in the last 9 months, when it comes to the sales of the systems, you've been disingenuous. I have exposed you time and time again that you don't put the context into it. You sit here and have different energy for PS5 versus the Switch 2. So you can sit here and keep going like, oh, you can trust me, guys. Trust me. I give you the real when you don't. I've proven that you don't.
I was one of the few people to say that the Switch 1 was going to sell over 100 million units. A lot of people weren't saying that, but I was saying that. I was one of the few people that said that releasing Mario Kart 8 again is actually probably going to end up being a pretty crazy seller. And I didn't expect 70 million, but there was a lot of people that were hating on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe saying that it's not going to.
I don't remember any of this. And you can sit here and say, oh, I think it's going to sell over 100 million. Congratulations, you got lucky. Now, if you would have sat here and said, oh, it's going to sell over 150 million, then I would have gave you something.
Sell that great and all that. And I'm like, okay, I don't know about that. Nobody bought the Wii U, so it's probably going to sell.
When you look at the Switch 2, like Nintendo's handhelds, they generally always sell very well. So it's not hard to say a handheld, well, it's a hybrid, but it's still technically a handheld, is going to sell that well.
Sell pretty good. I was correct about a number of different games. Donkey Kong Bonanza even. I said, this game's going to sell great. People are saying, oh, they're not so sure. Donkey Kong. I said, no, it's going to sell pretty good. Overall, I was right about the Switch 2. I said it's actually going to sell.
At first, I said that Donkey Kong was going to sell well too. It's not hard to figure out. There wasn't really a whole lot to play at that damn time. But I thought the reason why that it didn't sell that well was because Nintendo wasn't talking about the sales. I assumed if they hadn't said it hit 1 million yet, then it hadn't hit 1 million yet. So I was saying, oh, it's not selling well. Turns out I was wrong. Okay. Do you think I care?
Oh, really good. And I expect it to sell well off the jump when people were saying that it's not going to sell well off the jump. And I was right about that as well. So, like I said, I wouldn't listen to people that have been wrong all generations so far. I mean, these people have been wrong. They've always been wrong. They've been right with damn near nothing.
I mean, you only got me on one thing that I've been wrong about, so you can try again. You want to claim that we're wrong, but you never use actually any facts. The only thing that's the first time I've ever heard you actually use something that was actually truthful that one of us was wrong about, because that's the only thing you got.
It's a lot of cope. It's a lot of weird AI. It's a lot of
my guy, you were using AI in your thumbnails before until you got blasted by your community for it. Stop the cap. Okay, you would still continually be using AI in your thumbnail if your community came at it. You can complain. You're only complaining about AI to save face, to use it as a deflection tactic. When it comes down, you're jealous that I can get away with using AI in my thumbnails and you can't.
They use AI to generate ideas in terms of what they think.
Okay, I have never once, I'm not going to speak for Nintendo, but I have never once asked AI to generate ideas for me to sit here and make thumbnails. Okay, I would use AI to find information, because when I go on Google and I type in, or you go on Google or you go on Bing, type in news for Nintendo, news for Steam, news for PlayStation. It all has an AI algorithm that gathers it. So in a way I do that, but I think we all do that for one.
And just not very smart. A lot of these people, like I said, pretty stupid people. A lot of people that just have no.
That's why I've exposed. Yeah, I'm so stupid. I've exposed you for being a fraud. I've exposed you for being disingenuous. I've exposed you for using words incorrectly.
Knowledge on things. But once again, YouTube views, right? YouTube views. But yeah, I would trust me. I've been right. So.
While being very disingenuous.
So yeah, we have no sales numbers, right? Also talking about grifters who believe that stores will keep bulk of Switch 2 stock just so they make Nintendo shipment numbers look great. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, George FT. That is the dumbest thing that I've
actually agree that is kind of stupid. I do not see the retailers over ordering. I think that they did over order because they anticipated it to sell more. And it turns out that the stores were wrong.
Literally ever heard in my life. If Nintendo could somehow
And I still would love to know the content creator actually saying that Nintendo forced the stores to take the units. I have only ever heard it from these influencers saying that. It wouldn't surprise me if it's some weird person on Twitter that isn't, that doesn't even know what they're talking about. That's probably the person that they're referring to.
How manipulate and force retailers to buy Switch 2 stock. Because remember, this is how retail works, guys. Because this is, once again, you're dealing with people who don't know what they're talking about. Some of them have stated that Nintendo was forcing them to buy.
Who is this? Who are these people that are saying it? I never said it. To my knowledge, Nintendo never said it. So who was actually saying that Nintendo forced the stores to take these units? Ever since those sales came out, I have only ever heard you guys saying that other people are saying this. So I would love to actually know the people who are actually saying that.
Systems. There is no way. I used to work at retail. If something isn't selling or if something isn't doing well, I'm not going to sit there and buy a bunch of stock of it. I'm not going to do that.
Well, there was a reason why you were fired from your last job. Just saying.
That's the dumbest thing ever. That's self-sabotage. Everybody knows that you can't do that. Unless Nintendo has like mob hits on them, buy our shipment or else. And that's the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. And anybody who says that is a complete moron. And
I actually agree. I just do not see Nintendo forcing people to buy them.
should never be taken seriously and isn't a serious person. Isn't a serious.
This is one of the few times I'll actually agree with them. But again, I would still love to know the actual content creators who are relevant, who are getting views, are actually saying this kind of stuff. I would love to know this. Can you at least produce a source?
This person whatsoever. It's a grift. That is a grift because that is the dumbest thing that
That's one of the few times I would actually agree with them that it would be. But still, I would love to know these people. What content creators with a functioning brain are actually saying that? Can you please explain it to us?
I've ever heard in my life to sales numbers. I have.
My guess is, I think that he probably saw a thumbnail. He probably saw a title, got all triggered over it, and he projected over it.
Never heard anybody say something as stupid as that.
Agreed. I still haven't heard anybody say it outside of you and the other Nintendo influencers.
Retailers.
I've heard more people say that Nintendo fudged the numbers or fudged the spec sheets to make it look better or look like they sold more than what they did. Now that one I could believe people said, but saying that they forced people to take the units, that I don't think so.
Buy products based off of how it's doing. If a product is selling or moving, or if they're anticipating for it to sell.
Exactly. That's what I said. That's what many of us said. The stores were anticipating it to move through the holidays, and it didn't. It caused them to drop the price. They had to do a price drop.
They're going to buy the amount that they want. They're going to keep getting. If it's not selling, then they're not going to send it. It makes Nintendo no money, and it makes these retailers no money if they have just a bunch of stock sitting on store shelves.
I mean, it does make Nintendo money. You said that once the thing gets shipped to the store, they've already made money on there. So technically, it does make them money for it to sit on the shelf. They already made their money.
If Nintendo could do that, they could have easily manipulated the Wii U sales numbers. Why did they just manipulate the Wii U sales numbers? Or why did they just manipulate the Nintendo 3DS's sales numbers?
Agreed. That's why I find it very hard to believe that someone actually said that.
Back in the day. To just keep on shipping units. They have some type of special contract to do that with Switch 2.
Camera, what job did he get fired from? I don't know exactly what job it was, but he claimed that back when he had his mental breakdown, he did get fired from a job. I don't remember what he said. Maybe it was the finance job or something, but he must not have been good at it because he got fired.
No, that's dumb. The dumbest thing that I've ever heard in my life. So anybody that says that is a moron and is a grifter, is just looking for grift points because there is no evidence, there was no facts, there was no numbers, there was no anything to even.
Agreed. But where are the facts and evidence that someone actually said it that wasn't some random person on Twitter?
Suggest that. What
serious content creator actually said that? I would still love to know. But I guarantee you what he's going to do is someone's going to tell him I said this. They're going to clip it. He's going to start running around trying to find. He was like, oh, they must have took him down because I promise you guys, they said it.
That is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. I'll say it again because it's stupid. So yeah, that's really the thing that it comes down to. You know, these people, they're just looking for YouTube. Like I said, That wasn't even a video on that. It was a justification for why they were wrong. Oh, it's doing this well because of this.
Okay, I think you might be talking about Nintending. I do not remember one single time Nintending saying that they forced the stores to take the units.
They're so upset that the Switch 2 is doing well and they were wrong about it that they have to make up excuses and cope and seethe over a video game system. It makes zero sense. Completely brain dead thought process, you know?
Called it on Tears of the Kingdom sales versus Breath of the Wild.
That's true. You did.
Yes, you did, Zeusy. That's good. I think you need to sit here and have a talk with Player Essence and get him to stop being disingenuous.
Called on that one. You did call it on that one. You're right about that one. But I mean, 22 million is nothing to sniff at, you know?
No, it is not.
It's still sold pretty good. But yes, you're right about that. Ozzy, do you think that guy really believes that? No. That's why I think he's a grifter. No. I don't think that they actually believe everything.
Okay, I think he's talking about not Player S. I think he's talking about Nintending, but I just have a hard time believing that Nintending said that the reason why it shipped so much was that Nintendo forced the stores to take in more units. That I just have a very hard time believing.
That they're saying, and the reason why they don't believe everything that they're saying is because what they're saying is so stupid and they don't have any proof of what they're saying is correct. They just say it just because. They say it because it's a feeling, it's a thought process, it's what they think. They don't say it because they're right. They don't say it because they can prove it. They don't think this because it's right. They think it because
My God, you do that all the damn time. When you sit here and say that the PS5 did better than the Switch 2 because of an aggressive price cut, which technically is true, but the reason why you say it is because of a feeling, because you're emotional about it. Okay, you won't sit here, hold the same energy for Nintendo and say, oh, well, the reason why the Switch 2 is selling so well in Japan is because of their aggressively cheaper unit. You never want to sit here and say that one.
Because it's a thought and they can make money off of their thoughts. That's why they say it. It's a grift. Oh, I'm going to say this because it's just a thought. It's just a think. It's just a...
Blast, I am still waiting for proof from Player Essence on who is saying this shit. Oh, man, you're going to be waiting forever. Because I guarantee you this is what he's going to do. If you actually challenged him and said, hey, I want to see the proof, he'll probably go looking for it. And then he'll come back and say, oh, well, I can't find it now. They took them all down, but they were there.
An idea that I've thought about. Yeah, I don't really believe it, but why not? I'll say it. I'll use it as an excuse. I can push a narrative. Once again, a lot.
You do the same thing. That's why you remove the context from the facts that you like to use, is because if you add the context, it wouldn't help your narrative on anything.
These people are doing this simply for the grift online. They're not doing it because they love talking about video games or they love making content. They're doing it because it makes them money. They're doing it because of that. Because
you do the same thing. You do the type of content you do to get money also. Okay, you focus more on Nintendo, or you do titles and thumbnails based around Nintendo because it makes you more money. If you did it purely on what you actually love to do, which is RPG, you want to get the views. You've been caught for doing that already. You exposed yourself.
They never did this before. This whole grift angle, you could have done this 10 years ago. You could have done this 6 years ago. You could have done this 5 years ago.
I didn't have a channel 5, 6, 10 years ago. And out of curiosity, let's just take a look here. How about, just out of curiosity, let's see when Nintending's oldest video was. Has he been around for that long? Let's just see it. Let's go to Nintending, oldest. It was 4 years ago. How could he have done it 10 years ago? Because we know that's who you're talking about. I'm pretty damn certain you're talking about Nintending. How can you say, why wasn't he doing this 10 years? He didn't have a channel 10 years ago. Okay? You can't be unrealistic, move the goalpost that much, being like, why didn't you talk about this on YouTube before you had a YouTube channel? That makes no damn sense.
This didn't just, there's no reason why it needed to start now. If you could have done all this 10 years ago. Why didn't you do this?
Because he was sick and tired of what Nintendo was doing. And you need to understand the reason why I'm here, the reason why OmniArc's here, the reason why Nintending's here, the reason why many of us are actually doing pretty good. You can sit here and try to bash me all you want, but my channel's doing fine. For a person that hasn't even had a channel for a year, I'm doing amazing. No matter how much you want to downplay that. It's not like I'm not like, Harmon Smith, where I've been doing this for 9 years and finally started getting, some views and stuff here. I've been doing this for less than a year, for crying out loud. But what you're doing is just completely unrealistic, man.
Before, if you truly felt certain ways, why do you just feel this way now?
Because we got sick and tired of it. And like I said, because of you created a void and the rest of us filled that void. Okay, if you would have done your damn job and your responsibility, grew a damn spine, and was actually honest and truthful with your community, your views wouldn't have plummeted after July. But because you damaged the Nintendo community along with many other Nintendo influencers, because of what Woods did, and then you ran away and hid like a coward, the community is forgetting you. They're leaving you behind. They're fed up with your toxic positivity, your damage controllingness, where you're always defending them, but you never want to defend your community or the Nintendo community.
There's all sorts of things that you could accuse Nintendo of doing back then that still applied now.
Not really. They weren't doing $80 games back during the Wii U or the Switch. So what was there to complain? They didn't have I don't remember how much the Wii U was, but I don't think that they had a $450 system back then. I don't think they had the Switch 1 wasn't $450. So what is the same stuff? The hardware wasn't as expensive. The games weren't as expensive. Nintendo wasn't trying to push for $80 games back then.
In terms of game prices, in terms of what, there's all sorts of stuff.
What game price? Again, what were the games back on the Switch 1? They were $60. Before the Switch 2 launched, only one $70 game on the Switch 1. So they weren't even $80.
They're doing it now because it's never been more profitable to do it now.
No, it's because they got fed up. I got fed up. Nintendo got fed up. There wasn't $80 games back then. There wasn't $450 systems back then.
That's the reason why it's being done now. A lot of these guys are new age grifters. If you truly felt a certain way, you should have been feeling that way for a long time now.
No, those are false comparisons. Like I said, there wasn't $80 games. There wasn't overpriced hardware.
Not at this point. So, yeah.
Oh, we got Hellfire. Late drop, and that's okay. Have a great rest of your stream. Oh, we will. Thank you so much, Hellfire.
Shout outs to Ross. Excuse me. It's funny, grifters aren't talking about Nintendo raised their forecast to 19 million. Why would they talk about?
Most of us have. What are you talking about? Most of us have mentioned that they raised their forecast to 19 million. That's old news. What the hell are you talking about?
That doesn't fit their narrative.
Just like it doesn't fit your narrative to bring up that the Japanese unit is much cheaper. Doesn't fit your narrative to do that.
Vibes. Is Nintendo?
C-Stars Pipple up. The Switch 2 should be priced at $300 minimum, and the game should be $50 maximum. Okay, $300 I think is a little too short, and $50. I mean, I would love for all the games to go back down to 50, but if we're being realistic, I would just love for them to go back down to 60.
An evil video game company and a ruining gaming. You just watch all grift videos, don't you? No, Nintendo's not an evil video game company, and no.
Yes, they are. They're trying to. They're price gouging on their games.
Oh, they're not ruining gaming. How many grift videos have you watched? Or maybe you're just getting a difference of opinion, right? Maybe you're coming here. Hey, look. Someone that's more positive about Nintendo stuff and is not crazy.
See, and this is why all people have to know is I already see it. Angry and Dean said you didn't keep the same energy with the PS5 outselling the Switch 2 on Black Friday. This is what I'm talking about. Dean gets hit so hard, because of me. Dean never said that. I'm the one that said that. Why are they including Dean in that one? Dean had nothing to do with that. Oh, Geezer Noob sent 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. We got Power Mad UK, Vetbos Exel, Brian Abraham, Gundam Hufflepuff, and Hylian Bull. Everyone say thank you to Geezer Noob for that.
So yeah. No, there are no evil video game companies.
That's not true. Nintendo is being evil for price gouging on games, trying to normalize $80 games. Yes, they are. Stop the cap.
That doesn't even make sense. Evil, what is the definition of evil? You guys know what the definition of evil
Oh,
is?
you don't even know it is? You have to look it up? Man, with multiple degrees and a background in finance, you know, you're sitting here answering questions saying, no, they're not evil, but you don't know the definition of a word.
You guys know what it is? A lot of people use that, throw that word around. Profoundly immoral and wicked.
Yes, it's immoral to overprice on the game. So yes, very true. So that means they're evil.
There is no video game company, honestly, that is doing anything that is so profoundly immoral and wicked.
That's not true. You got Xbox overcharging for their hardware. You got Nintendo trying to normalize $80 games. That is definitely immoral, profoundly immoral.
With video game sales. There's not a single one that I can think of. Now, that is up to your interpretation. That is a subjective way of putting it. You can...
Of course. But you were trying to make it seem like we were lying or we were wrong. It just, luckily, you're actually using your brain for once.
Say that, you know, I don't get the price. Mario Kart being 80, that's immoral and wicked.
It is.
You can make up whatever
Or the Switch 2 editions at $80.
you want for that. But to me, immoral and wicked would be like murdering an innocent person.
Of course, that's evil. I don't think a single person would deny that one. But there can be more than just that.
So yeah. Let's see. Angry and Dean said you didn't keep the same energy with the PS5 outselling the Switch 2 on Black Friday. Keep what same energy? What same?
Like I said, Dean didn't sit here and say that. And the person who's saying that either didn't listen to what I said or is misrepresenting it. Okay, because there's some context, because I've already seen this, of course, but he's going to heavily jump to conclusions about what I said.
Energy have I kept? I never said that the Switch 2 needs to outsell the PS5
I never said that you did.
every single month.
I never
said that.
Neither did I.
That was never my thought process.
I never said that either. So we're on an agreement, of course. I never would say that you would say such a thing. Why would I? Doesn't make sense. That's not what I was talking about. But see, the problem is, it's either your elite ninjas are idiots, or they purposely want to sit here and tell you stuff to get you triggered and make you look like an idiot.
That was never, I never said that. I never made any videos saying that the Switch 2 is going to outsell PS5 every single month.
And I never said, you will never find a clip of me saying that you said that the Switch 2 was going to outsell the PlayStation every single month. Never did I say that.
I didn't say that. You know why I didn't say that? Because the Switch 1 didn't outsell the PS4 every single month. The Switch...
Okay, I agree. The thing is, only an idiot would say such a thing. Oh, we got Vetful Zexa with another $5 super chat. He says Nintendo is not evil, yet Nintendo tries to sue a supermarket in Costa Rica because they named it Super Mario and miserably failed at the case. Exactly. But he would just move the goalpost, Vetful Zexel.
Switch 1 was outsold by the PS4 a multitude of times. Who gives a shit?
I agree.
Don't care if the PS5 outsells the Switch 2.
No, he does. He won't admit it, but he does.
That's irrelevant.
I agree.
I can see the numbers for the Switch 2.
So can I.
I can see the numbers in Japan. I
So
can
can I.
see the numbers on Amazon.
So
I
can
can
I.
see the numbers in Spain that we got.
Okay.
It's selling good. I said the Switch 2 is going to sell good.
So did I. So what's the problem? The problem is the guy who told you this didn't put the context into it. So now you're just looking like an idiot. And I'm enjoying every minute of it.
They said, Dean in particular, said it's going to sell Wii U to GameCube levels.
No, he didn't. That is a lie. See, what you're doing, what's not even really a lie, is that you got rage baited because of a damn title and a thumbnail. Okay, guess what? When he sat here and said that, he was talking about for the month of November. The month of November did sell the worst than it's been in 30 years. And you can't even include Xbox in on that, because 30 years ago, there was no Xbox. 30 years ago, there was no damn PlayStation. Even your own homies have said the exact same thing. So when he says that, oh, for the month of November, was the worst even during the Wii U era. Technically, that's true. And he actually uses facts to back it up.
That's what he said. He said it's going to sell Wii U to GameCube levels. He's an idiot.
He said that it sold that for the month of November. What you're doing is you're getting triggered over a thumbnail and a title. This is why you come across as very unintelligent. A person with multiple degrees who has a career or a background in corporate and finance would know this.
Okay? I never said that the Switch 2 was going to outsell PS5 every single month. Because once again, the Switch 1 didn't outsell PS4 every single month. And guess the same stupid people would come to my stream and say, come here looking like seals.
I'm pretty positive he watches my content because I used to do that a lot before where I'm sitting here saying that they were clapping like trained seals. So I actually do think that because there is sometimes just a little bit too much of a coincidence that he repeats some of the stuff that I say. So I think he actually does watch my content. He just doesn't want to admit to it. I get it. Player Essence, you're one of my biggest fans.
Complete morons who don't cover sales because they don't know anything about sales would come to my stream and say, hey OJ, the PS4 outsold Switch, what now? And I'm like,
well, if I had to make an educated guess, the reason why they probably came through is when the Switch does outsell the PS5, you always hype it up. You always gloat about it. So that's probably why. Okay, so like I said, you would care if the Switch 2 outsold it. I am pretty positive if the Switch 2 would have whooped PlayStation's ass on Black Friday, you would have done a video gloating about it. We all know you would have.
And so what if it did in the US for 1 month with a fat $100 discount?
And so what if it sold as many as it did with a fat $130 price drop or price cut? Whatever you want to call it with their cheaper damn unit in Japan. Well, you never want to talk about that fat $130 difference.
So what? And what? So what? I've kept the same energy that I've always kept from the beginning.
No, you're full of shit. This is why you need proper context. You probably should ask the guy, hey, can I get some proper context? Because number one, Dean did not say that. I'm the one that says that. Dean has never said your name. He refuses to say your name. So it was me that said it. So if anybody here is watching this from Player Essence community, stop saying me and Dean. Okay, Dean is not the one that says it. It is me. Okay, just say it's me. Dean doesn't need to get the heat for it. Okay, I can take it. Okay, I promise you. I ain't scared of Player Essence, nor will I ever be. He's a little man child, and honestly, deep down, under all his macho bravado, he's just a scared little boy. That's all it is.
Is that it's going to sell good. There's going to be some months where the PS5 can sell better, just like Switch 1. I would never make that proclamation after we got Switch 1 where PS4 outsold it multiple times. How'd that end up? How'd that work out? How'd that work out for those people? So don't give me anything about not keeping the same energy.
You don't keep the same energy. The reason why I say you don't keep the same energy, you sat here and said, oh, the reason, you made it, well, you didn't make it seem like you said it. The reason why the PS5 sold so well was because of that $100 fat discount. You brought it up multiple times alone in this one video, which is true. Many of us have already said, but we're also willing to say the reason why that the Switch 2 sold so well in Japan is because of that fat $130 price difference. But you don't ever want to mention that. You always bring up the sales in Japan and say, oh yeah, it sold so well, look at Japan. But you never mention the $130 difference. So it doesn't matter if the PS5 got a $100 fat discount. That's why I keep saying you don't keep the same energy, which is factually true.
You guys don't know sales numbers. You guys are changing
You don't know either. You're heavily disingenuous with them.
up your energy. Because
I've never changed my energy.
you guys didn't cover sales in the Switch 1 era.
That's irrelevant. I didn't have a damn YouTube channel in the Switch 1 era. Nintendo didn't even have a had a YouTube channel in the beginning of the Switch 1, because even if Nintendo started doing it in the Switch 1 era, let's say if he would have been doing it 3 years ago instead, he would just move the goalposts and say, oh, he wasn't doing it at the beginning. And then let's say someone had been covering the sales in the beginning of the Switch 1 era. He would have just moved the goalposts and said, oh, well, you weren't covering the Wii U. That's all he's going to do is move the goalposts. This is pure deflection.
You guys didn't cover sales in the Wii U era. You guys didn't cover sales in the 3D.
I honestly didn't even plan for that one. I completely didn't even realize that he said the Wii U era. See, like I said, he's just going to keep moving the goalposts. I didn't have a channel during the Wii U. Neither did Nintendo. Okay, so you can't, that's a false comparison to say, oh, because we didn't sit here and cover them back then. It means nothing. That's just deflection.
Yes, era. I covered sales in all those eras.
And guess what? You're heavily disingenuous with the Switch 2 era. Most likely you were probably disingenuous with those eras.
Don't talk to me about sales numbers and what does better and what does not. I know. I've been there from the beginning, pretty
And you probably have been disingenuous since the beginning. Very deceptive.
much. I covered all that. They did it.
Don't need to.
I wouldn't be stupid enough to sit there. Who cares? So what? And if Switch 2 outsells PS5 next month, then what?
Most likely it is going to outsell in December. They got a very good discount. Okay. We already know that. I've already acknowledged that.
What? Or if it outsells it, so what? PS5's been selling good.
Oh, and one thing that you were wrong about, I am pretty positive, I could be incorrect, but I am pretty damn positive that you said that the Switch 2 was not going to get a price drop, that this was the cheapest we were ever going to see it. Nintendo was the only one that said it was going to get a price drop for Black Friday. He was off by 3 days, but they did get a price drop.
And it had a huge discount. It's good that it did well. But by the way,
I know, right? Jansen Williams, how dare I? Angry. You didn't cover the sales for the Game Boy Color. Even though I wasn't even a teenager, I didn't even know what it was used for down there at that damn time during the Game Boy Color. Are you kidding me?
PS5 was still down year on year from the previous year.
Hell, I was in elementary school when the Game Boy Color came out.
Even when it had discounts, by the way. Did they cover that?
Yes, we did. We did sit here and say that. I talked about that the PS5 was down. I think Nintendo did. I'm not too sure. But I did actually sit here and say that. So you can't come at my track record speaks for itself. I'm not disingenuous like you. I don't care about hyping up a piece of plastic. I come at them all.
I didn't really talk about it too much. There was no need for me to talk
Oh, we got Spectre. Good morning there, Spectre. How are you doing?
about it. It wasn't
Oh, and by the way, Spectre, I told Gara I called dibs on Emma Frost. So I'm going to continue telling everybody I called dibs on Mommy Frost.
relevant. But I'm guessing they didn't cover that, right? Did they cover that in the MPD?
Yes, I did. Many of us did.
Did they cover that, or in the Circana that PS5 was down year on year, like 30 to 40%?
Yes, many of us did. We said that it was down for everything.
In sales, even with the $100 discount from the previous year?
Yes, but guess what? It's still, no matter, see, this is what he's doing. You're doing deflection. It doesn't matter if the PS5 was down, though. It's 5 years in. This is the brand new one for, this is the launch holiday for the Switch 2, so it being down is worse. Oh, we got Geezer Noob with a $2 super chat. Player Assence was fired from SeaWorld. With that impersonation, I kind of have a hard time believing that one.
Okay. I'm pretty sure they didn't cover that in videos, right?
I did.
All right. That energy wasn't there, was it? Did they cover
Oh,
that?
it was.
Somebody let me know. I don't watch that trash. So somebody
I'm not disingenuous like you.
let me know if they covered that or not. I bet they did it.
Well, good. If you made a wager, you'd be wrong because I did.
I bet they didn't.
I did.
So once again, I'm here for the debates, though.
No, you're
I'm
not.
here for the debates.
Really? Is that why you ran away from DBZ Nation?
So it's like, I've already debated that other dude. I'm not going to debate him. He's a waste of time. Not very intelligent. Doesn't know what the definition of brainwashing is. Uses words.
My God, you didn't even know the definition of evil. You had to literally look it up. You don't know the definition of fanboy. You literally had to rewrite the definition to fit your narrative so you could play victim. I have a video proving that. You didn't know what the definition of monopoly was. We were all roasting you because you didn't even know what monopoly meant. You don't know what the word grifter is. For crying out loud, you guys couldn't even come up with the definition of grifter. We, the people you call the grifters, we actually had to come up with a definition to fit what you guys were using. So you could try to claim that I'm unintelligent. At least I admitted that I was wrong about using one word, okay, that I did not know the actual definition of, that I couldn't remember it. I was off, very true, but you were off alone by 3. So guess what? You are way more intelligent or unintelligent than I am.
That he doesn't know the definition of. So I'm not going to worry about him. He's nothing. He's a chump.
And all this is just a deflection. You know I would obliterate you. You claim that I'm unintelligent, but you couldn't even take me on your own. You had to sit here and go debate or team up with Prime to take me on. You couldn't even handle your own. You know if you try to face me, you would get obliterated. That's why you ran and hit on Twitter and you banned me.
He's a weirdo. Obsessed. So I'm not really worried about him.
Not obsessed. You're just easy filler content is all this is. My usual news rant videos usually do better than these videos anyway. So you could try to say I'm obsessed and I need you. If anything, you're heavily benefiting from me reacting. I'm currently helping you pay your rent.
He can do whatever he wants. He can say whatever he wants. Dude has the intelligence level of dead ass like a 6th grader. So
that's fine. You can say, guess what? You have a lower intelligent level of me.
I don't care. Nintending, I'm open to debating him. I'm open. I'll pay you. Open challenge.
See, this is how desperate the man is. He is so desperate to recover his dying channel. He has to sit here and try to get someone that's way higher than him to debate him so he can get some clout.
You want to come here and debate sales numbers? We can debate sales numbers. Switch 1, Switch 2. We can debate game sales. We can debate month to month.
You can keep asking for it, but you do understand that it's never going to happen. You screwed that one up. Why would he waste his time? You attacked him, called him a hater, called him a grifter, called him a bunch of different things, and a wave of your toxic community decided to attack him. And what, you think after all that, you're going to be like, oh, well, let's debate and everything? No, that's not how that works. Maybe you should have reached out first before you did that.
I'm down, and I'll pay him to come here and do that. He's a fraud. He ran away from me.
No, he didn't. You're not worth his time.
So I emailed him and I said, yo, let's debate. He did not respond. He did not respond to my email. I messaged him in his chat. So no.
I'm pretty certain right now if Nintendo said, oh, let's debate, he would do it. He would be all giddy and excited because he's like, oh, I get to clout chase on him.
Let's see here. Straw Hat Monty with the $2. Thank you, Straw Hat Monty with the 2. I appreciate that. Shout outs. I'll debate Dean because, like I said, I've never debated him. And like I said, he thinks that he's smart.
Okay, stop acting like you won't debate me because you already debated me. You have no problem wanting to debate that Florida guy. You already debated him, but the reason why you don't want to debate me is because I would completely obliterate you. I've already exposed you for being a fraud. Okay, that's why you ran away and hit on Twitter.
I said, let's debate. He doesn't want to. He's too scared. So he's too scared to debate me. I already debated the other guy. We cooked him.
No, you didn't. Stop lying to your audience.
Need to debate.
See, look, he looks so angry. That's the only thing he can ever do. He has to bring up that debate because he has nothing else. It's like a safety blanket for him. I swear, probably the reason why he is so triggered is when he reached out to Nintendo. I think that he actually thought that Nintendo was going to want to debate him. And he probably got all triggered up in his fifis like, how dare someone with this less of a subscriber count sit here and refuse me? Someone with 129,000 subs who has a dying channel. How dare he?
Doesn't know the definition of brainwashing.
That's okay. You don't know the definition of evil. You didn't know the definition of fanboy. You didn't know the definition of monopoly, grifter, and you had to sit here and make up a definition of fanboy to fit your narrative so you could play victim. Congratulations.
Says I brainwashed. Doesn't know. I asked him, what's the definition of brainwashing? I don't know.
Okay. You sat here and used the term fanboy. You use the terms monopoly. You don't know what they are. And I'm not the one with multiple degrees.
Okay. I'm not debating a complete a complete idiot anymore. I'm good. I'm good on that one. Using words that you don't know the definition to.
You do the same thing.
Yeah.
I have videos proving it.
Smart guy.
I mean, I'm smarter than you. I've only gotten one thing with a word. You got 3 with them. Actually, 4 if you want to include evil. You literally had to look it up on stream.
Let's see here. My desire is to see Switch 2 succeed is what? More third parties? Yeah, we're going to get that. Of course he won't do it. There's a very simple logic of PS5 outselling Switch 2. One gets a huge Black Friday. How about round 2 with the whoa guy? Remember, Switch After Dark, he won't debate me anymore.
See, he has no problem debating that whoa guy again. He already debated him before, and I already admitted that he did cook him in the very beginning of it. But when he started dogpiling and doing these personal attacks, he made himself look like an idiot after that.
The Florida guy, Florida man, he won't debate me, so we're not going to do that. Although I do have a show that I'm going to do where I'm going to have open session, so people can come in for a minute or two and talk about whatever they want to talk about with me. Even if you agree with me, you can come in and agree with me on something. If you disagree on anything, I'm going to have a show probably.
I have a very big feeling that most people are going to call in are going to agree with them and, stroke his ego. I don't really see a lot of people. I mean, there might be some people that are going to come through, but listen, if you guys see my talking points and you try to use them, you got to understand, if you're going to debate Player Essence, it's not enough to be right about. You actually have to know him. You have to sit here and know how he acts because he's extremely disingenuous. He comes into him in bad faith and he's going to try to twist and manipulate. When you can't sit here, like if he can't defeat you intellectually, what he's going to start doing is asking so many different questions just to try to find the smallest thing he used to try to discredit you, even if it has nothing to do with the debate. That's what he's going to do.
Like Thursdays, maybe we're going to start up pretty soon here where we're going to have a call-in show. So that'll be fun.
I mean, I'm actually excited for it because I honestly, why is this thing up? Because I honestly think, well, that's it for his video, but I honestly think that it's going to be great. It's going to make more content for me. So I'm going to be happy. I really hope that it actually works out for him. And I hope he gets destroyed. And if he doesn't, hey, it's going to be more content for me to react to. But for up next, we do got Newcomb Nintendo. Let's read off some of the comments before I get to it. Alrighty, we'll go up to the geezer new one. Camero, really? Hyper Star Cage, just keep consuming and get ready for best product. Exactly. Man, what does Shamu have to do with Nintendo exactly? That's fine, Vigilante, but Squirrel Girl belongs to me. After all, is my main, and I am getting the hang of using her in Rivals. Also, she is my niece's favorite superhero. There you go. We know that Blast has dibs when it comes to Rogue. I got dibs on Emma Frost. That is my mommy. You see Player Essence keep asking questions, never answering. Oh, exactly. That's what he does. It's a way of deflecting and coping. Maybe Sega would be better because of Echo with the dolphin. Yeah, right. Player Essence really crashing out. He always does. He'll be like, oh, this is me crashing out. The same company that were the heroes of the gaming who became the final boss. Exactly. Geezer Noob. Camero, you must have missed Player Essence seal impression. No, I think Camero was there for that one. Don't ask questions. Just open your mouth and suck it and get excited for the next wiener to suck because we don't care about the fans. We are going to cease and desist to protect our IPs. Exactly. Cease and desist. I was in the middle of school when the Game Boy Color came out. I love that system. So did I. It was a great system. The reason why I call myself hyper because I have a hyper fixation on things. There you go. Oh, and most important, oh, that's a spec. I just can't stop thinking about, I understand. You should actually be flatter, bro. You need 2 people to debate you. I know, right? I wish I would have done better, but yep. Player Essence is begging to have a mental breakdown. You know it. Zexo, what do you mean beginning? He started years ago. True. If you were naming Marvel characters, I'm taking Black Cat or Invisible Woman. Well, we're talking about Marvel Rivals. We're gooning over Marvel Rival characters, Camero. I saw him barking like a seal. Yep, we all did. I get the joke now. Player Essence can't control his emotions. Well, that's very clear. Player Essence, you're a charlatan. Yeah, probably. And I can say that because I know what it means. Yep. What is up there, Stephanie Browse? You gotta call him. He ain't. I'm probably blocked. Okay. And I ain't gonna, no, if I'm gonna do a debate with him, we're gonna do it the right way. We're gonna have a moderator and all that. And no, I'm not going to his channel just so he can sit here and cloud on me. No, that's not gonna happen. I can wait till Frit tears into Nukem Nintendo. Is he going to? I want to see it. I hope he does. Oh no, Doki inbound. Yep. Was console war, now is platform wars. Yep, I just call it the plastic war. Yay, more Nintendo Nuki. Yep, we are doing Nukem Nintendo. Let's get into it, Nuki.
So it looks like Sony and PlayStation will be delaying the PlayStation 6 from 2020.
I would say that this is hugely disrespectful to Sting. How dare you disrespect the great Sting like this?
7 all the way to 2029, and there is no other reason for this other than the fact that they are scared of competing with the Nintendo Switch 2.
They are not scared of competing with the Nintendo Switch 2. You're full of shit. If they do end up, it's not even confirmed yet, but if they do end up delaying the PS6, it's because of the RAM prices, which is the smart thing to do. They need to delay it.
And for really good reason. I mean, all you have to do is look at what the Nintendo Switch 2 is doing to the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 has been taking a big hit in sales, not only just for the hardware itself.
They have been selling, they sold over 80 million units worldwide. Pretty certain they're perfectly fine. I guarantee you next year when GTA 6 drops, it's going to get boosted even higher, man.
But even just for their video games, for example, in the UK, where they normally dominate, we're seeing way more games being sold over there for the Nintendo Switch than for PlayStation 5. And
there hasn't been that many games, okay? What, the third party? You can't blame that on the PS5, but the third party games are selling. When you throw a whole lot of quantity out there, what do you expect?
And we're actually seeing way more first party Nintendo games being sold over there than games that are first party games for PlayStation. I think they only had like 3 games in the top 40, whereas Nintendo had way more than that. As a matter of fact, Nintendo.
Yeah, and I would still love to see the sales that you're talking about. I know in his previous one before this, he brought them up, but I'm pretty positive that you probably were cherry picking stats like you always do. And it wouldn't surprise me if you got fake news, because there was one video that you brought up that I reacted to, and I completely destroyed you on what the sales were on that one, because you were saying, oh, this and that, and it was come to find out it wasn't even true.
Had about, I want to say they had 3 first party games in the top 5.
Congratulations.
In the top 5 in the UK, and that was 4.
Did PS5 release, like, I don't know what month you did, but did PS5 release a brand new game that month? Wouldn't surprise me if those top games were probably Mario Kart World, because they're going to count them as the bundles. And it wouldn't surprise me if it was the brand new games that released that year. Shocker. Usually when a game is released, when it's at its launch is when most of the hype is from. That's where the majority of the sales come from. I know, that's so shocking there, Nuki.
For the last week of December. Another region that's been reporting PlayStation sales going down and taking a big hit recently was actually France. So in France, the sales for both PlayStation and Xbox have been going down. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the Nintendo Switch 2 is rising in popularity over there.
No, it's because the Nintendo Switch 2 got a price discount. You didn't know that they got a price, not 1, but 2 price drops. Not even discounts, they got price drops. Nintendo literally dropped the prices. That's probably something you did not know there, Nuki. I actually covered it both times.
So France is another one. Then, of course, you got Japan, right? In Japan, Nintendo has always, for the most part, dominated PlayStation, except for maybe during the Nintendo Wii U era. But they're at.
Why is that? Why did they? Are you going to be honest? Are you going to sit here and be open and honest about why they're selling so well in Japan? Oh, I bet you're not going to.
Absolutely destroying PlayStation 5 right now. As a matter of fact, even just the original 8-year-old console, the original Nintendo Switch, is still dominating the PlayStation 5, outselling it by like tens of thousands of units. And this is after.
I mean, tens of thousands of units isn't really that much. But again, the Switch one is cheaper.
PlayStation 5 had got a big discount over there.
You understand, the yen is not doing that good. Even with them dropping the price for the PlayStation, guess what? It's still more expensive.
There in Japan, a permanent price cut just for that region alone because they want to compete with Nintendo, but
yes, that was, because Nintendo gave a very aggressively cheaper unit. What do you expect?
they're still unable to do it. And then we look at what happened this past November where PlayStation, even though they had a huge discount, they were the only ones with the holiday discount. They were the only ones for Black Friday that had $100 off of their console. They had a whole bunch of other big deals for their video games, and yet they were still down 40% from last November.
They still beat the Switch too. They still whoop Nintendo's ass. So you can sit here and be like, oh, they're down 40%. Why aren't you mentioning that Nintendo was also down 28%, if I remember correctly? It's like 24, 28%. And how the PS5 outsold the Switch too. Why aren't you being honest about that one? Like I said, you are literally cut from the same cloth. Your racist ass literally comes from Player Essence community.
That's not a victory at all. That's pretty bad. That they were getting beat by Nintendo so badly, they had to put a huge discount on their PlayStation 5.
My guy, Nintendo was so afraid of PlayStation that they had to sit here and give an aggressively cheaper unit in Japan. Now, I don't actually believe that one, but it's fun throwing out these nonsense things like he likes to do all the damn time,
In order to make it sell more, but yet they were still down 40% year over year. Now, the excuse that PlayStation is making for delaying the PlayStation 6 is the fact that the cost of RAM is going up.
Because it is. That's the smart thing to do. They're not going to eat the cost. So the smart thing to do would be to delay it.
And while that is a very valid excuse and whatnot, that's totally valid. The only problem is with that is the fact.
Let's hear this let's hear this problem with it. Go ahead, I'll allow it.
That it was only like 2 or 3 weeks ago that they were talking about the PlayStation 6 being released in 2027.
It was a rumor. They did not sit here. It has never been confirmed. It's always been rumored. What are you talking about? That PlayStation talked about it. It was other people who talked about it.
We're talking about how it's going to be a hybrid console, just like the Nintendo.
That's the rumors. PlayStation or Sony has never came out and said that it's going to be a hybrid console. That's what leaks and rumors are saying.
Nintendo Switch.
Oh, it's Desire. How's it going? Yes. Nuki wants to sit here and put Sting on there because he knows he's going to get views from it. He is so disrespectful to the great Sting.
So they were talking it up pretty big.
Exactly, J Biggs. Actually, PlayStation never gave a date or even confirmed the PS6 at all. Exactly. This is all rumors, speculation, and leaks.
They were really trying to get people interested in it, but people weren't interested in it at all. The buzz just wasn't there. The excitement isn't.
They never even mentioned that the PS6 is coming. How can they get people excited and buzz around something they don't mention? Wow, you're a smart one, Nuki. We definitely know what community you come from.
There, a lot of people are like, I don't care. You didn't really do much with the PlayStation 5, so I just don't really care. I don't think I'm going to buy that thing.
Well, most of us don't want another system so soon. We don't need another one. That's the thing.
So I think that's the real reason they are delaying the console, because they know it's going to get destroyed. They know it's going to be the worst selling system of all time.
I'm sorry, no one will ever beat Nintendo's failure. Okay, I think Nintendo actually does have one of the worst selling systems of all time, which is the Virtual Boy. Just saying there, Nuki, I doubt that anybody will ever beat that. You should take it as a great honor that Nintendo will hold that title.
They try to go head to head with the Nintendo Switch 2. So I think the strategy here is to delay it, hope that people just start to get hungry for a new system from PlayStation, and after a few years go by and it's 2029, they drop the new system and there might be.
Well, it's rumored to be 2030 because they want to wait for the RAM shortage to cool down, which is honestly the best thing to do right now.
Some interest in it. I think that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to starve everybody for that next big system. It's coming, guys. It's finally coming, hoping that, people are going to want to buy it. People are going to be hungry for it. I don't think that's going to work. I think the Nintendo Switch 2 It's going to destroy them regardless, and all they're doing is prolonging their inevitable demise at this point.
Nope, they are not. What they're if the rumors are true and they're going to release it in 2030 instead, it's the smartest thing to do. Xbox should be doing it. Honestly, if there's any company that's thinking about like releasing a PC or the handheld PCs or something, they need to delay those too. Nobody should be releasing any new hardware right now. It's too expensive.
So they either do that or they basically just drop the system in 2027 and risk, it becoming one of the worst selling systems of all time.
My guy, it would not be the worst selling system of all time. Okay, how many things did? Let me check this real quick. How many units of the Virtual Boy? How many units of the Virtual Boy were sold? Okay, not familiar with that's what the thing is saying. The Strange handheld was released in Japan and the US in 1995 with just 770,000 units sold. I am pretty positive that the PS5 will outsell that. Or PS6, I mean. I am pretty positive the PS6 will sell above 1 million. Okay, I think anybody is going to sit here and say it. There's no way that it will ever be that bad to the point where it only sells 770,000 units. Only Nintendo can accomplish something like that there, Nuki.
And dropping in 2027, that's also going to
blast. They ain't beating the Virtual Boy, Game.com, Jaguar, the Nuon, SNK, CD32, Amtrak, or the fucking Hyperscan. It isn't selling, then yeah, exactly. It's going to outsell it. Okay, I guarantee you that if we just go by Sony's track record, it's going to sell over 80 million. Has there been a system that has not of PlayStations that hasn't sold under 80 million?
hurt the PlayStation 5, probably
outside the PS Vita.
So the PlayStation 5 is already getting destroyed by the Nintendo Switch 2, still getting destroyed by the regular Nintendo.
I mean, technically the PS5 is still sold more if we're going to be technical about it here.
Nintendo Switch. You guys have to understand, just because this next PlayStation console,
you do understand that the PS5 outsold the Switch and the Switch 2 combined for Black Friday in the US, right? You do understand that.
Will be a hybrid. Doesn't really matter.
We don't even know if it's going to be a hybrid. It's not confirmed yet.
At this point, and here's the thing, it has to be more powerful than the current Nintendo Switch 2 in order for it to compete, right?
My guy, the PS5 is already more powerful than the current Nintendo Switch 2. It wouldn't be hard to make something more powerful, not that hard.
So yeah, the cost of RAM going up, that's definitely going to really backfire. That's really going to hurt them. But apparently, there's been some rumors and talks that it won't be that much more powerful or it'll be on the same level as the PS5. Well,
no, it's supposed to be on the level of PS5 Pro. Let's not be disingenuous, Nuki.
You know what? The Switch 2 is already arguably way more powerful and way better than the PS5. It doesn't matter.
No, it's not. It's barely above a PS4 Pro. It's in between a PS4 Pro and an Xbox Series S. What the hell are you talking about? Do you not know how to do proper research?
Or what specs are inside of it. All that
Yes, it does. The specs have everything to do with power, you fucking idiot.
matters is whether it's fully optimized or not and whether the games
Yes, guess what? The PS5 games run phenomenally better than the Switch 2. You do understand that, right?
run very well. And we're seeing games look way better, run way better on the Nintendo Switch 2 than they do on the PlayStation 5 Pro.
Can you name a single one? Name just one single game that runs better on the Switch 2 over, I won't even say the PS5 Pro. Just say the PS5. Name one single game that runs better, please. I will be shocked to find this one out because this is news to me.
That is a fact. We have been seeing so many different images online. We've been seeing, side-by-side comparisons, actual video, actual gameplay footage of both of them side by side. And guess what? We have seen many times the Switch 2 outperforming the PlayStation 5 Pro. That's actually pretty.
Yeah, I've never seen that once. You are looking at some fake news here. Please show me us just one single game that performs better than on the PS5 versus the Switch 2? Please tell me this.
Embarrassing. And so now PlayStation no longer has that one.
That does not surprise me. It's very on. I asked him about a single game. His answer was all games. He's just an idiot. This guy, I swear, he literally ate paint chips as a kid. And honestly, I don't even think he got that from I don't think he got that one from Player Essence, because Player Essence even dumb to say that one. He got that from Harmon Smith. That sounds like a Harmon Smith take. So do we want to talk about AC Shadow, Star Wars Outlaws, or Skyrim ports? Well, I know that the PS5, okay, probably what he's going to say is like, oh, well, if you, like how Star Wars Outlaws is now, if you compare it to how it was at launch, oh, of course Star Wars Outlaws and Switch 2 plays better. But no, the Star Wars Outlaws plays better than the Switch 2.
Little edge of just being more powerful, and that's going to be a really big deal, because guess what? The regular Nintendo Switch still kicked the PlayStation 4's ass despite being less powerful.
That's fine. It was very cheap.
And it continues to destroy the PlayStation 5 despite being even less powerful than that console. And now you're seeing the Switch 2, which is a very powerful version of the regular Nintendo Switch, absolutely dominate.
I agree, J Biggs. Wow, I'm a big Switch 2 fan, but I would never say my Switch 2 was on. Exactly. None of us will. The only ones I've ever seen hear that is from him and Harmon Smith. And you say he needs to stop now. Agreed.
The PlayStation 5, it's starting to hurt its sales. It's starting to beat it in regions where normally
PS5 has sold over 80 million units right now. It is doing perfectly fine.
the PlayStation 5 dominates. And so it makes sense for them to just delay the PlayStation 6 because they're too scared. They think it's just going to blow up in their face if they try to drop.
Exactly, Blast. So 30 FPS at basement level settings is better than 60 FPS at low to mid settings. Exactly. Nukem, I think he literally ate paint chips as a kid. I really do.
That thing in 2027. If they try competing with the Nintendo Switch 2 now, they're going to have one of the worst launches in the history of video game console launches.
Nope, that will be the Virtual Boy.
Ever.
Actually, I don't know if they did have the worst launch. It just sounded correct at the time.
So really, their smartest strategy, even though it's not that much better, is to just delay the inevitable. You know, let 2 or 3 years go by while they pump out a few lame, mediocre games for the PlayStation 5 and then say, all right.
Really, Blast? Also, should we talk about how the AC Shadows port is so bad it made people nauseous? Really?
I think
I didn't know that one.
you guys are ready for the next console now, huh? And then drop their, PlayStation 6 and hope that it sells at least 10 million units, if even that. But they know damn well that, they've pretty much lost the console wars to Nintendo. They've pretty much lost.
My guy, there is no console war. If anything, it's the plastic war, and you guys ain't winning.
To Nintendo, period, when it comes to not just the consoles selling, but also even just the software, the video games. The fact that they had Ghost of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 being nominated for 10 or 12 different categories at the Game of the Year awards, and yet they didn't win one single one. That kind of tells you that there's a lot of people.
Well, guess what? I'm not defending PlayStation here, but they actually had to go up against Expedition 33. The only one you guys had to go up with DK Bonanza in Game of the Year. DK Bonanza stood no chance of beating Expedition 33. But when it came to the Family Game Award and the Racing Game Award, they were pity awards. Those were literally participation awards. They give them to Nintendo just to give them a reason to show up. Everyone knows DK Bonanza should not have won Family Game. It's not really a family game.
People who voted don't give a shit about any of their video games. Their games are trash. Nobody really cares about Ghost of Yotei. Nobody really cares about Death Stranding 2. That's a fact.
And nobody really cares about Kirby Air Riders. That's a fact.
But you know who did win? Nintendo. And they were pretty much screwed over because they should have had multiple nominations.
Well, guess what? They didn't, because they didn't produce enough quality, sir.
But they didn't. Instead, Donkey Kong was put in a couple, Mario Kart World was put in a few, and
they were put in 2. Let's not act like they got more than what they did.
That was it, but they still won. Mario Kart World won Best Sports Game of the Year. Donkey Kong Bonanza we saw win Best Family Game of the Year. Should have won Best Action Game of the year too.
I will agree. DK Bonanza probably should have been in the Best Action Game of the Year. That one I actually will agree with. Should have won? Probably not. I don't even remember who won that category.
And it should have won the Game of the Year because
no, it shouldn't have.
Unlike Claire Obscure's Expedition 33, you know, it's a way better game, and it also
facts say otherwise.
They didn't use AI.
Okay, just because they use AI placeholders doesn't mean nothing.
To, you know, make that game the way they did with Expedition 33. But regardless, in the long run, Donkey Kong Bonanza is gonna end up outselling that game anyways. One thing we did see recently.
Oh, Spectre says Hades 2 won. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Hades 2 was probably, I haven't played Hades 2, but it was probably better.
Recently, though, when it comes to the sales of video games in Japan, is that in the top 30, it was all Nintendo games.
Congratulations. When Japan gets such a cheap console, what do you think's going to happen?
Nintendo games only that were selling in the top 30 in Japan. This is for Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, he does sound like he's always about to cry.
There was not a single PlayStation game in that top 30. No games on the PlayStation 5 made a top 30 last.
That's okay. Like in the last 6 months, what, they come out with one game? When Nintendo's came out with how many games? Of course there will be no more games. Do you understand? I believe he said it was for the month of December that they came out with like 2 games, if I remember correctly. So of course.
In the last couple weeks or so in Japan. So the writing is on the wall. Nintendo has got PlayStation very scared, very terrified.
Yeah, I don't think PlayStation's scared.
Right now. They are in a very...
I will admit, I think PlayStation got scared in Japan. That is very true. Or they wouldn't have sat here and dropped or gave them a cheaper unit for their region lock one. That I completely do actually agree with. But they're not scared here in America. They're not scared in Europe.
Difficult spot because, you know, they can't afford to release a system that isn't going to compete with the Switch 2, but yet somehow it's going to cost way more. It's going to be like probably, I would say maybe $900 or $1,000, right?
We will have to wait and find out. You never know. According to Dreamcast guy, the Switch 2, well, he didn't specifically say the Switch 2, but he made it seem like everything was going to be up in double. So the Switch 2 might be $900 for all we know. We'll have to wait and see.
Because if it's going to be a powerful, very powerful hybrid console, it's going to have to cost that much. But the thing that's going to sell the console is going to have to be the video games, which they don't really have a lot of. And a lot of stupid casuals who
just wait till GTA 6 comes out, my guy. Let's see on that one.
Bought the PlayStation 5 are experiencing that buyer's remorse. A lot of idiots just bought it because it's the PS5. It's like Nike or whatever. You have to get one, right? But so many people are now...
That's probably how it feels with the Switch too. That's why there's so much buyer's remorse going around.
Realizing that that was a very stupid investment because there's not a whole lot of games to play on it. And I see it every day. I see coworkers, friends, family members say, yeah, I don't really play it much. It collects dust. I want to get rid of it because...
I see people regretting the Switch too, man. Don't mean nothing.
The thing is so freaking big and it takes up a lot of space. You can't lay it down. Otherwise, it overheats on the side or something like that.
Yeah, I lay mine down all the damn time and nothing's happened to it since.
These are the kind of things that people say about it all the time. Whereas people who own a Nintendo Switch 2 that I meet in real life love the damn thing, love it to death, especially people who...
No, Jay Biggs, it's not satire. This is literally, he is truly being honest. He truly feels like this, Jay Biggs.
You know, this is like their first Nintendo console in many years or many decades, or first Nintendo console.
Okay, I'm done with him. He is driving me crazy. We are done. He's just going to keep spewing nonsense. Let's get to the last video, which is Player Essence again. Come on. Yeah, we're done. We are done. Let's read off some of the chats. We got the last video, which is Player Essence. Alrighty, let's go up. So, do we want to talk about? Oh, I already read that one. PS5 better and powerful. Never buy Switch 2. EU wait is or EU wait in PS6 2030 and hope new Xbox. Like the idea, that's smart. Exactly. Nuki loves his Nintendo PP so much that if anyone criticizes it, he acts like a crazed toddler you would see at a Chuck E. Cheese that would eat lead paint chips and snort pixie sticks with glitter. Oh, he would. That is very true. Where's Elden Ring, Nuki? Or better yet, Baldur's Gate 3. Exactly. Well, we do know Elden Ring is going to be coming one day, but we don't know Baldur's Gate 3 yet. He needs to stop now. I completely agree, J Biggs. Sooner or later, Nintendo will lose those franchises and will all go to PC. Very true. Hear that? Attack, Power World, and Pokemon better Power World. Sorry. I agree. I wouldn't even be surprised if Nuki is best friends with Harm. It wouldn't surprise me either. Also, should we talk about how the AC Oh, I already read that one. Sorry, act like, okay. I highly doubt Resident Evil 9 is going to run better on the Switch 2 compared to the PS5. I agree. I think it'll run like well, but I don't think it's going to be as good. After this video, I do believe he's only joking and messing with people. There's no way believing what he says unless you're either completely stupid or have some mental illness. I have never once heard him say, oh, this is all a joke. Switch 2, lose battle. Yep. I have seen a video of the Switch 2 Skyrim anniversary, and what I seen little of it is complete trash. Do not rewatch that video again if I can find it. I understand. And yet, looking at the awards, Microsoft won as much as Nintendo. Very true. And Nintendo got booed off the stage. Oh, exactly. Donkey Kong Bonanza doesn't even deserve to be nominated for Game of the Year, period. And Mario Kart World stole Best Racing Game when it should go to Sonic Crossroads, probably due to bribery. Probably. I honestly think Split Fiction should have been the nomination instead of DK Bonanza. Haze 2 won that. Deserved phenomenal game. I'll take your word on it. No, not winner, Game of the Year. Yep. Why does he always sound... Oh, I already read that. Spectre said it's fantastic. Oh, I bet it is. They act like Nintendo is using AI for the same... Or isn't using... Well, most likely. I even have that game on my wish list. I don't blame you. Yeah, Hades 2. Try to get cool there. I will eventually play it. I have to play the first one. Oh, we got Retro Fusion. Steam Deck does overheat, but you can play way more than you can on the Switch 2. Yep, true. And even more essence. It's very true. Wow, more player essence. He really is rent-free, like he says. I mean, it's the only reason why I react to him there, Retro Fusion, because number one, he's very easy content. You generally know it's always going to be entertaining, and he just won't stop running his mouth. Retro Fusion owns this chat like Player Essence owned you. Nah, Sweet Tea, that's me. Hey, Sweet Tea, if you don't agree with what I have to say, I got a Discord. You can call in right now. We can have a conversation. What do you say? Are you too scared, man? It is Disagreement Day. If you disagree with me, you can call in. I do try, Sweet Tea. Yeah, I wouldn't say Retro Fusion that you own me, so I don't know what you're talking about. Well, you say you own this chat. Oh, I don't know what you are talking about there. Why is your avatar a lamer version of a Power Rangers villain? My avatar is badass. Thank you, Sweet Tea. But come on, Sweet Tea. What's your Discord, man? We can sit here and have a conversation. Come on, man. Don't be scared now. Nah, I'm at work. Oh, of course you are. Gosh, you might be. It is pretty early in the morning. All righty, let's... Oh, Sweet Tea, are you getting butthurt at the criticism? Very true, Caesar's Piplup. Well, let's get into the final video, which is Player Essence. And we all know Sweet Tea's going to run back to Daddy Essence and tell him that I'm being mean to him again. Yeah, let's get into
got here
it.
through angry, and he's saying that your live stream, and he said that you really talk about him intending all day. I'll let you play the background while I'm working out the gym.
Okay, he's going to definitely get triggered over this. I have never once said that Player Essence just has to talk about me. That never came out of my mouth. So, yes, I'll reread it. Got here through Angry Vigilante, just here to see your live stream and see if you're really talking about them and attending all day. I'll let you play in the background while I'm working out at the gym. Yeah, my guy there, SSJ, I think it's Crimson. I've never once ever stated, you will never find a clip of me saying that, oh, he has to talk about the Angry Vigilante just to get view. I never have said that. I have said that he has to talk about Nintendo. That is very true. He can't go a live stream without talking about him.
You said, I really talk about him and Nintendo all day?
Not about me, Nintendo, yes.
No.
I agree. You do talk about Nintendo. You can't go a live stream without talking about him.
He's the one who uses me all the time. Hold up, this guy's a complete moron.
I never said that. That's the thing. You're getting false information there, Player Essence.
You can let him know that dude uses me all day. He's obsessed with me.
No, not obsessed. No one's obsessed with you.
He's not relevant. Angry Vigilante.
Neither are you. That's okay. We can both accept that neither of us are relevant.
Angry Vigilante. He's not relevant. He's a bum, low sub content creator.
And you're a bum, high sub content creator with a dying channel. So what?
That's not a relevant content creator. That's why I don't care about debating him or talking to him.
See, like if I was someone who had clout, he would definitely want to debate me. That's the only reason why he doesn't want to debate. He wants to clout chase.
Him anymore or anything like that. Nintendo, I don't mind debating Nintendo, but Nintendo's just wrong on a lot of stuff. So
of course you don't want to debate, or of course you want to debate Nintendo. You want to clout chase on his good name.
People bring it up in the chat. We talk about it, but we talk about plenty of other things. I don't have to clickbait those two guys. Look at all my vids on my channel. Every day I'm talking about Nintendo Switch 2 stuff. I'm talking about RPG stuff. And
very true, but some of your videos you have mentioned Nintendo in. But why you can't go a single live stream without even talking about Nintendo? And yes, sometimes your chat brings them up, but in this live stream alone, we have seen you bring up Nintendo without anybody else bringing them up.
I've been doing that for a living since 2017, and I've been doing that on YouTube since 2010. We don't got a drama farm. We don't got a clickbait. I don't got to use AI thumbnails. I don't got to talk.
Yeah, you do. You used to use clickbait type stuff and you got called out for it. And you were using AI in your thumbnails, okay? Stop acting like you are all of a sudden against AI when you're not. You're only using that as a deflection tactic because you can't combat me with any logic. That's all it is.
About those two bumps for me to.
That's all you do is talk about Nintendo. Every single live stream, all you do is talk about Nintendo, my guy.
Do well. My streams are going to do good regardless.
No one comes to your streams to hear about what you like. They don't come to your streams to hear about the news. They want to see you act like this. This is what they come to your live streams for. And I'm just helping you get more well known here. Like he said, he came through because he found you out through me. So you're welcome, my guy. I'm helping you pay your rent.
Of those two. Those guys got to talk about negative stuff. They got to make up sales stuff that's trash. Nintendo's got.
We don't. We just use the facts and we actually add context to stuff. You don't.
Got to do that. He's got to do that for him to even be relevant. This angry dude, I don't know. He keeps, like I said, he keeps on using me. He keeps on talking about me. He keeps on making videos on me. He keeps on watching my stream. I don't watch his trash ass.
That's because you keep running your mouth. You either talk about me or you'll be disingenuous. Someone has to hold you accountable.
His channel sucks. It's a bunch of AI slop thumbnails, a bunch of garbage, drama farm, clickbaiting,
It's not clickbait. You've already said that you don't watch my stuff. How do you know it's clickbait? In order for you to know if something's clickbait, you actually have to know what the video's about. So why are you lying to your audience?
Yes, this dude's a complete loser. And like I said,
my guy, you're the one that's a loser with a dying channel. At least my channel's not dying, it's growing.
I don't waste my time with guys who say that that can't describe the definition of brainwashing.
Okay, and you can't sit here and describe what the definition of what evil was without you looking it up in your previous video. You didn't know what the definition of fanboy was. You got called out for it and you had to make up a definition to fit your narrative and then be like, oh, that's what my definition is. You didn't know what the definition of monopoly was. You were using that one incorrectly. You got called out by Omniarch because you were using Grifter, and he was like, oh, that's not the way it's used. And you got to be like, well, that's a word for slang, which when someone says that, oh, that's the slang way, just a code word means that I can use it however the fuck I want to. That's all it is. So you can sit here and try to bash me that I didn't know what one word was. You didn't know what 4 words were.
So, no, I don't talk about them all day. I simply give my opinion on what people say here in the chat. But when it comes to
Sometimes you do, yes. But a lot of the times you bring up Nintending without ever being provoked. You have to talk about Nintending, my guy.
my channel, look at my channel. I talk about games. I provide actual value. I give you guys big upcoming games. I give you guys.
Yeah, people don't watch your stuff for that. You could try to pretend like they do. Maybe for your long videos, but the people that show up to your live streams where you make the majority of your money, they don't show up for that stuff. You can stop the cap.
Different content in terms of predictions. I give you guys stuff to look forward to. I give you guys excitement. There's value in what I bring to the channel.
My guy, your long videos are not that exciting. That's why your live streams, with your live stream, that's why you make far more money on your live streams, because you actually show who you are. You show your honest self. Okay, that's why you should be clipping your live streams and turning them into long videos. But with your long videos, you want to put out this notion of someone that you're just not.
These two guys are just negative weirdos that need to drama farm in order to be some.
Look who's being negative. The thing is, he said that for his New Year's resolution, he was going to be more positive. I'm not kidding you. It's not even from this video. One of the videos that I already reacted to on this live stream, he couldn't even go one day or one live stream after the New Year's of being positive. Or just staying positive. He had to go back to being negative because he knows that's how he gets his money when it comes to his live streams.
What even a modicum of relevancy on this YouTube platform. So
you have no relevancy. Your channel is dying.
So no, I don't talk about them all day, and I don't gotta worry about them.
You always worry about Nintending. Like I said, you can't go a live stream without talking about them.
Again, they're both bumps, and you know, I don't really care. Like,
yes, you do. That's why you're always bringing up Nintending. You're always saying, oh, we need a debate because you need a clout chase because you're trying to recover your dying channel.
We don't need them. Trust me. I'll make what I make and I'll do as good as I do with or without them.
No, you won't. You'll be making far less.
None of them. They're not part
I'm helping you make money. That's the funny thing. I'm helping you pay your rent.
of my content. I don't clickbait them in thumbnails and AI.
I don't clickbait you in thumbnails either. You're just lying because you don't know what you're talking about. You just don't like the thumbnails.
Slop. I don't
It's not AI slop. Anything sloppy around here is that damn hairline of yours.
make videos dedicated on them. I don't watch their channels.
No, you just sit here and do live streams where you talk about them at length. You've gone on very long tangents when it comes to Nintendo.
I sure as hell don't waste my time watching their channels. Oh my God. I'd rather to watch those guys' channels.
That's fine. You don't have to watch our channels. I don't care. I don't think Nintendo cares, but we all know you do.
People send me clips all the time. I'm like, why am I going to waste my time watching this trash? They watch my channel though. They hear what I got.
Trust me, my guy, I know you watch some of those clips that they send you because sometimes in your newer live streams, you act differently when I call you out on something. Stop the cap.
Gotta say, they listen to my live streams. They listening to what I gotta say. How am I raging? I just simply said I don't need them. Nobody's raging at anything.
I mean, I wouldn't say you were raging that time, but you have raged before. But no, you do need Nintendo. It's factual.
I think that's you just thinking that like anybody that talks
No.
with like
There's no need to bring race into it.
any part of like excitement in their voice is called raging, but nobody's raging at anything. Like I
Exactly, Blast. And yet you continue to talk about them. So you do care because you didn't, then you wouldn't talk about them consistently. Exactly. He just recently started talking about me again, but usually it's Nintendo that he's always talking about. What, the last 3 months? Let's look it up here. Let's look up. I got to look this up real quick. Where's the Nintendo? When did he drop that video? Because it was the buyer's remorse video that he did that got him all brought up to him. Okay. So we go by the most popular. It was 3 months ago. You have been going on for the last 3 months. Okay. You do about 4 or 5 live streams a week, I would say. I doubt that anybody could find one single live stream in the last 3 months since that buyer's remorse video, since the first time you ever talked about Nintendo, I don't think that we could find a single damn live stream where you don't talk about them.
I said, nobody's raging at anything, but it's all good though, man. If that's how you feel or that's how you think, it's all that. But no, Nintendo has definitely sent out little silent shots at people. He doesn't say names a lot, but he definitely has.
Oh, we all know who he was referring to when he sat there and said in that damn video, oh, you know, I'm not going to say the name, but we all know who he is, calls me a hater, calls me a grifter, begs me to debate him, offers to pay me. We all know which one that is. We all know it's you.
When it comes down to it. But like I said, he's a weirdo. Dude's weird. He's a liar and he's weird, but hey, it's all good, man. You can believe who.
You have never proved once that I'm a liar or Nintendo's a liar. All you do is make these claims. You never back it up with facts or evidence. If he is lying, it should be very easy to prove.
Whoever you want to believe. But if I were you, I would just say this, guys. I probably wouldn't pay attention to the guy who said the Switch 2 was going to sell like the Wii U and the GameCube.
He didn't say that. I do not recall one single time Nintendo ever saying those words. He did sit here and do a title saying that the Switch 2 sold worse than the Wii U for Black Friday, which is true. That's factual.
Let me just put that out there. We probably shouldn't pay attention to people.
RX Gaming, to be fair, the reason he talks about him is because it gets brought up in the chat. It's not like he goes out of his way to do it. That's actually factually not true, RX. In this live stream I have done, with the first video I did of him or the second video, he brought Nintendo up all on his own. Okay, so the chat doesn't always bring him up. He brings up Nintendo all on his own all the time. Okay, there are times I will agree with you. Like this time, yes, Nintendo did get brought up, but that was because the guy who brought him up was just wrong. He said that me and Nintendo said that he said that I have to talk about it. Never mind. It was the previous video where Nintendo got brought up, where they told Player Essence that me and him said something when it wasn't Nintendo and it was just me.
Who said the Switch 2 was going to sell as bad as the Wii U or the GameCube? Because that's what some of these people were saying. That's what he was saying. So
yeah, I still need to see the exact timestamp and everything where Nintendo said that, because I'm pretty positive he did not say that.
I'm just saying. You haven't seen Rage if you think he is. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Let's see here. If I was this guy, I would unsubscribe. No, I don't care. You guys can be subscribed or not subscribed to whoever you want. If you guys bring up somebody and you guys want my opinion, I'll say it, but my content doesn't revolve around a weirdo AI slop bum. And
I never said it did. That's the thing. You were given false information. You will never find a clip of me saying that you only get views or you have to constantly talk about me. Never once have I ever stated that, Player Essence. Now, I have said that you have to talk about Nintendo. That is true. And you could call me a AI weird slop bum. Guess what? You're the one that is a terrible hairline slop person with 129,000 subscribers and a dying channel.
And a grifter, a clout chasing grifter who needs to talk, who needs to make up news and needs to.
How's he clout chasing? Nintendo, who is Nintendo clout chasing on? You're the one that's clout chasing.
Damage control Switch 2 sales to feel good about themselves. Like I said, we don't need to. Our content does not revolve around them. And
it definitely revolves around Nintendo. Your live streams revolve around him all the damn time. Again, you don't have to talk about him. You can sit here and keep your mouth shut. You can sit here and stop talking. But people bring him up because you go on like this. People want to see this. That's why your live streams make more money. They don't make more money. People do not come to your live streams again to hear you talk about gaming news, predictions. They don't come for that crap. They want to see you act like this.
Never will. I don't make what I make based off of bumps, based off of them. I do how I do. I get my subs or I get support based off of my knowledge on gaming and interacting with you guys for fun. We don't need them. We never will. So I don't talk about.
You do. I am literally giving you exposure. Okay, I'm helping you pay your rent right now.
About them all day. That's insane. Somebody just brought it up and it was a topic here. But you don't see me making thumbnails and videos about them 24/7. Am I clickbaiting them
I don't do it 24/7. I do not sit here and release a video every single day. What the hell are you talking about?
all the time? No. Have I talked about it a few times? Sure. But do I clickbait them all the time and use AI slop? Absolutely not.
I don't use AI slop. I use very good AI, and I don't clickbait you. You know I don't clickbait you. You know that's a lie because you already said that you don't watch the content. So in order for you to know if something's a lie, you actually have to watch the content or know what the content's about. You don't know what it is.
Switch 2 will sell the same as the Wii U, has to be a grift. I refuse to believe anyone believe that. It is a grift. That's what I'm saying.
It isn't. The Switch 2 sold worse than the Wii U during Black Friday. That's factual.
I don't have to grift to get you guys to watch me, to get you guys.
No, you just have to be disingenuous and you have the damage control for Nintendo. I've already proven it.
Guys to pay attention to what I have to say. I don't have to build a YouTube hater community. That's the cool thing about my channel. That's the cool thing about my videos. I can talk about what I want. I don't have to talk.
No, you don't. If you did talk about what you want, you would talk about RPG. Okay, but you're forced to talk about Nintendo because that's where the money is for you. You can keep saying, oh, I talk about what I want. No. If you did, you would honestly talk about RPG.
About stuff that I dislike. I don't got to be angry every single day. You know what I'm saying? I don't got to be
I don't think Nintendo's angry. I'm not trying to speak for him, but I'm definitely not angry.
mad and wake up angry or wake up this and that or wake up being pissed off at someone, or I don't got to sit there and watch somebody's videos or get people to send videos to me because I got to react to it.
I don't sit here and get people to send videos to me. They choose to send videos to me.
Because I think I'm better. It's like, I don't got to do all that. I don't got to react to nobody in that type of way because my content's never revolved around that. Like I said, if we talk about it here, that's cool. But my streams are always about talking about the latest news.
Stop the cap. Your streams are not about that. People, like I said, people do not come to your streams to listen to all that nonsense. They come to see you freak out. They come to see you get triggered. That's why people come to your streams, my guys.
Talking about content coming up, talking about games that you're excited about. That's what my content's about. And that's what my videos are about too. Look at the vids on the channel. We go over that stuff. So, nah, we didn't talk about them. We didn't talk about those bums all day.
No, I never say you talk about me, but you do talk about Nintendo. That's factually true.
You don't watch the channels, but you know they're wrong about everything that's coming from a place from bias. Looking at your view counts, and Dean's been hitting numbers more than you. I'm not really too worried about my view counts in terms of what stuff and in terms of that.
Really? Is that why you have been begging on your live streams for people to go watch your videos? For them to beg to hit the like button, for them to beg to go comment so we can do better? Stop the cap. You do worry about that. Now you're just lying.
I'm not really worried about that. You look at the view counts because once again, my view counts are fine. I'm not in a
If they were fine, you wouldn't have to be begging people. You wouldn't have to be. You wouldn't have had to enter your DSP era and pull a DSP and beg for viewership.
Competition with him. He grifts off of false and fake information. So yeah, you do negative stuff. People are gonna.
Oh, sorry. Damn stupid thing.
Click on that more. That's clickbait. That's negative grifter.
I mean, can you prove that he was lying? You yet to ever prove it. All you do is say stuff. Blast. I mean, it was possible. No one thought that the system after the Wii would flop like it did. So that could happen after the Switch as well. Yeah, very true.
Anybody can do that. So I'm not really worried about view counts on that. I get way more support when it comes to my live streams and when it comes to stuff like that. I get way more support than Nintendo will ever do. I guarantee.
I'm pretty certain Nintendo makes more money than you. We all can see through this. And Nintendo, to my knowledge, does not do live streams.
Guarantee you on that one. So if you want to talk about view counts and all that type of stuff from what, a bunch of haters on YouTube, I'm not worried about that. My live streamer counts and my view counts.
Hey, guess what? None of us have had to go on our live streams begging for people to watch. I've never had to beg for viewership, nor did Nintendo.
Are pretty good. They're actually pretty good. They're not bad at all. And I'm doing well for myself. Like I said, I'm not the richest person out there. I'm not trying to sit there and say that, but I'm doing okay. So I'm pretty sure I'm doing better than Nintendo when it comes to that respect. And
yeah, that's why his viewership is better.
View counts have crashed from where they were before after he got exposed for lying.
I mean, he's still getting more views than you, And your viewerships crashed because you damaged the Nintendo community and ran and hid like a coward afterwards in July.
About the Switch 2 sales when Nintendo revealed that they sold 10 million plus. He got exposed right there. So cool, good for your view counts. Bad for anybody taking you seriously when it comes to knowing what you're talking about.
I mean, he's still doing better than you. He's still getting more views than you.
About with the Nintendo Switch 2. When it comes to everything that they say in terms of I don't watch their stuff and I don't know what they're saying and stuff like that. Like I said, people send me clips. I don't watch their videos. I don't waste my time watching their videos because I've seen what they have to say, and what they have to say is nonsense. If somebody runs from a debate, they clearly know that I know what I'm talking about.
I mean, that's not true. He doesn't want to debate you because you attacked him. Why would he waste his time? It's not going to benefit him in any way. It's only going to benefit you. You're the one that needs to debate him. He doesn't need to debate you.
Because why would you run from a debate? I've already debated the other
My guy, you ran from DBZ Nation. You challenged him to a debate and then ran away and hid.
guy. He got absolutely bodied, and everything that I said back then in my debate against him is true now. Go.
No, I was the one that was correct. I was the one that was correct when it came to the Japanese and why they get a cheaper unit. You weren't correct. You weren't even qualified to be talking about it.
Back and watch my debate with him. I absolutely cooked him, and everything that I said in that debate is absolutely correct now. So that
No, the only thing you might have been correct about was me not knowing the definition of brainwash. That's the only thing I can remember you being correct about. You were literally not qualified to be there. You needed Prime to leech off of. If Prime would have stayed quiet the whole damn time, you would have said a bunch of nonsense.
that's how I know I'm right about those things, because one person wants to run away from me, and the other person already got cooked. So do you have it?
I mean, not by you. People can go back and watch the debate, which I love that you actually bring up the debate. You do understand that you're actually helping me out because more people come and watch that now. So because you just keep bringing up the debate, I get more viewership for it. So thank you. Now I know you're not going to thank me for helping you out. That's okay. I know I'm helping you pay your rent, so that's good.
Anything else important to say? Or are you good? True zero. You have anything important to say? You have any?
I mean, he did. He completely cooked you about your viewership. This is all you're doing is deflecting and coping. That's all it is.
Anything knowledgeable to say or not? Or do you have anything that directly refutes what I've said on my channel in terms of facts? Go ahead. Floor is yours, my boy. Beans and toast. Thank you for the 2 British pounds. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Clips cannot be taken out of context when they've been saying the same thing over.
Of course they can. Manano Mario, if that's what I remember his name is, your elite ninja took me out of context. I proved that he took me out of context. So yes, absolutely clips can be taken out of context. You're full of shit.
Over and over and over, saying that the Switch 2 was going to sell like the Wii U.
Do not recall him ever saying that the Switch 2 was taken out of the Wii U. Please send me a timestamp. I would love to see a timestamp where an attendee said, that the Switch 2 is going to sell like the Wii U. I would love to know that.
And then admitting that you were wrong about that, nothing was taken out of context.
Like I said, I'm pretty positive that did not happen.
Was the context. He said that Switch 2 was going to sell around the Wii U to GameCube level. It did not. He said nobody was.
Well, I mean, technically, it's going to, it surpassed the Wii U, but it hasn't surpassed the GameCube. I mean, technically, it's possible. The probability is going to sell over the GameCube level, but it's still a possibility.
Buying it. People are buying it. It sold 10 million plus, and he said that months ago, and it sold 10 million plus. So
yeah, you were wrong about it not getting a price drop. He was correct about that. But of course, we know you're just going to move the goalposts. You're going to cherry pick stats like you always do. This is why you're disingenuous.
Oh, no, nothing was taken out of context. Like I said, they're liars, and that's what they do. They lie about a lot of things, or they're just not knowledgeable enough about a lot of things. If someone just started talking about sales in the Switch 2 era, trust me, you shouldn't believe what they say.
Again, I did not have this channel during most of the, I did not have this channel during most of the Switch 1. I had this channel not even a year ago. Nintendo started 4 years ago. Okay, and even if Nintendo would have started doing sales 4 years ago, he would just move the goalpost. He did literally in the previous video. He literally said that we shouldn't be taken seriously because we weren't talking about sales during the Wii U when we didn't even have a damn channel back then.
If someone's been talking about sales for a decade plus like me, I think you should probably believe what I say a bit more.
And and even though you're very disingenuous, you don't add the context to the sales that you're talking about. You sit here and have a different type of energy for PlayStation than you do Nintendo, which is factually true. I've exposed you for that many of times. You can keep going back and forth and try to make it seem like it, but I'm going to go out on a limb and probably say that the whole time, if you're disingenuous now, you were probably disingenuous then.
Because I've been in this for a really long time. And I was in this before YouTube grifting got people a lot of money for YouTube grifting. I was in this, I was making nothing. A lot of these people are doing this because they know they can make money off of it. Listen, man, I'll debate you if you want. I'm not going to go back and forth with you, the true zero jetters. We're not going back and forth. I don't know why you're caping for these guys. They're not going to do anything with you or anything like that. I think they're both straight and they both got girlfriends or whatever the case is.
Yes, I am very straight. I have an amazing wife. I'm pretty positive Nintendo has one too. So yeah, that's true. We're not going to go with them, but the true zero, what did he say? Oh, so the clips can't be taken out of context. You seriously believe that I know you guys heard that right?
So they're not going to do anything.
He made a very valid point. That's the one he's going off of.
With you. But if you want to debate and you want to bring their points to the table, I've got a new debate show coming up where guys like you can get cooked. Okay. So I'm not going to go back and forth with you, but if you want to debate me on all these.
Didn't he say earlier where he's like, oh, he doesn't need us. I do live streams around positive stuff. And now he's doing a live stream where it's going to be about debates, which is going to be negative. Of course, you know, generally debates are negative. So again, you're proving our point. You don't make money when it comes to that positive stuff like you try to peddle. You need to do the negative stuff.
These topics, I've got a Discord. I'm going to be opening up something. We can come there and I can cook you proper. Okay.
True Zero, if you do decide to show up and debate, make sure you watch a bunch of his content. Make sure you realize his tactics before you do it.
Because you're not making any sense right now, all right? You're just talking and you're just caping for two people that have been.
No, he made a very valid point. He sat there and talked about you said that you can't take things out of context. And then the True Zero Switch 2 got that price drop a few months after it released, and Doug Bowser got up out of their year is going good for Nintendo. I mean, I think I misread that.
Wrong about everything. Okay. So yeah. So like I said, I got a debate show. We can debate there. I'm not debating you here, but like I said, I can cook you proper in that debate show if you want to look stupid. Because you're just talking right now. You're not saying anything important. Nothing you've said here relates to anything.
I mean, everything I've read off is actually very relatable, but you're not reading it off because you don't want your viewership to see it. He literally says Switch 2 got that price drop. Very true. Well, a few months ago. Okay, I don't know. They did in France. That's true. They did get a price drop in France.
Anything important. Clips can be taken out of context. No, he said this. Oh, well.
That's very true. Clips can be taken out of context. I've proven it. Your homeboy, Manano Mario, your elite ninja took me out of context, and I proved that.
How do you believe? You're just talking. Nothing you said here is important. So just move on. Move along. I'll have my show later. If you want to join in, you can join in and talk. So yeah, man. I'm not listening to long clips.
And then the True Zero did another one. Yeah, I would happily love to debate you as long as we play full videos and not just clips, okay? Well, of course, he is True Zero. He's not going to do that. He's about to sit there and say that, but he's not going to do it.
Of them. I'm not listening to long videos of them. I'm not doing that. You bring their debating points. You bring their points. You watch the videos and you bring their points to the table, okay? And I'll easily destroy any of their points.
Well, because all he's going to do is ask you questions, True Zero, and be like, well, do they say this? They say that? And you're just going to be, and then he's just going to twist it around. That's all he's going to do.
There's a reason why I already cooked one of them and the other one doesn't want to debate me. He doesn't want to debate me or anybody because he knows that he's wrong. He's a grifter. He was wrong before the Switch 2 came out, says that it's 10 million. He's wrong afterwards.
I mean, he keeps saying that he was wrong. I'm not even going to acknowledge the whole thing about him cooking me. It's irrelevant. We all know that he did it. He tries to do this Hercule and Gohan situation. We already know it. But you don't even sit here and prove that Nintendo has lied. You never show facts. You never do anything. You're all talking, no bite. You're like a little chihuahua that does all this barking, but then the moment you stand up, it runs away and hides. You're just a scared little boy under this tough bravado, man, you're trying to put out there.
That's the reason why he doesn't want to debate. because he knows that he's wrong. He's been wrong on so many different things.
Like
Stop
what?
the cap, man. Move on. Move along. All right. I'll have that show. I'm not watching their long. You bring their points. You watch it, okay? And you bring their points. You go ahead and do that. All right. I'm not watching. I don't have to watch. Okay. I don't have to watch morons make videos on things that they don't know what they're talking about. Once again, if you
I mean, you don't know what you're talking about. We all know it. You've already proven it.
only started talking sales with Switch 2, chances are you don't know what you're talking about. Like when you
we
say
got a
stuff
$5
like,
super chat from Vetful Zexel. True Zero, you can use my playlist of Player S and Expose with the receipts if you're going to debate. Exactly. You know, yeah, the thing is, I would recommend anybody, even if you know what you're talking about. The thing is, Player Essence is very good about asking questions and try to manipulate and shift it. Okay, so what he's going to do is if he can't beat you with actual knowledge and intellect, he's just going to bring up and start asking you a bunch of questions that have nothing to do with it and then just try to make it seem like you don't know what you're talking about and just discredit you that way. That's all he's going to do. He's not going to come into it in good faith. He doesn't know how to.
the Switch 2 is going to sell like the Wii U. Only somebody who has no idea what.
Okay. Can someone please tell me in the chat right now? Okay, I'm begging you. Has Nintendo ever stated once that the Switch 2 was going to sell like the Wii U? I have watched pretty much every one of Nintendo's videos, and I have never once heard him say that. So if anybody knows if he said that, please tell me. Just please, someone tell me.
They're talking about, or the Switch 2 is going to sell like the GameCube. Only an idiot that has no idea what they're talking about, that's just started making videos on sales to grift off of sales numbers, okay, because you're angry about something. Only an idiot would say that. Only somebody stupid would. Nobody knows.
I honestly believe that you got a bunch of fake news, or I don't even think it was taken out of context. I just think you were given false information because you claim that you don't watch the clips. So I doubt you know what the clips are saying.
Knowledgeable on sales would say that the Switch 2 is going to sell like the Wii U and the GameCube. Nobody knowledgeable would say that. Only somebody stupid would. So are you going to go defend those points? Are you going to go defend that stuff? Is that what you're going to do?
My God, you don't even know. You never watched his content. So how do you know if he even said anything like that? And I'm still pretty positive that he never did.
So feel free to defend those points. Feel free. I'll give you a couple minutes to defend points like that, okay? There is no Switch 2 price drop. It's still full price.
During the month of December, it got multiple price cuts. So yes, did Nintendo do them? No, but it did get multiple price cuts. And in France, they did get 2 price drops. The Switch Zero, he proved Vigilante's point in 10-minute raging over 2 names. Dean and Vigilante live rent-free in this man's head. Smack my head again about the price drop that wasn't coming anytime soon. Talk about what? I want to hear what he says about this one.
So yeah. Anyway.
He's not going to read off.
Nah, he didn't prove anybody's point. He didn't prove. That guy makes 1 million videos on me. Like I said, I don't need to talk about them. But like,
you do need to talk about Nintendo. You always talk about Nintendo, my guy. I got so much proof out there to show that you do. You can't go a single live stream without talking about them. Whether your chat brings it up or you bring it up.
I said, I'll have my debate show. You can come through if you want to come through to that. And like I said, you guys bring it up here, not me. I didn't bring up anybody's name.
Not this time, but you don't bring it up. That you're full of shit. There have been many times where you brought it up. Yes, your chat does bring it up, but you don't have to respond to it. You could choose to ignore it. You could be like, yeah, we're not talking about that. That's what you can do. If you're truly about the positive and want to keep it around the news, keep it around predictions, you can ignore it, but you choose not to.
Have to clickbait thumbnail anybody. Y'all bring it up here, not me. You guys brought it up. If I constantly brought up those 2 people, then okay, I get it. But y'all brought it up today. You
do bring up, yeah, today, but you do bring up Nintendo. Me, I've never once said that you constantly bring me up. So that one's not true.
OJ wouldn't need to suit to cook these chumps. I'm looking forward to the debate with this guy. Because like this guy definitely This guy definitely started talking about Nintendo this year. Like this guy definitely didn't. He wasn't around talking about in the Switch 1 era. He definitely wasn't around. This is a guy that just looks at people's videos, not in today's day, and definitely isn't a fan of me. He doesn't know anything about me. He heard about me probably from them. So this guy's definitely somebody who's probably had a.
Well, he didn't hear about you from Nintending. Nintending doesn't say your name, and you know he doesn't. He refuses to say your name because he's not going to give you any reference. He doesn't want you to get any more viewership. Even he says that the reason why he's not interested in debating any of you guys is because you guys aren't interested in actually the Switch 2. You're only interested in yourselves. That's it. You don't care about Nintendo.
Different account, probably doesn't like me, but came here to try to prove a point to make himself sound smart. You know, he
did. After I read the damn things, but the problem is you refuse to read them off because you know it would have made you look bad if you would have actually read them.
He's definitely not anybody that knows what they're talking about, you know. So yeah. Let's see. People bring those people in the chat every day. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He brings them up too. Stop the cat party, man. You're full of shit. He brings them up too. I have many videos proving that he brings them up.
Should debate. I'm gonna have a new debate show, and this guy's gonna come here with their points. So he can come on the show and he can.
Please don't come with our points. Please come with your own points. Do your own research.
He can debate that but nothing that I've seen here today shows that he's gonna be good at debating. So it'll be fun. You know he ain't showing up. Well, I hope it, hey, the true Zero Jetters, send me an email, fam. I got my email on my homepage. Send me an email. I'll get.
To Rush Parrot, they're disingenuous, so debate is useless. Try debating someone that is obviously in the wrong. They'll lie down something. That's factual.
Get you my Discord. If you want to be first up, I'll give you first dibs, brother. You said you want to come through.
Technically, Player Essence doesn't lie very much. He does do little white lies to try to make himself seem good. The problem is what he says, most of what he says is factual, but he doesn't put the context into it. So he'll remove the context and make it seem like something that is not.
I'll give you first dibs. Just have a good mic. Make sure there's not a ton of background noise. You know what I'm saying? And we can keep it going. So yeah. It's all good. Just see.
Oh, there's DeJuan Davis in there. I'm surprised DeJuan Davis has not showed up 2 weeks in a row. That's a freaking shocker.
I couldn't believe he was really that triggered from the I think you meant triggered, not trigger by their names. I'll stop now, but best of luck with your stream. Hey, it's all good, man. Like I said, nobody's.
Oh, he just said, I just couldn't believe he really is that easily triggered by their names. Very true. I'll stop now, but best of luck with your stream. Also, I own all the Nintendo systems except the Switch 2 and the NES.
Triggered, though. I think you're kind of projecting.
I mean, you're the one that's always projecting. You literally get triggered over a thumbnail and title, and then you project onto it.
I think you're kind of projecting a little bit. I think that you're upset that I absolutely roasted you right now. So yeah, I think you're more upset with that.
My God, you didn't roast him. Okay, for one, he's just literally commenting back, and everything he said, he got you on. That's the funny thing.
I'm fine. I'm working. You're not. You're doing this for free. I'm the one getting paid to do what I'm doing. So nobody's triggered, and I'm definitely not triggered from.
Yeah, I'm glad you can be. You're working. This is what people come to your live stream for. They don't come to hear your predictions or anything. That's a joke if you think they actually come for that.
From two bums. I mean, like I said, that doesn't trigger me at all. But like I said, come through, debate their points. We'll see. Let's see here, and we'll come through. We'll see how triggered you get or not.
True Zero, please, if you're going to come through, make sure you watch him, make sure you study him, realize how his tactics are, and make sure that you come prepared. Do not sit here, come unprepared, because even if you come like you know what you're talking about, he's very good at manipulating the situation.
On a debate. Let's see, triggered. I know. I think at this point, people who get cooked in streams or in debates, they'll try to play this mind game that says you're triggered if you react any type of way to something stupid being
all this is the deflection, and I think you're talking about yourself.
Said. They'll say something stupid as hell, and I'll be like, nah, that's dumb. These people are stupid. They were wrong on everything. Oh, you're triggered. No, I'm right. I'm observant. I know what I'm talking about.
I mean, facts remains to be seen. I've disproven you many of times.
Confident. That's not being triggered.
Confident, yes, he's very confident. I'll give him that one. He's very confident.
Triggered.
Well, I want to say confidence more cocky. He's very cocky.
There's nothing that I said right now when it comes to Switch 2 sales or what I said that was false information. They literally have been wrong on almost everything.
You've never proven. You've only proven that was wrong on one thing. I've proven you wrong on many times, or I've proven that you were disingenuous many of times.
That's called being observant. That's called being, like I said, knowledgeable. That's called knowing what you're
And you claim you don't watch our content, so how do you know if we're wrong?
talking about. And that's called being someone that, like I said, puts their money where their mouth is overall. I'm not a bump. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's all good. He tried to go after my views. He tried to say, oh man, your views, he's doing better views. And
Yeah, the reason why that people bring up your views is because you're always going after Nintendo's views. And we know it bothers you. That's the only reason why you bring them up.
clickbaiting, you know what I'm saying? Like, clickbaiting on views. My streams are good. Like I said, the support's good. I'm not
Yes, because they come for this. If you stop doing this type of stuff, you wouldn't get no views. You wouldn't get all these super chats.
tripping or fronting on that, you know? So yeah, it's a bad attempt at a gaslight for sure. Definitely a bad attempt at a gaslight, but
I mean, all this is a deflection. That's all this is.
let's see if he can let's see if he'll actually show up to the debate. I got, like I said, my email's there. Let's see if he'll show up. You bring their points though. I really want you to watch all their videos, Zero Jetters. Watch their vids and bring their talking points. Study their talking points, bring their points up and bring it to the table, man. I would love that. I would love that. I think it would be super cool. Okay? It'd be fun. And I'll treat you with respect too. I'll treat you with respect as long
No, he won't. He doesn't know how to be respectful. He's not going to come into it in good faith anyways.
as you treat me with respect. You know what I'm saying? So we can do that. But I don't have high hopes based on what you said here in the chat. I don't have high hopes for you, my boy, but maybe you'll surprise me.
I mean, no one has high hopes for you either. He's literally cooked you in everything he says.
Let's see here. Maybe you'll
Well, maybe not cooking, but he's been right.
surprise me. Let's see here. Players, what's up, OJ? How you doing today, buddy? Like your video? Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Let's see. I'm Trigger. I'm feeling it. Ouch. I know. Trigger, not Trigger. Trigger. Let's see. I guess what Nintendo's excuses he's gonna say he was exaggerating. See how people add clarification to description. Just clickbait. Whatever, man. Like I said, whatever. It's all good.
I don't even really understand what the guy was trying to say.
What's up, Wound Up Penguin? Wound Up Penguin, we're going to have a new debate show where we can have viewers call in, whether you agree with me on something or disagree. We're going to have that like once a week coming up pretty soon here. So I invited Mr. True Zero to come through and discuss other people's debating points here since, like I said, since I already cooked one of them. And
Alrighty. That is going to be it. We're going to read off some of the chats. Let's read off. Well, here, I want to.
already cooked one of them. And
There we go. Let's do it like that. All right. Oh, the Gaming Rift. Hey, finished the script for the video and I can now listen to the stream. Well, I'm about to be done. I'm just going to read off some of the super chat, or not the super chat, sorry. I'm going to read off some of the regular chats before I get going. My guy, you have 125,000 subs and you can't even break 10K views. You do care. You absolutely care. Exactly. That's factual. He's just trying to save face. That's all he's doing. And I usually don't bring up people's viewership or sub count like that, but he wants to throw shade at attendees saying that, oh, his views have been going down. It's like, motherfucker, your views are not doing that good. You have a dying channel. Only positively is allowed in Player Essence Village. No one is allowed to talk shit on Nintendo except him. 125,000 K enabler, Nintendo dick rider. Very true. Essence of toilets will never debate and will never fight back. He is the definition of a coward and a corporate bootlegger. Exactly. Had to go get my second pair of shoes. Yep, I don't understand. Player Essence, you have a sub count of 125,000. Get less than 8% of your sub base to watch your vids. Nintendine has a sub count of almost 34,000 and has almost 90% of his sub base to watch his video. Exactly. That is a savage level. Good. Oh, very true. You want me to try Player Essence? You want me to try? Blast. I don't know if you, man, I'm telling you, man, Player Essence, he's definitely, if you do, be prepared. He'll bring you up nonstop. The thing is, there's not going to be a moderator, I don't think, in this type of debate. So if people show up, he's going to try to paint the narrative that he cooked people anyways. Even if he does get cooked, look at what he did to OmniArc. Nice pause game. It looks like he's on the same level as Gara. Look at Player Essence, horrible face. Exactly. Blast would easily destroy Player Essence without trying. Hey, I believe you. So does he want to get cooked? Because I will cook him in a debate. Well, Blast, I'm pretty positive that even if you did, he's just going to lie and paint that he cooked you if you do show up. Buying a Switch 2 in its overpriced games is like buying a meal at McDonald's. Just because it has sold millions doesn't mean it's a good console when in fact it's a primitive device. Very true. It won't debate. Be ultra cook session at this point. There's no point in debating him because Player Essence only makes clips to parade around Twitter and not to be an actual discussion. Very true. But if he wants to debate the resident law student of the SALT community, he can try. Very true. You are the one he's going to look, you're the one who's going to look stupid and will run away crying, Essence toilets, because we all know behind all that stern and bravado, you are just a sad little toddler in Pokemon design diapers. Very true. LOL, Player Essence is triggered hard. Yeah, I think he got a little trigger. Trust me, he got a little bit. I've seen him way worse than that, but attending will even destroy you in the debate. So in the end, it will be pointless and you cannot handle criticism, Player Essence. Oh, very true, but there's no chance in attending debating them. Hello there. I can't pronounce your name. We are all doing fine. Then don't watch them, Essence Toilets. Exactly. Essence of Toilets. Look at your videos throwing temper tantrums like a toddler when someone takes away his Mario toy and breaks it in front of them. You can get butthurt the moment anyone insults Nintendo. Very true. They had to drop the price in Europe and UK. The sales tanked in November. Exactly. You are full of dookie Essence Toilets, getting butthurt over thumbnails of you and getting angry over criticism towards your daddy Nintendo. Very true. Oh yeah, true. True Getters, as I always say, yeah, True Getters was getting fired up in the chat. Oh, he was. Like the shipping versus sales thing they do, shipment and sales aren't the same thing. Very true. Who is he talking about? I think he was talking about some guy named True something. Hello to Cosmic King. Someone gassing themselves this much is arrogant. Very true. Projection lying, crying, and getting butthurt over thumbnails and criticism. This is just outrageous and pathetic. Potty Essence. Very true. Vigilante is playing on the Switch 2 behind the camera right now. Shh, don't tell anybody. How can you debate him when he bans you? Oh, that's true. I can. It wouldn't surprise me, Blast. He probably already has you banned. LOL. Come on, guys. The Switch 2 is not that bad. Good. You guys are overdoing it. I don't think the Switch 2 is that bad, okay? But I'm not going to hype it up like the way Player Essence does. Player Essence has to hype it up because he needs the money. That's all it comes down to. Funny story. I did extensive research, and the Switch 2 has dog shit performance. The amount of locked 30 FPS games is a concern for the device that can't reach 120. Now, I will say the gaming rep, there are some games that does play pretty well. You know, like Kirby Air Riders, it does run phenomenally well. Same thing with Mario Kart World. Age of Imprisonment, if you play it in handheld, runs amazing. So Metroid Prime 4, it runs amazing also. So I'll say that one too. Well, guys, that is, oh, wait. I love when fanboys use units sold as an argument. This does not benefit you all. Very true. Well, guys, this is the longest stream I've done. We have been going for almost 5 hours. It is time for me to eat some food, go relax with the wife, finish up Stranger Things. I know I'm behind, you know, can you guys forgive me on that one? But it is time to go do that. I hope you guys all have a pleasant morning. Enjoy your coffee and be safe.
Fight the fight. fight, breaking down the walls in the dead of night. I don't come for peace, I come for the storm. Fanboys melt quick when the truth gets warm. Solve content's high, I'm collecting those tears. Just got started, but I'm cutting through fears. I'm not here for brand deals, I'm not for sale. I expose your lies, rip off the veil. You can cry in the comments, but you won't survive. Like and subscribe if you feel that vibe. We're hot and salty tears, tearing down the walls. Fanboys falling fast, hear the vigilantes calls. No fake reviews, no corporate lies, just truth and fire burning in our eyes. Promise lost in Nintendo's dream, delusional faith blinded by the gleam. Defends every flaw like it's a sacred cause, but his blind devotion's just breaking laws. Player SS brings no honor or pride, throws family shade when he's running to hide.